Good morning and welcome to the March 20th, 2021 County Board meeting. We have board members Garvey, Dorsey, Carantonis, Vice Chair Crystal, and I'm your chair, Matt DeFerranti. I am pleased to have you with us. We will move quickly to our full agenda. Before we do, we have some housekeeping and just two quick statements from me. First, we are continuing in our ongoing fight against the coronavirus, and we have now in Arlington put more than 60,000 doses in the arms of residents. So those are 60,000 steps towards health, 60,000 doses of hope, you might say. We also should know that the variant is prevalent in a lot of the United States. And so that we stay disciplined and stay focused on the months we have to come, let's just remember that yesterday in the United States, more than 1,400 of our fellow Americans passed of COVID-19. So hope and continued work to get us out of this pandemic. Second statement I want to share from the board on behalf of colleagues and with respect to the events of this past week. The Arlington County Board condemns the senseless March 16th attacks on 3 North Georgia spas in which 8 people, 6 of them Asian women, were murdered by a lone gunman. These murders are coming against a backdrop of an alarming increase in attacks on Asian Americans and persons of Asian descent across our nation, and they are horrifying and heartbreaking. Our hearts go out to the victims of this latest mass shooting and to their families who have suffered losses beyond measure. But we must do more than express our sorrow. We must actively fight racism, violence against women, and gun violence in our country. We must stand with the Asian American community across the nation who experienced an upsurge in attacks during the pandemic. And we must also stand with Arlington's Asian American and Asian families, communities, and individuals to make sure they know that we see them, value them, and stand together with them. Arlington County will not tolerate the targeting of Asian Americans, persons of Asian descent, or any group because of their race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. We will be a welcoming community where our government's policies, practices, police, and courts reflect our commitment to fighting racism and caring for each other. As one of our neighbors very eloquently put in an email to us yesterday, one of the things that makes Arlington such a special place to live is its embrace of and support for diversity. All of us need to work hard to protect every citizen in our county and to make them feel welcome and safe. As a board, we agree completely and are committed to that work, the work of actively striving to be anti-racist. With those two statements, and we'll certainly have opportunity later should colleagues want to comment, but that covers the board's sentiment with respect to this last week. Now we will turn to some housekeeping before our public comment. Housekeeping first with respect to operating virtually. And I have a resolution that we have been using for nearly the last year to conduct meetings electronically. There's some recital clauses, then we'll do a motion, and that will enable us to continue this meeting electronically. Whereas on March 20th, 2020, the governor of Virginia declared a state of emergency in Virginia to respond to the spread of novel coronavirus, or COVID-19, a communicable disease of public health threat, so as declared by the State Health Commissioner on February 7th, 2020. Whereas on March 13th, 2020, the county manager of Arlington County declared a local emergency to enable the county to respond to the public health threat posed by COVID-19, which local emergency declaration was consented to by the County Board of Arlington County on March 14th. Whereas we refer also to executive orders issued by the governor, whereas the county board finds that it has a responsibility to demonstrate to the public through the board's conduct the importance of maintaining proper physical distance from others and to avoid gathering in public where the risks of infection are highest, and to take measures that promote physical distancing in order to protect the public health and mitigate the impacts and spread of COVID-19, including, among others, conducting meetings electronically whenever possible. Whereas the General Assembly adopted and the Governor signed budget bill amendments to HB 29 that expressly authorize any public body, including any state, local, regional body, to meet by electronic means without a quorum of the public body physically assembled at one location when the governor has declared a state of emergency, provided that, one, the nature of the declared emergency makes it impractical or unsafe for the public body to assemble in a single location. Two, the purpose of the meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the public body and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities, among other provisions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia, hereby finds that the nature of the declared emergency makes it both impracticable and unsafe for the board to assemble in a single location on March 20th, 2021, to discuss and transact the business of the county listed on the county board meeting agenda for that date. And be it further resolved, the county board hereby finds that the items on the March 20th, 21 county board meeting agenda are statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the county government and the discharge of the county board's lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. And finally, be it further resolved, the county board hereby finds that the items on the March 20th county board meeting agenda are encompassed within the continuity of government's operations ordinance adopted on May 19th, 2020, and thereafter amended as matters necessary to address the disaster posed by the public health emergency resulting from COVID-19 and matters essential to the continued operation of county government. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dorsey. We will, let's see, I believe I'll ask for a vote from each of us, starting with Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. We can now conduct the remainder of this meeting electronically. Now we turn to public comment, and just a little bit of background as we're preparing for public comment for our public speakers. Please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called on to speak. The moderator can mute you but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you're using a computer browser or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. Board members will only be able to hear you. We won't be able to see you. Please remember to turn off the sound on any device around you and listen to the meeting only through your device. Please listen for the tone to indicate that your speaking time has expired when it expires. After speaking, you may exit the call and continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels, Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios 39 and 40. A Spanish language interpreter, I believe, is on the line for the public comment period portion of the meeting only. Could our interpreter introduce themselves in English and Spanish?
Good morning, everyone. Spanish interpreter Laura Castro. Buenos días a todos. Intérprete de español Laura Castro en la línea. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, Ms. Castro. With that, we are ready to hear from our public comment speakers. Madam Clerk, so that each of our speakers is aware, we do respond at the end of your comments to the issues that you raise. We may not provide all of the response immediately, but we at least provide an initial sense, and we sometimes, as needed, follow up, of course, on your comments. So with that, we're ready to hear. Madam Clerk, could you call the first speakers?
Our first speaker is Sue Mosier, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Ms. Mosier.
Good morning, board members.
You all
Good.
know that I followed the COVID vaccine rollout closely as a neighbor helping neighbors. The line is moving, and we turned a corner yesterday with the first invitations going out to people who registered in the new state system. With expanded supplies expected soon, we need more vaccination pathways and better communications and transparency. Some key questions. How will Arlington handle the state registration list? How often will the county circle back to pick up those newly registered in 1A and 1B? And will they stay in line ahead of 1C workers and in May, the general public? 1A healthcare workers and seniors 75 plus should always be first in line. Will there be more vaccination sites? Better public transportation access and more weekend hours would help. What is Arlington's plan to reach the homebound, especially seniors? I hope, are identifying them and will deploy field teams to vaccinate them where they live. How much of any increased allocation will Arlington give to private medical practices? Fairfax is already doing this. Will Arlington be transparent about the J&J vaccine? State officials promise that when you book a shot, you will know whether it's a 1-dose or 2-dose vaccine you're getting. Arlington did that for the first J&J clinic and should make a similar commitment for future clinics. Can we vaccinate camp workers before summer? One state told camp staff they could get shots 60 days before the camps open. Can we tell camp workers to identify their future employer at pre-registration and let them qualify sooner rather than later? How can Arlington encourage people to get their second Moderna or Pfizer dose? In new CDC data, Virginia ranks last in the country on delivering that second dose on time. Arlington should reach out to people who are overdue or who have completely missed the window for their second dose. I thank you for all you are doing. I know you're working on this flat out, but with greater supply on the horizon, flat out just has to be bigger and our communications better.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. We'll answer at the end. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Alan Gadjahar.
Mr. Byrne.
Hello. I'm supposed to be a three-minute speaker, not a 2-minute speaker. I don't know what the problem is. Please set me for 3 minutes.
Mr. Byrne, go ahead. Go ahead. We'll save the time. Public comment, we do 2 minutes per person. Thank you, though. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I haven't read that. I asked the county board to initiate a review of the portions of the Roslyn sector plan that relate to the permissible heights of the new buildings as they affect the view from Central Place observation deck in all directions. I also requested the board amend the sector plan to preserve the westward and southwestern views of Arlington and its landmarks from the observation deck that the deck's visitors can now enjoy but will otherwise lose. As you know, the Central Plan observation decks have certain priority view corridors. These go to federal properties, not to Arlington. And if the county follows what happened in the Ames Center, you'll block the view of all the views basically to where people live. You will block the Boston, the view of Roslyn-Boston corridor, of I-66, and many other sites. Now, back at 2007, when you reviewed the Central Place of design principles, you passed a resolution that said, the Arlington County Board further resolves that the following major principles shall be used to determine the additional building height above the 300 feet for the future site plans within Central Place. Any additional building height should preserve to the extent feasible views from any public observation deck approved or built within Central Place. In other words, you're not supposed to build any building heights that are higher than Central Place. That was within the block. Now, because you were only judging Central Place, they didn't look at the rest of the sector plans, the rest of the area. But when we did the sector plan, they referenced that, but they did not preserve any views except those that apparently the federal government wanted. So I'm asking you to please follow, initiate a new review that will follow that March 2007 principles.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
That said, you have to protect the views in all directions of
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byrne. We'll, like I said, we'll respond to each concern or question once the public speakers are done, and there currently are 7 speakers, so we'll respond in a few minutes. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Alan Gadjahar, followed by Nicole Merline.
Ms. Gadjahar, Mr. Gadjahar, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman Ferranti, members of the County Board. I have a resolution from the Arlington Civic Federation that was passed by the membership this past Tuesday at our monthly membership meeting. This is a resolution on immediately updating the Arlington tree canopy studies. Whereas trees are a valuable natural resource providing multiple benefits to humans and other species living in Arlington. Whereas Arlington County is updating its forestry and natural resources plan to enhance public and private efforts to enhance, maintain, preserve, and protect Arlington's trees and natural resources to meet future needs. Whereas Arlington County's data on the existing tree canopy are obsolete due to rapid community change, and the county also lacks the analysis capabilities of neighboring comparable jurisdictions, and that these assessments are nationally recognized as a requirement for effective planning for green infrastructure as well as stormwater. Whereas the county has already committed $391,000 for consulting on other research for the plan, and without including the benefits of current data on the state of Arlington's tree canopy, and updated studies can be completed in 2 to 3 months at a cost of $20,000 to $40,000. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Arlington County Civic Federation requests immediate action by the county to prepare an updated comprehensive tree canopy and natural resources study that provides detailed information on relevant land cover categories, including trees, vegetation, open green space, and impermeable surfaces. The study should include the capability for analysis of spatial imagery and be immediately applied to the development of the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan and used to monitor its effectiveness over time. Further, as appropriate, the study should be used as a resource for future stormwater planning and other county programs. There are some references in here. I will email this to the board as well. And again, this resolution was passed by the membership by an 88% margin with 52 votes in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gadjahar. We will, like I said, we'll respond. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Nicole Merline, followed by Audrey Clement.
Ms. Merline.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it's very possible Ms. Merline is not on the call this morning.
Okay, we will go ahead to the next speaker and check once again at the end if Ms. Merline is there.
Audrey Clement, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
Ms. Clement.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Clement.
Okay. Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. If you've attended any of the county's virtual sessions hyping so-called missing middle housing as the solution to Arlington's housing crisis, you should read Peter Russolow's Arl Now column debunking it. Pointing to the towns of development, 24th development in Green Valley, Russollow reports that the starting price of each of the 8 townhomes under construction is $800,000, $125,000 more than the assessed value of each of the 2 homes they will replace. According to Russollow, the county's own data indicate that most African Americans and Hispanics will not qualify for a mortgage on a Towns of 24th townhome. Missing middle upzoning will produce more housing, to be sure, but that housing will not be affordable to current residents of Green Valley. Instead, many of them will be forced to sell as developers bid up the price and assessed value of their property. Not only will missing middle upzoning force moderate income people out of their homes, it will also degrade the environment. According to research done by Arlington Analytics, Towns at 24th will eliminate 40 mature trees and reduce the permeable surface of the lot by half, diminishing the aesthetic and health benefits of the existing neighborhood and inducing more runoff. Some missing middle proponents ignore its negative social and environmental impacts because it will net more tax revenue. According to Arlington Analytics, the increase in tax revenue at Towns at 24th will be offset by the increased cost in county-provided services, resulting in a net fiscal loss of $140,000 over 10 years. Instead of serving as a cash cow, upzoning could bankrupt the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next speaker is Scott Pedowitz, followed by Jim Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Director at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I join you this morning to encourage that Arlington move ahead with concrete actions to support our local businesses and their employees through the continuing pandemic and recovery. Specifically, I want to address two proposals related to outdoor dining that met with much, possibly even uniform, support when I joined you in December. The first is to make the temporary outdoor seating area, or TOSA, program permanent. These seating areas not only allowed our restaurants to serve patrons more safely, but they have added vibrancy to our sidewalks. Making them permanent will give our restaurants the confidence to invest in this seating, the necessary equipment, and most importantly, the chefs, waiters, and staff to serve their diners. Moreover, taking action in the spring will also help our restaurants get a head start on next winter, as we learned last year that autumn is often too late to prepare. The second is to allow table service in the publicly accessible temporary outdoor seating areas, or PUTOSs, that you approved in December. We are reiterating this request to empower our property owners, bids, and partnerships to explore ways to use these spaces. Allowing such table service can help our restaurants and their workforce serve customers whilst maintaining distance, much as has been done in the District, Alexandria, and localities around the world. As I said at the outset, we have heard much support for these ideas, both across this virtual dais and in meetings around the community. So I fully believe that we have the desire, but I worry that we will fall to old tendencies and get bogged down chasing perfection to the exclusion of the achievable. And so, with an offer of ours, encourage the board to lend its good offices to seeing TOSA permanent and PTOSA service brought into being with the same alacrity that the original TOSA program was established last spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz.
Our next speaker is Jim Harris, and if on the line, Nicole Merline.
Mr. Harris?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
As you are aware, the county code was amended last month to regulate micro-mobility vehicles. Please peruse the county code regarding the use of our streets for recreation. There's little to no enforcement of current county ordinances related to multimodal vehicles, which are becoming heavier and more powerful. For example, the most powerful e-bicycles can reach 30 miles per hour and are electric mopeds. Bicycles and micromobility vehicles are often ridden recklessly when used for recreation on the county's streets, sidewalks, and trails. The focus of transportation planning today is on safety, whether by the FAA, Federal Highway Administration, Federal Railway Administration, or other U.S. Department of Transportation agencies. Arlington County has reached a point where reckless behavior has become reckless endangerment. Whether high-speed reckless riding on sidewalks by bicyclists, parents pushing strollers down busy streets, or reckless driving by persons operating high-performance motor vehicles. County government is irresponsible, irrational, and negligent for not enforcing sections of the county code related to transportation and for adding new vehicles and more vehicle trips to an already congested county. The county's installation of traffic control is completely ad hoc and is and has been no comprehensive evaluation of the proliferation of crosswalks, stop signs, traffic signals, right turn restrictions, continually narrowed streets on emergency response vehicles, buses, delivery vehicles, and persons having appointments, e.g., Virginia Hospital Center, where a huge new parking garage is under construction. Car-free diet, complete streets, and Vision Zero are components of new urbanism, an ideology whose adherents promote fire, aim, ready, ad hoc, infill gentrification, growth for the sake of growth, without thought, costs, and consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, I understand we have one additional individual who wanted to speak, and I'm not sure that he's still on the line.
He is not.
Mr. Dickinson. Got it. We have a. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have for context, we have a policy that the purpose of public comment is the subjects that we've heard this morning. The seven speakers or six speakers who've joined us. The purpose is to bring to the attention of the board items not already on our agenda. So there's a couple of issues I know Mr. Dickinson may have wanted to speak about that are related to, I believe that are related to Feebury Lothrop Mansion, and that is scheduled for our agenda in April. If there had been separate comments focused on the request for a demolition permit, I would have allowed him to speak on those issues, but that's a distinct process and procedure. So we will go forward to responding to comments. And colleagues, I'll welcome your thoughts. I'm proposed to go through each of these together and then let everyone have a chance to comment on them. First, Ms. Mosier, you have been omnipresent in trying to communicate on the COVID pandemic, and we are grateful. You raise fair and important questions. The first thing I'll say, I will probably ask the manager if he has any additional points that he wanted to make on this item. But the first point I'll make is that we are set to receive an increase in doses this week. You mentioned more doses and your desire for additional communication. I would point you, I know you know, Ms. Mosier, but those watching may not know that on Tuesday afternoon at our recessed meeting, we will have a discussion of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic and vaccine distribution. So that will be part of our communication with respect to the effort to get out doses and do so equitably. There's some of the details that I think it would be wise, Mr. Manager, if you can provide a little bit of details on this, just to continue and give us a sense. I know there's certain categories that we've addressed that are pre-registration through the Arlington system and the state system. Did you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And trying to keep up with Ms. Mosier sometimes is, she's got a lot of energy. She only asked 11 questions this morning. I'll have an answer for a few of them. I will tell you that all of them will be covered, and along with additional information Tuesday afternoon, as you mentioned. Some of the questions aren't yet ripe for answer, but let me just try to handle a few of them. How is Arlington handling the state registrations? People should know that we have all the information we need from the state. As a matter of fact, as of yesterday, we have invited all the people who have registered with the state who are in the 65 plus category as of March 19th. So we are current through not only Arlington County's pre-registrations, but everyone who's registered with the state. So as we get more vaccines, which I'm happy to say this coming week we'll have between 8,000 and 9,000, which is a record amount for us, but still not enough, we will start threading in the people who've registered with the state system. We've started to do that also for people who've registered with the state in the 16 to 64 with underlying medical condition category. We also will be making announcements as appropriate. Right now, it's still too early about additional locations for vaccines, but we are prepared for what we have been promised is a significant increase in the number of vaccines. We're not ready to make those announcements yet because our approach on this has been when we know we're going to get the vaccines and we know we're ready to go, we will then make the announcements in plenty of time. As far as weekend hours, we have used weekend hours as needed to make sure we make it through our additional vaccines this coming week. We'll be able to handle all the vaccines during weekday hours, but we have staff ready to go on weekends as needed. And we also have plans on how to reach the homebound, and we have a significant effort underway to try to handle logistics around summer camp workers. First, we need to hire them. So a lot going on there, but I'll be happy to provide fuller detail on all of that on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. The high points with respect to Ms. Mosier's questions, of course, the increase to more than between 8,000 and 9,000 vaccines, which is a significant increase this week. We appreciate all your questions, Ms. Mosier. We'll get to more of them in more detail on Tuesday. And We hear you on more doses and making sure that we're communicating on our vaccine distribution program. So, and we also will address the second dose questions that you've asked as well in greater detail on Tuesday. So thank you. Mr. Byrne, you shared your comments with respect to the views that are in the Roslyn sector plan and your concerns with respect to a previous project. We have, I know each of us have had the chance to speak with you at Open Door Mondays about this issue, and we certainly understand the concerns. We had a pretty lengthy discussion at our board meeting regarding the view shed, and so we will continue to take your concerns into account as we consider projects in Roslyn. Thank you very much for sharing them with us. Mr. Gadjahar, thanks for your leadership of the Civic Federation. And this resolution, which comes on the heels of two others over the past month that have talked about open space equity and stormwater, I believe. To the specific concerns with respect to tree canopy and the need for an updated study, that is, we will take your points into consideration. I know that resources are resources for additional doses, resources for tree canopy work and for our arborists are important. I think we need to look in detail a little bit at the resolution, and we will get back to you. Thank you very much. We did have, I just want to pause, I believe Ms. Merline, who was on the list, has come, and I would like to see if she is still on the line to offer her 2 minutes of public comment. Ms. Merline.
Hey, Matt.
Go ahead, Ms. Merline.
Hey,
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Nicole Merline. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself on the topic of mental health crisis in Arlington. I want to first thank the county manager for recommending a additional $575,000 committed to this cause in the upcoming budget. And I'm here to explain why I think that this should be an ongoing point of focus for Arlington County. Over the past week, our community has discussed this topic in areas like the Civic Federation. And actually the day after, a friend that's close to me, their father was unfortunately experiencing that type of crisis. And when he called the county, they came, they acknowledged that he was in crisis and left. And the next day, that man was found dead. And, unfortunately, right now, we do not have the resources at our Crisis Intervention Center to handle that type of situation. With the upcoming funding, I'm hoping that maybe there would have been a chance for that man to have gotten the help that he needed, for the police to have been able to take him there. But in reality, they might not have had the resources still. So I just would encourage you to please, because people are literally dying because they don't have the help that they need in crisis, to fund that center to the extent that it is able to actually be functional. That type of situation does not need to happen. We have the county resources in order to staff that center. It was previously staffed. Having crisis intervention training for 70% of our cops just allows them not to kill that person. We need them to be able to do the right thing and take them somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merline. Let me address the other three speakers first, and we'll come back to you. We have Ms. Clement. Thank you for coming in and raising concerns that refer to Mr. Russollo's comments on missing middle. I will say that there's two pieces that I want to just address. One is the missing middle housing type work that we are doing is focused on helping the ladder of people who are working up the economic ladder and seeking to buy a home. It is not focused as narrowly as the bulk of my impression of Mr. Russollo's argument on what we often consider as affordable housing, but rather housing affordability so that individuals can buy a home of a type that would be a duplex, a triplex, and a garden-style apartment. So I know that colleagues will have comments on that, and I'll just finish the last two and then come back for colleagues to share there. Mr. Jerez came with concerns. Appreciate your speaking, as you often do, with respect to safety in our community. Respect your views very much. Thank you. So I'll just briefly go to Ms. Clement, and then we'll open it up to colleagues, and the manager may have comments on specific items. Ms. Merline, thank you for recognizing the additional resources that all of us are supportive of with respect to the $500,000 in the budget that is proposed for mental health. There's additional policy issues that you raised that we are going to want to take and consider and seek to address with respect to this specific item. We've been made aware of this specific individual. Very sorry for the community's loss and the individual loss. Further discussion and further review is ongoing on that. So that's what I will say with respect to your comments, Ms. Merline. So I'll go to colleagues to see if colleagues have issues that you wanted to touch on. And we'll start with Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I believe, Mr. Chair, you missed the comments by Mr. Pedowitz and the Arlington Chamber of Commerce about dropping the T4 temporary out of the TOSAs, the open spaces that we approved and so well have worked. I just want to say, Mr. Pedowitz actually pointed that in general, we are in agreement that this worked very well, that kept many small businesses afloat, many restaurants, kept our urban space still vital and vibrant during a very difficult time, and that it is really worth thinking about what happens next, even if it's very early, as you very well pointed out at the entry. At the end of this meeting, that we still deal with variants. We still have to be very, very careful and keep absolutely strict COVID hygiene everywhere we can. But he pointed out that some degree of planning, certainty about right now at the beginning of the season would be appreciated, and I believe that we should be engaging in talking with the chamber and the small business community, the restaurant community about this as soon as possible. There are many other things I would like to yield for our colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Certainly, if there are other items, we'll come back to that. I think it was Mr. Dorsey next, followed by Ms. Garvey. And thank you thank you very much, Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Pedowitz, for coming in and speaking. TOSAs and the other zoning changes are important, and really appreciate your bringing forward the idea of continuing those as we go forward. So thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for catching, and Mr. Pedowitz for coming and sharing those. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond on the missing middle conversation, but I do want to remind you that you did invite, or at least make some room for there to be comments on the issues in Atlanta this week at the conclusion of public comment. Yes. And I'll want to be recognized again there. But just for missing middle, thank you, Ms. Clement, for coming to raise these issues. I'm thrilled, actually, that many people in our community are engaging in this conversation and really digging into the presentations that are going on throughout the county. I do want to remind people that the missing middle study is based on a hypothesis, and we're scoping a study to test under what conditions that hypothesis can be realized. I would caution people against looking at circumstances that are existing in Arlington's housing development activity currently as being dispositive as the case for or against missing middle, or in the case of Ms. Clement, against. We don't have a robust missing middle regime. In fact, the examples that you cited, the subdividing of property to create townhomes, for example, is the exact circumstance that leads to this desire to study whether a different land use approach could yield better results, not only on housing supply, potentially modulating the increase in housing price, and also creating more environmental sustainability. The exact circumstances that many people see as being not welcome are exactly what brings us to want to do this study to figure out if a different land use regime can work. So I hope people bring that energy and bring those concerns to future engagement, because if we do that together, I actually have a high degree of confidence that we can come up with a new regime that actually works well to meet many community needs. And that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey, for giving the specificity that we needed on that item, at least as a start. We will come back on the events in Atlanta for each colleague, but first we'll go to Ms. Garvey and then Ms. Crystal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take, I guess, a slightly different approach and sort of touch on everybody quickly, or a number of them, because I do want to thank Sue Mosher. You did very well. I mean, she's just great about the questions that she raises, and I believe, Mr. Chair, we've got another town hall or sort of a conversational roundtable format coming up, and we use these kinds of questions to inform what we discuss in those, and it's really very helpful. We really appreciate hearing from people. Mr. Gajadar talked about the tree canopy, and we actually are, I believe, launched on a study with the redo of our forestry and natural resources plan. I may not have the exact terminology right there, but we really are looking at this and appreciate their advocacy for that. Mr. Pedowitz, I think we've all actually talked about how we think TOSAs are working pretty well and wanting to look forward, particularly during our work session with our economic development folks. So appreciate the Chamber's advocacy there, and I think we're all looking at how we might keep that going. And I will touch just a little bit, I think, on the missing middle as well. I was at a civic association earlier this week talking about the missing middle, and I think the only thing I will add to what Mr. Dorsey said is that to some extent, the folks that are so concerned about this, they raise all kinds of questions, but those are exactly the questions we're trying to study. That's why it's called a missing middle study. And there just seems to be a misunderstanding on the parts of some folks that we've like everything's a done deal and they know what it is. But no, we're actually looking at all of these questions and all of these issues. They're really important. That's why we're taking about 2 years or more total to be looking at the whole thing. We're in the beginning part of that process, but we've already done quite a bit of study. So appreciate people bringing up these concerns, participating, and that's exactly what we're trying to look at. So appreciate that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And we'll go to Ms. Crystal. Ms. Crystal, I'll also just flag for the manager coming up. There may be details that we already have on the tree canopy work that if you would like to add to any extent, Mr. Manager, we'll do that after Ms. Crystal.
Great. Thank you, Mr. DeFerenti. Do you want to go ahead and have the manager respond to that first? I don't have anything on the tree canopy beyond pointing to our natural resources management update, which I'm very excited about.
Sure, that makes sense. Mr. Manager, if you have specifics on tree canopy, that's great, but I see a head nod in the negative direction. And so we'll go back to where we started, Mr. Gajihar. Appreciate the work, and then we will follow up. I think one of the items in the resolution may have referenced that the study, the natural resources study that we're doing, but we need to look at this and then come back to you. We do appreciate your bringing this forward to us. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all who commented in keeping with what I think is a pretty healthy practice to keep us moving quickly. I'm going to respond not to everyone. I wanted to thank Ms. Merline for coming. I wanted to share my condolences, and I suspect my colleague would join me with someone who sounds dear to you, who was affected in a deadly way by a mental or behavioral health crisis. Obviously, as our chair noted, we're not going to comment on a very personal issue, both in terms of the human services angle and also the police angle. But I did just want to be exceptionally clear to those who may be listening in our community that even though we are working on improving our emergency response to ensure that there are more mental health services that ride along with police, and that we, of course, have miles to go in ensuring full behavioral health supports along the entire continuum for those who need them, that it is not true that help is unavailable for someone in crisis. For anyone who may be listening, I think it's incredibly important to note that Arlington County Department of Human Services, and specifically our mental health programs and services, are available on same-day access. Anyone who is in a mental health crisis in an emergency can call 703-228-5160, or you can call 911 and ask for the same-day access through DHS. Those services are available. Again, we have miles to go in improving to ensure that the triggering nature of a police response is at first accompanied and ultimately, we hope, in appropriate situations, replaced by a mental health response only. But in the meantime, the services are absolutely available for anyone who's concerned about a family member, themselves, or any other kind of loved one. I wonder if it makes sense, Mr. DeFranti, just one comment to add apropos of your, I think, very well articulated statement about the tragedy in Atlanta. In fact, the murders in Atlanta, the racially motivated, misogynistically motivated murders in Atlanta this week. I know that we are all grieving. We are all reflecting on our own accountability to make changes, further changes locally to respond to this sort of lethal outcome of white supremacy. And I have very little to add to your powerful statement beyond just a couple of resources to flag for those interested in taking action in our community. Stop AAPI Hate has elevated the need for non-discrimination policies in places of public accommodation as a state and local level priority. And so I want to make sure that people know that it is illegal to discriminate against someone on the basis of race here in Arlington, as it is throughout the Commonwealth. And if you have been the victim of discrimination, like the incidents that we are seeing throughout the country, you have rights. If you go to arlingtonva.us and search Human Rights Office, you'll see a link to file a complaint and have that experience investigated and, to the best of our ability, adjudicated. I also wanted to note, because I think this violent act, this murder earlier this past week, really shows the intersection of racism and sexual violence. That next month will begin our Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. And we have a variety of programs offered through Project Peace, all of which I know are going to include the lens of how race interacts with issues of sexual violence and what we can do as a community to be better informed to prevent this particular kind of violence and to respond more effectively to survivors. So I'd encourage people to go to health.arlingtonva.us/peace-outreach, or you can go to arlingtonva.us and just search Project Peace in the search bar to find a series of online learning opportunities throughout April. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. And we'll go next to Mr. Dorsey. And colleagues, we also, certainly Tuesday, we will continue to reflect and seek to understand what actions are compelled by this, but certainly want to give everyone a chance to speak on it today, but also Tuesday could work if you prefer. We'll go to Mr. Dorsey next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that statement that you drafted on behalf of the board. I think it spoke appropriately to where we are. There are just a couple of other dimensions that I'd like to speak to. And it's reflective of a couple of lines of conversation that I've heard in the aftermath of the March 16th incidents. One, what if this wasn't really motivated by racial animus, but some other particular issues? And two, won't this get better? Won't this not be an issue once we are past the incredible stress that people are under as it relates to the coronavirus pandemic? And both of those lines of conversations trouble me deeply because they do not reflect the reality that endured long before our current situation. And unfortunately, the events of this past week are reflective of a prior and an ongoing propensity for people to scapegoat others on the basis of identity when life doesn't go their way. It reflects the fetishization of Asian American women in our country that has long endured for centuries. It also reflects the supremacists' view that not having the right look or the right lineage, at least according to them, makes you suspect. and them therefore justified in verbally and physically assaulting you or otherwise making you less secure in your own country. And this is not about being woke or playing the race card, as some like to dismissively allege. This is our enduring reality for people of color in this country. And that's why in Arlington, we have all committed to actually pursuing our equity agenda in a comprehensive way so that we can go beyond, what are our tools at our disposal, these episodic expressions of dismay and outrage, so that we can equip people in our community to being all the time anti-racists. And this is not only to better our community and bring together the people who are willing to be a part of a better future, but it's also to further marginalize people who are comfortable and accepting of the status quo and willing to get beyond these incidents and excuse them away to circumstances that are insignificant. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the statement. And thank you, Ms. Crystal, for talking about resources that may help. But again, this is not about this past week. This is about a new community and our trying to actually make sure these circumstances are not a part of our children's future. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for your comments, thoughtful comments. And there's certainly the ongoing need for the systemic change that we need to work towards. Ms. Garvey.
I just want to thank everybody for their really very much more eloquent comments than I can make, and I won't go into those. I simply want to add, I agree with everything that everybody's said. It's really an illness in our nation. It's been here for a really long time. And I think we always need to remember the role that our crazy cultural fetish about guns has and how available guns are to people who are mentally ill and mentally unstable. And I will put pretty much anybody who's a white supremacist in that category. We've got to do something about the guns as well. So just redouble our efforts. We've been at this for a long time. It's a real tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Oh, I think we've all shared we passed a safety ordinance, but there's much, much more to do on gun safety, common sense gun safety. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to add too many more points to the excellent points of Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Garvey. We in Arlington, we have a special relationship to Asian American immigration. I learned that when I came to Arlington, when I discovered that actually what we call diversity in our community began to exist in the late 70s when the Vietnamese community came in. And this is how the Arlington News treated that. That was the all now du jour. It was actually even our colleagues, elected officials, who would question, how much burden is this community. So this, when we talk about racism, systemic, deeply rooted, and when we talk about the whole government approach, it's actually a whole community approach. I remember we had spots like in Atlanta, right in my neighborhood, in Columbia Pike. They have been attacked before. I remember that very clearly. Arlington police had to intervene. This is in the Westmont Center there. So this is not something that's unthinkable in our communities. This is not a remote thing. Guns are not remote to us. They may be remote to our prevailing, liberal and civilized culture and to our civility as a community, but they are among us and they are there. And I couldn't agree more with all my colleagues that we have to redouble, triple, quadruple the efforts, and to make racism also visible. One of the biggest problems here, in my opinion, is that what you said, Mr. Chair, is we see you. We see you. You are visible. You are present. You are equals. And that's a very important position to take today, yet another tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for adding that point, and perhaps it may be best to close with more than 9% of Arlingtonians are Asian Americans, and we are thinking of you, and we are thinking of the work we must do also on gun safety and to prevent sexual violence and misogyny. With that, thank you each, colleagues, for very helpful comments. We will go on now to our consent agenda and appreciate everyone's great points as we were working through that issue. So on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda consists of items that are very important in many cases and critical, but they are not always items that are that have controversy with respect to them. So we operate on those consent agenda items in a block, and we will do that now. But before we do that, I'll ask the clerk, Madam Clerk, do we have any items that have been pulled from our consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, items 1, 17, and 24 have been pulled.
Great.
Subject to those items are displayed on the screen.
Great. Thank you very much for displaying those items. And the one is a site plan in Pentagon Row. The other is Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, and then the third is a North Oakland, North Pershing Street project. So those 3 items have been pulled from the consent agenda. Now that those have been pulled, I will go ahead and move and look for a second with respect to passing the remaining items on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and Ms. Garvey. So the consent agenda has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, we will go ahead and ask for a vote. I'll ask each colleague, because we're virtual, I'll start with Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
And Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye as well. The consent agenda has passed. I will briefly describe some of the items on the consent agenda, just highlighting the key ones that are important. And I would ask, as I start to do that, if we could pull up the slides for that we prepared on those key items. I will start with item 21, but I will also give just a bit of a context first on the items that have been pulled, items 1, 17, and 24. We will hold a public hearing on those items at the start of the evening segment of our virtual recessed board meeting on Tuesday, March 23rd. That public hearing will begin no earlier than 6:30. If you want to speak on one or more of the items pulled from today's consent agenda, you can register on the county website starting today. You will get an email from us after you register with instructions for participating. If you do not have access to a computer, you can call the county board office at 703-228-3130 to register to speak at the public hearing. I will proceed now to just describing a few of the items on the consent agenda that we just passed. Item 21 is the Crystal City to DCA, to Reagan National Airport multimodal connector. We approved a $4.2 million contract through a competitive bidding process to Vanessa Hangen and Brustlin Incorporated for the Crystal City Washington National Airport multimodal connector. Many of you have seen this. The picture starts to show what this can be. It's an exciting project that we are pleased to have approved. The connector will link Crystal City's core and the airport, serving pedestrians, bicyclists, and micro-mobility users of all ages and ability. This will be a big improvement over the current situation where you sort of have to go over the river and through the woods. Pedestrians and bicyclists navigate a circuitous route from Crystal City to the airport. One of the consultant's first tasks will be to develop the public involvement plan for this project to ensure broad participation. It's entirely funded by the federal government through congestion mitigation and air quality improvement funds, and it's a 3 to 4 year project. And the next slide will talk about the Joint Reed School stormwater facility. And this really does fit in the category of very important steps that addresses a big issue that came up and has come up a number of times, but July 8th, 2019 flooding was part of it. We approved a joint use permit to request the county and APS to build a stormwater detention vault underneath the new Reed School athletic fields. It's at 1644 North McKinley. The vault will alleviate flooding in the Westover area. The Torreyson Run watershed has been a particular source of concern, and there was that devastating losses in 2019. This is the first underground stormwater detention facility that we built. It is an excellent partnership. It will be done in the 2 phases outlined below. First, June 2021. The purpose is to enable the Reed School to open and move forward from there. So very pleased to have approved that project. Our next item, our next slide, will discuss additional work we're doing to address flooding in the 4 Mile Run flood channel. This is the southern part of the county, and it is time for us to undertake a joint dredging project so that we can protect that part of the county from flooding to the maximum extent possible, which is flood resiliency, not perfection that we know we can prevent any flooding of any type. So that's the 4 Mile Run flood channel dredging agreement. The next slide covers a neighborhood conservation project, 2 of them for Glen Carlin and Dominion Hills. These projects can make a huge difference in neighborhoods for individuals and living in those neighborhoods. So it's installing 4-foot wide sidewalks in the Glen Carlin project, ADA pedestrian ramps, and stormwater infrastructure. And in Dominion Hills, we'll be realigning an intersection at North Larimore Street and 9th Street. On the next slide, we'll talk about our standardization. The phrase transportation demand management is seeking to help encourage bicycling. And we have standardized an agreement with Arlington Public Schools that have use permits for bicycle parking. This is a very important part of strategies to help us mitigate traffic and parking near schools. So I believe that completes. I think the next slide may be the end. That is the end of the description of the consent agenda items that we've passed. We will now proceed to the regular agenda. And Madam Clerk, would you call the first regular agenda item, please?
Excuse me. Yes, item 32. It's a site plan 167, site plan amendment to update the Crystal City Connector Path and the proposed Virginia Railway Express North Entrance, streetscape, landscape, water feature, and to add retail structures, including a density conversion to facilitate the construction of 5,383 square feet of new commercial gross floor area at the Crystal City Water Park, located at 1601 and 1505 Crystal Drive.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. This item came before us several months ago in January. I will send it to the manager to introduce staff for an initial presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back with us again to work through details on the presentation are Olivia Sontag from CPHD, and also assisting her as needed are Aaron Schreiber, Joanne Gabor, Max Ewert, and Marco Rivero. So over to you, Ms. Sontag.
Thank you very much. Again, site plan amendment 167 for the Crystal City Water Park. This item did come to the board in January, but was deferred to March, primarily due to concerns raised around visibility and safety of the pedestrian and bike mixing along the Crystal City Connector. In addition to improvements to the Crystal City Connector path and the proposed VRE North entrance, the applicant proposes to update the streetscape, landscape, water feature, and add retail structures, including a density conversion for about 5,300 square feet of commercial gross floor area. So the water park is located along Crystal Drive and backs up to the VRE train tracks. Here are a few recent photos of the existing park with the water wall and fountain in the center. And then there's a new crosswalk along Crystal Drive, no existing clear sidewalk or tree strips. The site is privately owned and JBG is funding the improvements, but they have agreed to grant the county a public use and access easement over the site. So overall, the proposal is consistent with the Crystal City Sector Plan, which identifies the site for public park improvements, but acknowledges that the site is privately owned. The plan calls for public use and access easements, enhancement as a community focal point, and preserving general configuration and features of the park. The plan also envisioned retail and restaurant programming along the park's edges, park activation and enhancement as a destination, increased access, visibility, and connectivity for the Crystal City Connector. So following the January County Board meeting, the applicant and staff attended the Pedestrian Advisory Committee meeting on February 10th, which was also attended by some members of the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Transportation Commission. The Crystal City Civic Association, the CCCRC, and the National Landing Bid also attended and participated. And on February 16th, the applicant and staff attended the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. The applicant was very responsive to feedback and submitted revised plans on February 22nd. So the applicant implemented many of the recommendations from the meeting, including removing the stairs connecting the trail to the park. They removed the they moved the trail connection near the tunnels further from the tunnel entrances. Widened the sidewalk from 8 feet to a 10-foot clear width, and proposed paving treatment, striping, signage, and landscaping for greater visibility. The signage, striping, and lighting and other detailed mitigating factors would continue to be evaluated by staff and implemented post-approval in the civil engineering plan. So this will be an ongoing discussion with the applicant. In the proposed plan, I'll also note that all of the retail structures located along Crystal Drive, there's a trailhead restroom near the connector, which is a great addition, and then the water bar on top of the wall with an accessible path to the top, which is also new. So again, you can see the improvement between the existing conditions and the proposed design, including 2 separate paths that help to minimize conflicts. It provides more space for all users, including an accessible ramp, and increases safety with improved sightlines. And widening the sidewalk also along Crystal Drive also helps to further increase the visibility at that confluence zone right there along Crystal Drive near the sidewalk. So here's a section of the proposed streetscape with a planter strip just over 5 feet wide, the 10-foot clear sidewalk with an additional 1-foot shy zone, and then another 12 to 15-foot pedestrian zone along the other side of the kiosks. We've heard several comments from the community about increasing the soil volume, and this is something that the applicant and staff would continue to work on post-approval during the civil engineering plan review as the exact location of utilities are determined. So in summary, the county manager recommendation is that the county board adopt the attached ordinance to allow updates to the water park subject to all previously approved conditions and new conditions 52 through 60. So that concludes my presentations, and my colleagues and I are happy to answer questions. The applicant is also available for questions, and I believe they have a presentation prepared.
Thank you, Ms. Sontag, for the helpful brief and focused presentation. We will go to the applicant. Is the applicant here?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Kedrick Whitmore. I'm with Venable, and I represent the applicant in this matter. We do have a presentation that we would like to share with you. Hopefully you can see my screen here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Ms. Sontag did a very good job and had a very thorough presentation, so we will do our best not to be too redundant of what she's already provided to you. As you can see, the water park is located within the Crystal City area in the overall National Landing downtown district. Zooming in a little bit more closely here, you can see that the water park is an important part of the green network that is being created throughout Crystal City and Pentagon City. I want to talk a little bit about timeline, both where we've been and where we are going. Throughout 2019 and 2020, we had meetings with the community and with the staff to discuss this project. We then came to the county board at its January hearing, and were deferred for 2 months based on some questions and comments. During that interim period between the January meeting and this meeting, we've had a number of meetings with the community. We've had two, call it official meetings, one with the Pedestrian Advisory Committee that also included attendance by the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Transportation Commission, as well as a meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission. Beyond those, what I'll term official meetings, there have been quite a few informal communications with community members, and we're proud to say that this plan has evolved in response to those comments, and we think gotten to a place that's much better than where we were a couple of months ago. I do want to talk briefly about where we are going after any kind of board approval. I think it's important to note that this is not the end of the review process. There are a significant number of plans that are reviewed internally by county staff following any sort of site plan approval. Those include a civil engineering plan, final landscape plan, and permit drawings. And I mention that because many of the details I know that we have had questions about in the past are typically dealt with at those later stages. And so some of the lack of granularity on those items is due to the county process rather than not having prepared that information. Nevertheless, we know that there are concerns about this, and we want to make sure we are responsive to those items. So we have done some significant work on them that I'll share with you here in a little while. So this is the existing condition of the water park. As Ms. Sontag noted, this is a privately owned piece of property. There is currently no easement over the property, but this approval would provide such an easement from the landowner to Arlington County. As Ms. Sontag also noted, all of the improvements that are going to be discussed here today are privately funded with no county dollars at play. So this was our original proposal brought forth in August of 2020. The original concept was to activate the park with some retail uses while simultaneously increasing the usable area, as there are a lot of kind of planting beds, raised areas that are not suitable for actual use within the water park today. Based on some of the feedback we received from the staff, we came back in September of 2020 with a modified plan that further increased the usable area in the water park and also significantly reduced the footprint of the retail buildings that are proposed. Based on additional meetings, again, both with staff and with the community, we came forward in November of 2020 with another revised plan. The most notable change here was the rotation of the kiosks that you can see here out near Crystal Drive in order to allow for more significant views in and out of the park from Crystal Drive. Finally, based on the comments that we received at the county board hearing, as well as some of the subsequent meetings with the community, we made some further refinements that I'll speak with you about in more detail here. I should note on this slide that we did increase the area between the middle kiosks to allow for greater visibility to the water wall at the interior of the park from Crystal Drive. So this is the illustrative site plan that we have today. I'm going to talk with you in more specificity about a few areas, specifically this southwest area of the park, the southeast area of the park, and some of the areas along Crystal Drive. Should note that in terms of the tree canopy, we're very proud that we were able to actually achieve a net increase in the number of trees. Some trees are being removed, but we are replacing them with a greater number here. So maintaining that green character of the open space. As Ms. Sontag pointed out, there were a few comments that we received from the community about both the soil volumes and the tree species types. With respect to the second item, the tree species types, we are happy to continue working with the community and the county's landscape staff to find the right mix of species as we get the details of that landscape plan worked out. We are also cognizant of the concerns about soil volumes And we too want to ensure that these trees here not only survive, but thrive in the area. One of the strategies we're reviewing is to increase the soil area under the sidewalks so that we will have the soil area at grade with the trees, but also some additional opportunities for the roots to extend into additional soil area. That's something, obviously, again, we're going to continue to work on through that final landscape process, but we are cognizant of the concern and will continue to design around that concern. So one of the big questions that was raised at the board hearing in January was about safety and the different modes here. And when we took a look at the water park today, we noticed that all of the different modes of transportation and directions of transportation, whether that's on the Crystal City Connector, whether that's on the Crystal Drive sidewalk or crossing Crystal Drive, all really had to meet in this area that we've termed the modal confluence zone. And as you can see, this area is not large. It doesn't provide a lot of space to maneuver. It doesn't provide great sight lines for people to see what the safe path might be and to make the right decision. And that's exacerbated further by the condition of the sidewalk along Crystal Drive. It's a little bit hard to see here, but there are trees essentially planted right in the middle of the sidewalk. Pedestrians have to weave around. So this is obviously a suboptimal condition and one that we wanted to remedy in our plans. So here in the current plan, you can see that we have expanded greatly the size of this modal confluence zone. We think this is going to provide a lot more opportunity for folks who are entering this area to be able to see any potential hazards, make the right decision, and continue to move efficiently on their way. A few other improvements we've made, we've straightened out and extended the sidewalk along Crystal Drive here. We've also provided an interior pedestrian walkway that allows for some relief if there is congestion along Crystal Drive, or if someone would just rather be a little closer to the park, be a little more in nature as they go along their way. We've also increased the width of the Crystal City Connector from 8 feet to 10 feet. And one other item to note here is that this larger modal confluence zone, there was some discussion about the grade change here at the exit from the Mount Vernon Trail onto the Crystal City Connector. But as you can see, as you get out to this area, it flattens out dramatically. And that's going to really allow for those better sight lines to allow people to make the right and the safe decision as they're moving through this area. So the other area I wanted to discuss was here in the southeast corner. We heard loud and clear from folks that our initial design, which had a stair connection between the Crystal City Connector and the main body of the water park, was creating desire lines that could be unsafe. So we have removed that connection and used it as an opportunity for some additional landscaping. There was also discussion about the connection here between the VRE path and the Crystal City Connector. We think this is a really important area to maintain a connection for two reasons. One is that the VRE connection is where the ADA connection can be provided, and we want to ensure that those with mobility challenges are able to access the Mount Vernon Trail through this connection. The other is just the desire to have a multimodal environment so that folks coming off the Mount Vernon Trail can take their bicycles, move on to the VRE, or vice versa. Despite keeping this connection in place, we did hear loud and clear that there are safety concerns, and we proposed some potential mitigants. We think that the use of paint, the use of signage, the use of mirrors, and the use of paving can really mitigate any potential concerns that folks might have. Again, I will note that these details are typically drawn out and completed during the civil engineering plan and final landscape plan process. However, we've given this a lot of thought as we know it's an important element of the community's use of this space. So a couple examples here, you can see that there is already an existing sign about this being a shared path. We would continue to use that kind of signage as well as some others to indicate to folks, whether on bicycles or on foot, that this is an area where different modes are going to mix. This is an area you should be careful, take maybe a little more time, a little more caution. That will also be signaled by these paint areas you can see here at both the modal confluence zone and the connection between the VRE and the Crystal City Connector. Again, a way of signaling that this is an area in which one should be careful and watch themselves. We can do the same thing with paving, which I'll talk about in a little more detail later. So I did want to talk in a little more specificity about the sidewalk. This is an excerpt from the Crystal City Sector Plan that discusses sidewalk widths. The sidewalk clear zone minimum that's called for is 6 feet. Our initial proposal came forward with an 8-foot clear zone, but we've enhanced that further based on community comments. This is the existing condition of the sidewalk along Crystal Drive. It is not good. There is no landscape buffer, and there are these trees that I mentioned earlier that require a pedestrian to kind of weave their way through them. Certainly a suboptimal condition. So what we've proposed here, excuse me, is to create a 5-foot landscape buffer, and then this 11-foot public pedestrian zone, which includes a 10-foot clear zone. You see the 20-foot kiosk zone, and then the variable width internal pedestrian zone that I discussed earlier. And I'd note that the generous distance between these kiosks does allow for some flow between the two different pedestrian zones. Showing you this in a little more detail here, you can see the width of the tree planters. There is a concrete curb that is not counted in that 11-foot pedestrian zone, but it provides a nice transition, I think, between the planting zone and the clear zone. Here is the 10-foot clear zone. And again, we increased that number from 8 based on comments from the community, as well as a 1-foot shy zone adjacent to the kiosks. And then interior of the kiosks is this interior pedestrian zone to provide a little more opportunity for pedestrians. So want to just give you a few precedent images here, some of the conditions that we're hoping to achieve. The mix of pedestrians and cyclists, I think, is an important part of a vibrant urban environment. Obviously, it has to be done right. It has to be done thoughtfully. But I do think it's the kind of community that we want to create, and one that we're going to be able to create here. Here are some great examples of those different modes mixing in a way that really works. I mentioned earlier the ability of paint to signal to folks where they should be, where they shouldn't be, where they need to be careful. Here are some great uses of paint. And we think this is a great opportunity to provide safety, provide guidance without hindering anyone or hindering anyone's sight lines as they go forward. Same issue with pavers. It can be used to signal to folks where to be careful. It also can be a great placemaking opportunity, as you see in the bottom center. So lastly, I'll walk through a few images, both of the existing water park as well as renderings of the proposed condition. So we are starting here on the southern edge of the water park, looking east, it's on Crystal Drive, looking east into the water park. This is the existing condition. You can see the proposed condition here. This is the internal pedestrian walkway. Here is one of the kiosks. Moving farther north, you can see what these trees in the middle of the sidewalk look like. And then our proposed condition with the 10-foot clear zone, the kiosks, and then the interior pedestrian walkway. Here is a view of the water wall as it is today, and the view in the future from Crystal Drive. Then the north edge of the park looking back south, and then in our proposed condition as well. And finally, I wanted to show you some images of the Crystal City Connector Tunnel. You saw a few of these photos during the hearing in January, and want to also show how we have proposed to address that. This is obviously a little bit further west from this image because we're not inside the tunnel, but you can see what we're proposing here at this connection between the BRE and the Crystal City Connector. You can see the signage that will signal to both pedestrians and bicycles that the modes are going to come together here. You can see the paint that is going to signal that this is an area to be careful. And then you can see where a potential mirror could be placed so that folks can see where the different modes may be coming from as they approach the intersection. So with that, I'll end my presentation. I appreciate your time, and we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Whitmore, for the presentation. We will now go to our commissions, and I believe Chair Bill Ross is here from our Parks and Rec Commission.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to offer a few comments. Park and Rec Commission has received a briefing on the water park project, and we've participated in discussions with other commissions, civic associations, and the applicant. And we appreciate the county board's January deferral on this project that allowed additional public engagement and comment. And we believe, and we've had experience several times in my tenure, that minor site plan amendments that involve significant changes in the layout or use of a public open space whether private or public, should all have a higher level of public engagement. And we ask that the county manager to direct the staff in the future to work more closely with advisory commissions on such proposals. Our commission's major comments and concerns probably revolved around the ongoing challenges to natural open space in this part of Arlington. And we support the detailed analysis and sentiments, for example, expressed by the contributions of the Livability 22202 group. On this project, we've expressed concerns about the proposed retail additions and how they will impose on one of the few remaining natural open spaces in the Crystal City area. We still wonder about the year-round consistency and the viability of these kiosks. And we've even suggested alternative of well-designed temporary or mobile kiosks that would allow JBG to offer flexible retail programs. And one example is we understand that the Regency Group is considering this type of solution for the market. I think you'll be seeing in a month or so. The applicant has produced several improvements to the design and nice improvements, including several good biophilic themes, such as the introduction of more curvilinear features and the breaking up of some of the existing hardscape areas, which we appreciate. And we do really appreciate the discussions it was cited among pedestrian and bicycle commissions, the applicant and the staff, to improve on the important non-car transportation features of this site. On the park's water feature, we have suggested a more biophilic natural look, perhaps something with a rockier mountain stream-like design. We would have thought such an approach would be more in line with other recent Crystal City area Virginia thematic proposals we've seen, such as for Met Park, Penn Place, and even the new Teardrop Park designs. More naturalistic design might have a better chance of not appearing out of date in a few years and would be even more attractive during the winter months when the water feature is not operational. Finally, we note that a significant number of established large or medium-sized trees will be taken out, and we urge the ongoing planning and design take this into account, as well as considerations for, as discussed earlier, survivable tree species, planting strip width, and soil volume. But we do appreciate some of the steps that the applicant is taking in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Really appreciate your thoughtful comments. So I believe that is all our commissions. And now we will go, Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have speakers on this item. I would like to confirm with our deputy clerk that we are ready to hear them. We were having some technical difficulties just a moment ago. Mason, are you there?
Okay, we certainly can take a brief moment while we see if we can provide an opportunity for our speakers to, I'll see if I can try to surface. There's a couple of issues that are there that we've heard. There may be questions on Mr. Ross's comments on the naturalistic stream type design. Certainly this is a biophilic, an area where biophilic or nature-infused and rooted thoughts are there. Those are a couple of issues. There's Mr. Whitmore described the path between the two, the bike route that comes out of the Crystal City Tunnel, the connector, that little short path that is there. That's another issue that I think came up when we discussed this in January. Those are really the biggest three. Are there other issues that colleagues want to surface, and we can at least surface them before we have our public comment?
Mr. Chair, Madam Clerk, the audio is back up. My apologies for the interruption.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Mason, I appreciate it. And so does that mean that we are ready for public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it appears so.
Great,
we will give it a shot. Our first speaker is Pamela Van Hine.
Ms. Van Hine.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman DeFerranti and board members, county manager staff, and everybody else who is present. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for your hard work. I am Pam Van Hine, a 35-year resident of Aurora Highlands, a pedestrian advocate, and one of the people who pushed for changes to the submitted plans for the water park renovation in January. I signed up to speak today so I could thank you for postponing a decision on the water park plans until today, and for encouraging the relevant committees and commissions to provide public forums for discussions of the plans and to make recommendations to you. By the way, the PAC chair sent the county manager the PAC letter this past Sunday, and I hope that was shared with you and you've had a chance to read it. I also want to thank the JBGS representatives who worked with us. They were responsive, collaborative, and a pleasure to work with. And I give special thanks to them for removing the problematic staircase and expanding the clear zone to 10 feet. Much appreciated. Finally, I would like to thank my fellow commentators and the PAC staff, and fellow PAC officers for collaborating on this project. And finally, by the way, let's not do this again. Please ensure that plans are reviewed by the relevant committees and commissions before coming to the board, perhaps through a mini SPRC process. We can help you, but you need to ask us for help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hine. We will appreciate your thoughts and comments. We'll go on to the other public speakers, and I hope that you will stay with us for the discussion, even if the discussion may be different from the January conversation. So I think our next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Dana Breeze, followed by Robert Mandel.
Mr. Breeze.
Yeah, good morning. I'd like to ask the board to modify the ordinance proposed by the staff to include greater specificity on the requirements for the changes. Specifically, the language in the ordinance needs to specifically address Crystal Drive, the sidewalks along Crystal Drive, and the Crystal City Connector Trail for the management of traffic and maintenance of access to those. To that end, I provided suggestions to the board for wording those changes to establish and maintain the trail and sidewalk during construction. I won't address those specifically here, but I hope you'll incorporate those changes. Most importantly, I remain concerned about the connection at the bottom of the hill between the Crystal City Connector Trail and the landing for the proposed VRE North entrance. I hope it won't present a safety hazard for pedestrians and cyclists near the tunnel entrances when the VRE station is completed, but the impact won't be known for some time. To provide for continued engagement, I'd ask the ordinance condition 58B11 include a requirement to collaboratively, including the community, the advisory committees, and the developer, to assess the safety of the trail VRE entrance connection after the proposed station is operational. If necessary, remedial efforts would be required if that assessment identifies safety hazards. However, if the applicant's design is working, as they hope and we hope, no changes would be necessary. We all have a commitment to safety, and I hope I'm wrong about the potential for conflicts, but this provides a methodology that's established that we can assess those challenges and repair them if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breeze.
Our next speaker is Robert Mandel, followed by Krista All.
Mr. Mandel.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Board. My name is Rob Mandel. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the National Landing Business Improvement District. And I'm really here this morning to reiterate some of the comments that I made back in January. They haven't changed all that much, but just wanted to reiterate them here. I also attached our letter to my registration slip, just so that you had it elevated again for you. The updates in the water park plan, really the bid supports. They evolve and meet the needs of today's Crystal City community by embracing the very latest and best practices in urban park design. The water park will include a variety of passive, active, and commercial uses and reasons to visit the park, as well as include a complete updated modern landscape design aesthetic. The new retail kiosks will complement the recently completed project across the street with Central District Retail, providing a double-loaded retail corridor, as well as affordable opportunities for small businesses to participate in the success of National Landing. I'll also add that this project is a really great reminder that improving the quality of existing open space can be a very valuable and even just as valuable investment as adding new open spaces to our inventory. And this is something particularly important to keep in mind given our constrained urban environment. So the national landing bid really looks forward to these improvements and the new Crystal City Water Park that will continue to serve as an iconic open space while serving the needs of a transforming downtown community. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel.
Our next speaker is Krista All, followed by Carol Fuller.
Mr. All.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Krista All, CCCRC. No, you should not worry that I'm here to insist that you defer this item yet again. From CCCRC and a broad community perspective, I would be pleased to see your approval to allow this project to get underway. However, this project and this process have provided some lessons and is illustrative of three broader issues and concerns which require some brief comments. First, it should definitely not be necessary for you, the board, to review and discuss this topic twice. But it also should not happen that staff deem this an issue to be settled without your genuine involvement. Guidelines may suggest what is a minor site plan amendment, and perhaps it then follows that public engagement should be one-way information only, and then also that the item should be hidden under the consent part of the agenda. But there has to be a limit to the automaticity and room for well-informed discussions or decisions by someone who understands the issue and the scope of its ramification. Now, local community members were only aware through voluntary efforts by the applicant, who may also have been misled about the process. Experts from relevant commissions and groups were not given a chance to review aspects of concern to them until after the initial wasted board meeting. Unfortunately, we have seen other cases where speed or avoidance of meetings seem to matter more than proper community engagement. So right when the scope for broader participation due to virtual meetings is being touted, especially those potential newcomers are the ones suffering the most. The problem is not with the technology, but with the excessive streamlining and lack of genuine dialogue. My second point, it's yet again clear that plans and processes involving transportation do not always reflect a full grasp of the realities in Crystal City. We are proudly touted as a transportation node, but it continues to be ignored that the street network in our narrow strip of land is already overburdened. Crystal Drive is the north-south street being asked to do everything, serving all the new development and being key to transit and commerce. Yet, the impact of introducing new hazards right at this epicenter of Crystal Drive and 18th was apparently not recognized. Similarly, a clearly inadequate sidewalk at the busy stretch between Longbridge Park and the Mount Vernon Trailhead, a perennial concern, did not get attention in the initial review. By the way, 1 year ago in the board meeting for 1900 Crystal Drive, I personally conveyed to you what the SPRC, including transportation staff, had concluded, namely that Crystal Drive needed a holistic review. I remember who among you spoke in support and who nodded in agreement. But now we find that staff do not seem to remember the commitment. Instead, we now receive in isolation a rushed and clearly suboptimal bike network proposal. So much for holistic review. We again ask for your support. And the third item, as is bound to happen, there are mixed views in the community about two aspects of the changes to the design of their beloved water park. Part of it is perhaps generational, and then it's a matter of personal taste and preference, where some want a more serene place. You have recently, and today, received formal comments on the general need for greener open spaces and a stronger overall focus on tree canopy. The water park may not be the best site to remedy that, but both I myself personally and the CCCRC would chime in with the general sentiment and requests which were submitted to you. And finally, the second aspect is commercialization. I have received many earfuls about that. The applicant's interest in adding some kiosks is understandable, and the proposal does not seem excessive. But I'll still try to reassure people that surely the applicant will instead cut back on their earlier plans for buildings and commercialization when the time soon comes to design the space across the street around the second metro entrance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. All. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next and final speaker is Carol Fuller.
Ms. Fuller.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. I am speaking on behalf of the Crystal City Civic Association. As everyone knows, we would prefer not to have commercial kiosks lining Crystal Drive in front of the water park, one of two iconic symbols for Crystal City, the other being the underground. However, the CCCA supports the revised site plan amendment for the water park, following broader public review and significant modifications by the applicant. We are pleased that the right level and breadth of public consultation was eventually achieved for this site plan amendment. We urge the county to ensure that a more holistic and environmental approach to site plan development is taken in future applications. The county board's deferral of approval at the January meeting in response to citizen concerns about some technical aspects of the proposal allowed time for more detailed review by pertinent advisory commissions. We particularly thank the applicant for the modifications they have made in removing the worrisome staircase from the DRE bike path to the water park, widening the sidewalk and buffer zone along Crystal Drive, and offering to work with tree and natural resource experts to determine the soil volume and the type of trees that will survive in the buffer zone. As for the ongoing design of the VRE and bike path, the CCCA will continue to participate in the VRE Technical Advisory Committee to ensure full safety consideration of the connection between the VRE platform and the entrance to the CC connector tunnel of the Mount Vernon Trail. In conclusion, having learned from this experience of what was not really a minor site plan amendment, we asked the county manager to ensure that a more holistic and sustainable approach to site plans be followed in the future, along the lines of the Livability 22202 letter of March 7, 2021, including consideration of the position of a sustainability coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. That concludes our public speakers. We have heard from our commissions, the applicant, and so the discussion is with the board. I do want to, we had a couple of questions, but I will note that our commission, as well as all the public speakers, spoke in favor of the adjusted and changed proposal. So I would suggest that we try to get a motion on the table to start, and we can then have questions and conversations after that, if that works. Is there a motion, or is there?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Crystal.
I'd be happy to do that. I'm going to move the manager's recommendation with an amendment, and I'll ask our clerk if she could prepare that amendment to feature on the screen. I move that we adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report amending Site Plan 167 to allow for updates to the Crystal City Connector Path and the proposed VRE North entrance, as well as the streetscape landscape water feature, and to further add retail structures, including density conversion to facilitate the construction of new commercial gross floor area at the Crystal City Water Park, subject to previously approved conditions and new conditions 52 through 60, with the following revisions to 55C and 56 B. These incorporate, although not fully, some of the recommendations Mr. Bress had submitted to us. Certainly, I am in agreement, and I believe our staff is as well, with the idea that the maintenance of the surfaces of the Crystal City connector should be just as important as maintenance of the street, and that closures of the Crystal City connector caused by the activity required to realize the site plan amendments we're voting on today should be fully communicated and limited in scope to the extent possible, alongside the closures of traffic lanes. So those are the amendments that I think we can further, or I'd like us to further incorporate to the manager's recommendation. And with a second, I can try to further speak to it.
Second.
Great. So I think this has been summarized this already. Again, I don't know if our staff wanted to add anything, I'd welcome that. I appreciate Mr. Bress bringing this up to our attention. Mr. Bress also noted in his comments in advance and to us today that he maintains an interest in more public review and in a safety review at the conclusion of the VRE station, so that we can see how these kind of multimodal interactions, I guess, are functioning, which I think is a fair request. I think that the comments that have been raised today about public engagement, both ensuring that we don't repeat a foreshortened public engagement process on site plan amendments, and also thinking about how we will evaluate engage the public going forward are subjects that I think are for ripe discussion among us as the board, but I'm not advancing anything in writing at this point to memorialize that as part of the site plan amendment. But I do have some questions about the biophilic elements, definitely want to talk about process as well, but happy to have made this motion to get us started. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So we will take questions, and as colleagues have them, go ahead and get in the queue as you wish. But I think we'll start with Ms. Crystal. You mentioned you had questions. I'm tracking. There's process, and then there's also the biophilic piece. But go ahead and start if you are ready with a question.
Yeah. I'd be happy to, and I guess I can be a little blunt in framing this one. It's for, I suspect, our manager, actually, because I think it is probably a leadership level determination rather than a staff planner determination. But we've certainly heard from a lot of folks that we probably could have obviated the need for deferral and a second meeting if the site plan amendment had gone through more of our usual processes. I'd associate myself with that optimism and with some of the comments that came forward about ensuring this doesn't happen again, right? That site plan amendments are treated with a little more process and engagement. So I think my question, to put a finer point on it, is how do we effectuate that? Right? Have you all gotten that message loud and clear already? Do we need further direction from the board? Do we have a sense of why this received kind of a limited process of engagement and how we could prevent that from happening again?
Message received loud and clear, and it was part of actually the message that I spoke to in January. I'm going to ask Mr. Schreiber to describe some of the changes we've made to how we're going to look at minor site plans. Aaron?
Mr. Schreiber.
Good morning, board members. This is Aaron Schreiber. So thank you for the question. And as the manager mentioned, we fully understand the concern that has been expressed by the community as it relates to minor site plan amendments, as well as the will of the board to provide some additional community outreach. So one of the things that we've done or we've put in place since that deferral at the January meeting is we've created a new virtual engagement effort. This is an effort that we've already piloted twice on similar minor site plan amendments or use permits, one of which you approved on your consent agenda today, which was the Reed Elementary School use permit amendment. And so what we've done for some of these projects is this new community engagement tool that we've created. This is something that we have hosted during the day to try and engage a broader segment of the community. We've hosted that and we've allowed the community to provide additional feedback to us. So that's an additional element that we use or that we are piloting and we're looking to roll out in similar projects. And so for this one, though the applicant had some community engagement, some virtual meetings following the deferral, this project then went to various commissions and committees. So it went to the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, it went to the Park and Rec Commission, and then it came back forward to the board. So I think that what we're doing from this point forward is, even if it is considered a minor amendment by way of the zoning ordinance, we are considering the scope of that request and then determining if additional community engagement other than what we typically do at the communicate level is appropriate. And that's where we're starting to roll out these new virtual engagement efforts. Like I said, so far we've done 2 of those on project, and it's just been an additional way to get community feedback prior to the board hearing those. So those are things we're trying, and we'll continue to utilize those as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. Go ahead, Ms. Crystal.
No, I have one other question on the design for the applicant to weigh in on and just to surface, but I suspect colleagues might have thoughts on process too. So why don't I yield the floor for further discussion there. But I really appreciated that, Mr. Schreiber, and gives me some confidence that we have concrete plans to bring forward technically minor site plan amendments that may have a major impact on how people experience sites.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So we'll stay just on process. For my part, the conversation in January, the points that have been raised today, help address it, and I do appreciate Mr. Schreiber's, concrete steps. So I'll go to Mr. Dorsey and then Ms. Garvey on process here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to comment, I appreciate Mr. Schreiber's response there. Hopefully that works. I just will remind all of us, we last dealt with this with a minor site plan amendment in Ballston and expressed similar concerns that we somehow bridge that gap between what is technically minor from a staffing perspective versus major impact for the community. So we haven't gotten there, even though I think our will was expressed clearly with that one as well. So it's probably going to be subject to a little trial and error, and it's probably not fair to expect that we'll always get it right. But in this particular case, it was flagged, we adjusted, and I think we're getting to a good result. So while I appreciate the process improvements, but we do have fail-safes to make sure that even if we don't get it right the first time, we hopefully can get it right before final action.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, and I'll just add a little bit. We have very persistent residents who don't let us slip back, and they continue to insist that their comments are included, and they push us to do better, and really appreciate that. I also want to acknowledge, which we'll probably talk about at the end too, is the responsiveness of the applicant and everything they've done to respond to what people wanted, which is great. Particularly when you remember, if I'm recollecting correctly, it's their property, and they're giving us an easement. So I do appreciate the responsiveness, and I think we're going to continually improve. And I'm really glad to hear Mr. Schreiber talk again about using virtual methods, because I think that's going to really help get better and more and broader participation by people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully align with the comments so far. I mean, what a difference it make when there was a decent way and participation of our commissions, etc. We should remember just one thing. It was these oddly positioned stairs that really conflicted with the trail, and it was an obvious conflict. That was an obvious safety issue that triggered the more intense scrutiny on the project. So I do believe that to some degree we have also there are some common sense approaches to that. Like, this is a public plaza, a lot of new kiosks come on, a lot of new users. The applicant definitely has a vision for this. I think also the community has a vision of this, and it is happening in the middle of a, very vibrant and dynamic place where urbanism are really in public discussion. So this should trigger all the flags that for outreach and get everybody's input in. I'm absolutely stunned about how well this evolved. how many issues have been resolved. There are still issues for me, and there will be always issues there. Not everything will be liked by everybody, but I am stunned how much work has been done from when we deferred, and I actually congratulate all parties on that. I was impressed by how many times Mr. Whitmore referenced public input in his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. So I think that takes us to any sort of concluding questions, and we may have several of them, but Ms. Crystal to start.
Thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about the design and something that Mr. Ross and the Parks and Recreation Commission raised that I thought was interesting. One of the things that I think we're all starting to get our heads around as we conceive of what biophilic principles in design really mean is that it's not just about incorporating nature itself into the built environment, but actually trying to create elements of architecture, landscape architecture that mirror nature. And so to that effect, I know the Parks and Recreation Commission had advised that, sort of a more natural looking with a sort of something that better mimicked a stream-like design, like we've seen at Met Park, in that design, or the new Teardrop Park. And they had specifically raised, as they noted to us, that, this is perhaps a better way to make sure that the design doesn't feel faddish or out of date in the years to come, and that it actually could also be attractive during the winter months when obviously the water feature can't operate. We received a letter just this morning from Ms. Jakubowski in the Crystal City area that talked in sort of personal terms that really brought home what this might have meant. When she had sort of talked about the way the view from atop the fountain or of atop the fountain is had intended to be a pocket of nature and had provided that impact or effect for long-term residents of the county. And she was especially regretful to see that go. So I suppose I'd be interested in asking the applicant to just respond. I mean, the design is before us. I'm not inclined, obviously, as the maker of the motion, to defer this for further designs. But I wonder if you could just shed some light into your thinking about the design. I know you brought your landscape architects to the last meeting. I don't know if they're with us today. And, to the extent that anything can be done in post-approval that might create the more nature mimicking features of the architecture and a more, pardon the pun, evergreen design.
Thanks, Ms. Crystal. So a few things I think to note on that issue. Certainly biophilic design has been at the forefront of what we instructed our landscape architects and others to work on here. I think one of the really important points to note is that the water park as it exists today is a very formalistic design. It looks great from an aerial photograph, but when you're down on the ground, it's suboptimal in terms of use and some of the functionality. And I think what we've really done that I think speaks to those biophilic principles is to make the park more usable. And we've done that with about a 9% increase in usable area in the park through our design. So I think that's an important part to discuss as we talk about the biophilic nature of the park in general. In terms of the water wall, our thinking at looking at this is that is really an iconic element of Crystal City. Whenever you see pictures of Crystal City, that seems to be the item that is chosen as the representative image. And we thought that making a change to that at this point would probably be a little too dramatic. Certainly, we heard some of these comments recently about the potential for those revisions, but we thought that maintaining that kind of iconic element of the water park made sense at this point. So I don't know if Jack Kelly from JBG Smith or any of the folks from Hair Shout want to weigh in further on this issue.
Hey everyone, this is Jack Kelly with the development group at JBG. I'll just add that, and this isn't totally apparent from looking at the 2D site plan, but in terms of some of the natural features that we've explored with our fountain consultant, there are some areas with some bouldering and some other natural features that flank both the north and south side of the fountain that we think will help address some of these concerns. And those will go in place of the area today, which are these kind of linear runnel fountains that extend in that same location, north-south. And so we replaced that kind of hardscape and some of those hard lines with softer bouldering and landscaping, which we'd be happy to share in terms of perspectives and other views around what that looks like. But I think Keg's right. We heard throughout the process a number of times that the water wall in particular, and the design there was something the community really cared about. So we wanted to respect that in our new design. As part of the process to construct the park, we would go back and evaluate, in terms of areas to potentially update some of the material and the way that the water actually falls over the surface to maybe give it a more modern touch. But those are all things as we continue to design that we want to, engage with staff and the community on in terms of using what we have to make sure that in the long term it doesn't look dated. I know that was one of the concerns that came up as well.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I think that the insight I'm taking away from that is that there were a lot of community priorities to be incorporated into the design, and you've done your best to juggle both the value that the current design and its visual features project to the community with desires to incorporate more of a natural and longstanding design. So I think I can leave it there and defer to colleagues.
Sure, and if we need to do another round, we can. So, Mr. Karantonis, I think you were next, or is that a vestige? And Ms. Garvey, are you next?
As you wish, Mr. Chair. Ms. Garvey.
We'll go.
All right, I'll just go quickly because I'm sort of following where Ms. Crystal left off, but also dipping back into process. I was struck when I think when Mr. Whitmore was making his presentation about what comes next in the process. And I think this is a question really for Mr. Schreiber, because I believe there's going to be a review of the landscape plan, a review of the civil engineering, and there was a third part too. So if Mr. Schreiber would talk, so it's not like this is done and baked and finished. If you could talk a little bit more about the process moving forward and what the staff will continue to review, and maybe touch a little bit on what you think about as you do those kinds of reviews.
Sure. So again, Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. And so, Ms. Garvey, you're correct. The next stages would be administrative reviews of the final landscape plan as well as the civil engineering plan. And what staff looks to there, it is a collaborative effort amongst, depending upon which applicant or which plan they're reviewing, between CPHD, DES, and DPR, in terms of looking at that administrative plan to ensure that it meets the intent and the spirit of the site plan amendment in front of you. That's why we also have those very specific site plan conditions that speak to all of the elements that need to go in there. And so that's what gets carried forward. Those are administrative approvals. They do take a matter of months to go through various levels of review and revisions until they are deemed appropriate and then can be approved. Then the applicant is able to start pulling permits to actually do the work. So I would not expect that they would be able to start doing any of the work within the water park within the next month or so. It'll probably be later in the summer or the fall when they'll be able to do that. And that would be best case scenario, I would think. And so they will be pulling permits. There will probably be some very limited demo activity, if any. And then it really will be work within that private area in order to build what you're seeing today. And then ultimately they will be granting that public access easement as well, which will be the final piece.
Thank you. And do you know, I'm going to channel Mr. Byrne a little bit. When there's a review of the landscape plan with DPR and others, is there some thought to the native species, the pollinators, all of those kinds of issues that people bring up all the time? Is that part of the review?
Yes, so the final selection on tree species is part of the final landscape plan review, which does occur, again, following the board's approval. So if there are any specific types of species that are requested, that's where we would usually get that granular in the conditions, but here we haven't. So again, that is something that will occur through coordination of our landscape architect and then the applicant as they go through the various revisions on that landscape plan.
All right, that's great. At some point, I think I might get a briefing on how that works, because I'm assuming that we're starting to infuse things about thinking about pollinators, thinking about what's good for nature and biophilia, maybe more than we have in the past. But this is fine. It's good to understand that there is continued to be more review. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis, then Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Ms. Crystal's remarks on the water wall, I I was also thinking a lot about the how much of a renaturalization would be appropriate or good there, like the Parks and Recs Commission recommended. On the other side, I was thinking that it's also a very sculptural element there, so it is something that has a very interesting presence in the entirety of this design. I saw also the many boulders that the architects have placed in the renderings, and I have to say I'm not so sure that so many are appropriate or that they are harmonious with the overall more modern design idea of that. I have to remark one thing, the idea of the water bar, I find it a very cool thing. I believe that it will be among the most popular spaces there. And speaking about these things, the Parks and Rec Commission, and I believe also other, public commenters, and also in the discussion in the community, pointed out that asked why so many kiosks, why, the plan adds basically 10 kiosks, 8 smaller ones in groups of 2, 4 in the front. I appreciate that the applicant has opened a little bit the vistas to the water wall and to the center of the plaza. So my question is that not too much, or is the commercial concept here supporting so much activity? Most of these kiosks, I imagine, will be basically restaurants, right?
That's correct.
Got it. So the question, is that a question for staff?
Yes, it's more of a question, maybe also for the applicant to answer. Why does it have to be so many kiosks? I mean, this is obviously, it's not only the kiosk, it's also the hardscape that goes with the kiosk, and where people sit around, etc. I guess what's behind the question is, how can we find ways to reduce a little bit the hardscape and in favor of landscape, of parkscape?
So Mr. Whitmore.
I'm going to let Mr. Kelly respond to that.
Thanks, Mr. Karantonis. Yeah, this is Jack Kelly with JBG. So we thought a lot about this during the process in terms of what was the right scale for additional retail in this location. And throughout the process, as Ken alluded to during the presentation, we did reduce the number of kiosks and the overall ghost floor area as part of that process in response to a lot of the same comments that we got initially with our original proposal. And I think from a master planning perspective, as we look at our holdings in Crystal City, in this area in particular, across from CDR and 1770, where we have invested a lot in additional activation at the ground floor level, we have always looked for areas within our master plan where we could see some activation on both sides of the street. We think from an urban planning perspective, that's very important, especially in kind of the new vision that we have for Crystal City National Landing. And so in terms of the count of kiosks themselves, as part of how we would merchandise those, you're right, they would primarily be food and beverage. And we think the diversity of options there will be really important to keep them fresh and vibrant and predictable throughout the year. And I know there was also a comment about the viability of these kiosks all 4 seasons. I think in a post-COVID world, whatever that might look like, we think that the use of the areas that you mentioned, Mr. Karantonis, around the kiosk with the hardscape, you can see in our site plan, we'll have ample seating in areas that will be available for people to take their food or take their drink and relax and touch down for a bit and wander about through the park. But it will also serve as a flexible area for additional programming. We have found that with these types of spaces, as we look at similar areas across the country, the activation by way of programming on a consistent basis is very important. And so the diversity of offerings here will allow for that. And we also think that, again, the way that we've designed that internal pathway will provide space for things like farmers markets and other things that we hope to partner with the bid in the community on. And so that's just, we think, complementary to what we would hope to be a reliable, consistent offering with these kiosks. Today, there's one out there today that many might be familiar with called The Stand. And we've really struggled with that. I think that the issue around having enough critical mass to really attract the different types of merchandising that we think will help create value in this space is important. And so it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy we see in many of these locations where there is no exact right number in many cases, but most of the time we find that you do need enough going on within a confined space in order to make the different users and tenants in these spaces viable. One thing to note on the kiosk program itself, they are modular in nature, they are permanent. However, they do come with fully stocked kitchens. And so we think in kind of a post-COVID world, that'll help attract a lot of different offerings to this location, because in terms of the setup time required to put a new concept in one of these kiosks, it could be measured in a matter of days, which we think is attractive to help keep things fresh. And so as the community experiences some of the things that we'll program for this space, some may not work out in all cases, but the good news is we've tried to design these kiosks in a way that will allow new tenants and new programming to circulate throughout the space on a pretty consistent basis. And so we find that attractive as part of our kind of urban planning effort here. So I'm not sure if that totally answers your question. I think one of the other things that we find as a benefit along Crystal Drive here, there was a lot of discussion about the spacing. And as you can see, we've made some adjustments to that throughout the process. But one of the things that is really hard out there in terms of the existing condition is the lack of buffer along Crystal Drive with the bus lane and all of the kind of the traffic going by. And, I think we've mitigated some of that with the additional plantings right alongside the curb there. But the kiosks themselves and the seating in between them will also provide, we think, a really nice buffer for both sound and safety reasons to really frame the space within the park to be usable in a more flexible way, especially in a multi-generational way with people with kids and other young folks who might want to move out about the space without having to worry that someone might walk into a bike lane or a bus lane. And so we do think that that kind of linear way of organizing them along Crystal Drive will help provide some of that.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. That was very thorough, and I understand the concept of enclosing and protecting the interior of the plaza, thus creating an urban oasis there. Second question, very quick, and if it can be answered briefly, public art in this park, is that still something we will be working on, or is there any plan for that?
So this is Jack again. Thanks for the question. So yes, that will be part of our programming here, and in a big way. Some of you who have been by lately may have noticed there was actually a temporary piece of art that was placed out in the water park recently during the Cherry Blossom Festival. And so we only hope with the reprogramming and redesign of the park that we'll find more opportunities to do that alongside BID and others. There's clearly ample area within the park to be able to both have permanent art and temporary art seasonally. And so as part of thinking about how we manage art district-wide, the water park will be a big part of that.
Thank you. Just last question, that's for our staff. So to me, I think that the improvements in the safety of the connector to the Mount Vernon Trail and to VRA are significant. I hear Mr. Brace about evaluating as we go and as we implement and as we build. I hear that very well. For me, still, the element that concerns me the most is actually the tunnel itself, which is not inside the scope of this work here. But whose responsibility is that?
I guess that might be for Mr. Schreiber or Ms. Sontag.
I think we have Joanne Gabor on today too. She might be able to talk a little bit about that.
Great, Ms. Gabor.
Hello again, my name is Joanne Gabor with DES. Unfortunately, I do not know who owns and controls the tunnel. It's something we can look into and see if we can work with them again as this tunnel improvements are completed. As we can see if there's something we can integrate into this in terms of in the tunnel or on the far side of the tunnel, the opposite side from the water park. And as the applicant comes in with their engineering plan, we can see what we can do for them.
Yeah, I mean, just to state that I see that these are important connections to new natural resources, not only to Mount Vernon Trail, but also to the wooded area that will be now more accessible, I hope, that goes all the way up to Orchard Run. And, you know, I cannot imagine a person in a wheelchair, you know, safely going through this tunnel without being, you know, really afraid of you know, their safety. So for future reference, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis and Ms. Gabor. We'll, if we can, I'll leave it to you to follow up, but I do think it's an important question because that tunnel is, I can understand the safety concerns. So, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As brief concluding comments, let me just say that as someone who has enjoyed this area, frequent visitor along with my family, I actually recognize that it certainly got a lot of utility the way it is now, but I certainly see room for even greater utility with what is proposed, and I look forward to it. Whenever you talk about a public space or something that functions as a public space, when you talk about its redesign, you're likely not going to capture everyone being on board, but I do think that over time, this will provide ample opportunity for a wide variety of Arlington stakeholders, no matter their interest, to really enjoy this park in a way that they haven't before. I think the process, while certainly we could have had a better outcome earlier and with less consternation, I think we're eventually getting to a really good outcome, as people have described throughout all of the engagement. It's really produced a better product. And I'd just like to say, moving forward, even though questions may remain, this is a case where we should always remember top of mind that everyone's interests are aligned. The applicant wants to have a space that everyone enjoys and that is safe. And so I have every confidence that they will work with staff and the community to ensure that it is both safe, but also incredibly useful and attracts people who can enjoy any of the facilities. So I look forward to this happening. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make a few concluding remarks too, and just build a little bit on what Mr. Dorsey said. I agree. It's been bumpy, but I really feel like it's anyway, I'm pleased at what I'm seeing about how people are working together with the developer and with the county. And I think, yes, indeed, all of the interests are aligned. And I think people realize that and are willing to work through some difficulties to get there. I do want to recognize again, I think JBG is being really quite generous, giving us, this is their land, and they're giving us the easements and allowing us to have a lot to say about how they're using it. And I think it will make it better for everybody. And again, I think everybody's kind of realizing how our interests are aligned. So I'm pleased with this. Again, a little bumpy, but I think we did end up in a good place. And I think it bodes well for the future because there's a lot that needs to be going on in Crystal City, as Mr. All mentioned in his comments. And finally, on the tunnel, that's one of those questions when you ask it, you think of course, staff's going to know the answer. And it comes back that nobody's quite sure who does control that tunnel. So I will be interested in learning more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So I'll just offer, I don't know if there are other concluding remarks. I will say that the process may not have been perfect, but I do think it's important to focus on all of our speakers and commissions. Eventually, we reached an agreeable result. I do appreciate Mr. Bress. I'm not perfect on pronunciation. My last name is hard to pronounce, so Mr. Breeze or Mr. Bress, I'll get it right. We did, and I'm happy to follow up, but we did incorporate your suggestions, not all of them, but I do think that there is that commitment to collaboration, so I'm happy to support this as well. And seeing no other hands or comments, we will go ahead and ask for a vote. We'll start with the maker of the motion, Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
And Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye. The motion passes 5-0. We will call the next item. Thank you very much to everyone who worked on this item as it came back to us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Whitmore, everyone, thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, will you call the next item? I believe it's item 33.
Items 33, A through D for Courthouse Landmark Block at 2044, 2046, 2050 Wilson Boulevard, 1520 North Courthouse Road, and 2041, 2045, 2049 15th Street North, which includes a rezoning from C3 zoning districts to the CO zoning district. a new site plan 457 to construct a residential apartment building with ground floor retail and a below-grade parking garage. Purchase and sale agreement between the county board and GS Courthouse owner LLC for the sale of the property and improvements located at 2049 15th Street North, and an ordinance of vacation to vacate a portion of North Yule Street with conditions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's certainly quite a bit in this four-part discussion. It all relates to one site plan. So, Mr. Manager, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of county staff present today. So Chrissy Walentish is the lead and will give the presentation. Mr. Schreiber is available. Melissa Danowski from CPHD can speak to housing issues, and Lauren Ferris from CPHD can speak to any historic preservation issues. We have Mike Haluski here to talk a little bit about the, Mike Haluski and Linda Collier talk a little bit about the boundary issues and sort of sale of the property. Dennis Sellen from DES, Diane Probus from DPR, and me. So over to Ms. Walentish.
Ms. Walentish.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Can you all hear me all right?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. It's nice to virtually hear and see you all again. Again, for the record, I'm Chrissy Walentish with the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. And I'm joined by various staff, as Mr. Schwartz mentioned, including Dennis Sellen with the Department of Environmental Services. And we're here to present on the Courthouse Landmark Block redevelopment project. The subject sites that you'll be considering today include a rezoning. Subject items that you'll be considering include a rezoning of all subject parcels from C3 to CO, a new site plan to construct a 423-unit residential apartment building with ground floor retail and a below-grade parking garage, a purchase and sale agreement for the county's sale of the investment building to the developer, and a vacation of a portion of North Yule Street. The subject site is comprised of 7 parcels with addresses on Wilson Boulevard, North Courthouse Road, 15th Street North. The site takes up an entire county block and is bound by Clarendon and Wilson Boulevards to the north, North Courthouse Road to the east, 15th Street North to the south, and North Yule Street to the west. In the aerial image on the right, you can see the site's proximity to one of the courthouse metro station entrances, the one that is within the Strayer building and directly adjacent to the CVS pharmacy on Clarendon Boulevard. In regard to the county neighborhoods, the site is located within the courthouse neighborhood and within the boundaries of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and directly adjacent to both Radnor-Fort Myer Heights and Colonial Village Civic Associations, and is in close proximity to the Lion Village Citizens Association. The site is currently zoned C3, which allows for general commercial uses and is shown on the map on the left. The surrounding zoning districts to the site are mostly CO, but with C3 and CO 2.5 found across Wilson and Clarendon Boulevards. The map shown on the right shows the site's designation on the county's general land use plan, which is office, apartment, hotel, high. The site is also within the Courthouse Square Special District, and a rezoning of the site to the CO zoning district is consistent with the site's CLUP designation. There have been no previous site plan approvals on this site. The subject site is currently developed with 7 1- to 3-story buildings that front on both Clarendon Boulevard excuse me, and 15th Street North, which you can see from these street views. The existing buildings contain a mix of retail and office uses and were constructed between 1947 and the 1970s. According to the Courthouse Sector Plan Addendum for Courthouse Square, the landmark block contains the only remaining examples of buildings representing the area's history as an important commercial corridor bordering the civic seat. 2 of the existing buildings, the investment building and the First Federal Savings and Loan building, are listed on the county's historic resources inventory and are identified as important, which will require aspects of preservation, which I will discuss in a moment. Looking at the development proposal, we have a request to rezone the site to CO, a vacation of a portion of North Yule Street, and a new mixed-use development with 423 units and a 20-story building, with 17,000 square feet of retail space on the ground floor, and 219 parking spaces located in a below-grade parking garage. One of the most important aspects of this project is a very robust community benefits package that we were able to work out with the developer, Greystar Real Estate Partners. In order to earn additional density above that which the zoning ordinance allows, the applicant is providing extensive benefits and improvements, including, but not limited to, a pedestrian promenade along North Yule Street, preservation of 2 historic building facades, and extensive transportation and streetscape improvements surrounding the site, just to name a few. All of the benefits and improvements help fulfill the goals of the sector plan recommendations and will provide great benefits to the county. We'll take a closer look at the full list of community benefits during this presentation. The landmark block is within the boundaries of the courthouse sector plan, which was approved in 1981, amended in 1993, and then in 2015, the county board approved the courthouse sector plan addendum for Courthouse Square, which encompasses a smaller area within the courthouse neighborhood where the focus is on a model urban government center. You can see on the left the Courthouse Square concept plan. The Courthouse Square addendum is the main policy tool used to guide the redevelopment of the landmark block. On the right, you can see the addendum's 10 priority recommendations for Courthouse Square. Recommendations 1 through 4 and 10 are directly impacted by the redevelopment of the landmark block. In the staff report, I do go into detail about how the redevelopment proposal addresses and in many ways accomplishes these recommendations, which include the vision of a 21st century square, central metro access, shared streets, a Courthouse Square promenade, and a high level of sustainability features and design. In an effort to help fulfill these priority recommendations, the addendum also provides specific guidance on the redevelopment of certain sites, including the landmark block, which I will briefly sum up in the following slides. Looking at the building composition, you can see the addendum's guidance on the left and the development's proposal and the proposal's conformance on the right. For ground floor uses, the ground floor retail is proposed along Clarendon Boulevard, the North Ewell Street Promenade, and a portion of 15th Street North, as well as a portion of North Courthouse Road. For building use, the proposed primary use of the building is residential with affordable units and with retail proposed on the ground floor. For building height, the proposed building height is 210 feet. For parking and loading, access to the parking garage and loading areas proposed on North Courthouse Road, and knockout panels are proposed in the garage for future connection to the county garage under the future Civic Square. For massing, the applicant has designed the building with prominent step-backs on the north and south sides of the building where second floor terraces and amenities, including a pool, are located, and a much slighter step-back on the western side that faces the promenade. In site considerations, the applicant has followed the guidance for historic preservation by reincorporating 2 historic facades back into the development proposal. The Courthouse Square addendum also provides specific guidance on building frontages and streetscape dimensions for all 4 frontages. The site's frontage on Clarendon Boulevard should support an active streetscape that encourages indoor activity to spill out onto the sidewalk. The frontages along North Courthouse Road and 15th Street North should support a variety of uses such as smaller retail or any uses that encourage ground floor activation. The frontage along North Ewell Street is intended to serve as the main gateway from Clarendon Boulevard into Courthouse Square and should reinforce a sense of arrival and include outdoor seating and plenty of room for events and outdoor activities. The proposed development is consistent with the frontage and streetscape guidance on all 4 frontages. The last 2 slides covered the addendum's guidance for the actual building design. So now we will look at the project's proposed on and off-site improvements and the community benefits that are being provided. And then I'll cover how these aspects of the project help fulfill the goals and recommendations of the sector plan addendum. So here's a list of the proposed community benefits and site plan improvements. For transportation, we have the improvements along Wilson Boulevard, Clarendon Boulevard, North Courthouse Road, and 15th Street North, as well as the construction of the promenade along North Ewell Street between Clarendon Boulevard and 15th Street North. Also, as I mentioned, the inclusion of knockout panels within certain sections of the underground parking garage. For historic preservation, we have the preservation of 2 historic facades for the First Federal Savings and Loan building and also for the investment building, HABS documentation for the Simmons building, as well as provision of historic markers commemorating the significance of Lawyers Row. For sustainability, the developer will be committing to LEED Gold building certification, 22% energy savings, an Energy Star score of 80, 4% electrical vehicle charging stations, and 15% electrical vehicle ready infrastructure within the garage. For public art, we are looking at a cash contribution to the Public Art Fund that will go toward a new installation within Courthouse Sector Plan area. For affordable housing, we are looking at a contribution of 8 on-site committed affordable units consisting of 4 one-bedroom and 4 two-bedroom units. Those are affordable up to 60% AMI. In open space, we are looking at a contribution toward improvements to the future Civic Square for we are thinking for more short-term implementation in the vicinity of the existing parking lot near North Courthouse Road and 14th Street North. This slide shows the proposed transportation and streetscape improvements surrounding the site. The main highlights include on 15th Street North, aspect of a curbless concrete shared street on the eastern portion of the street, a landscape buffer across 15th Street North on the side of the street of the Mother Tree, removal of the curb cut to the municipal parking lot, and an enhanced mid-block crossing. Construction of 3 sawtooth bus bays in the eastbound direction of 15th Street North on the western portion of the street closer to Courthouse Plaza. On North Yule Street, the applicant will construct a pedestrian-oriented promenade in the public right-of-way between Clarendon and 15th Street North. Promenade will retain access for emergency vehicles, but will be otherwise used solely for pedestrian circulation. On Clarendon and Wilson Boulevards, the widening of and improvements to the median between Clarendon and Wilson Boulevards, including relocation of the compassion sculpture currently in the median, the widening of the sidewalk by up to 12 feet on Wilson Boulevard directly in front of several restaurant establishments located there, which will provide a more enhanced streetscape, and also a protected bike lane in both directions. On North Courthouse Road, we're looking at a raised and protected bicycle track in the southbound direction, as well as curb extensions at the intersection with 15th Street North. So all of these improvements are recommended by the Courthouse Square Addendum and help carry out the long-range planning goals for this site and the surrounding area. In addition to these improvements, the county found an opportunity to perform additional improvements surrounding the site that did not make it into the community benefits package. So the county has previously allocated money within the capital improvement plan to conduct improvements to 15th Street North in an effort to reduce disruptions to the community and avoid delays to the construction and improvements surrounding the site. The county has partnered with the developer to have these additional improvements conducted at the same time as landmark block improvements, and the county will pay for the improvements that were not negotiated as part of the community benefits package. These improvements are shown in attachment 3 to the staff report and are outlined in condition 58. Moving along to historic preservation, as I mentioned, there are 2 historic buildings in the project area that rank in important category, which is the second highest ranking in the county's historic resources inventory. These include the First Federal Savings and Loan Building and the Investment Building. Courthouse Square Addendum's guidance for these historic properties states that facade preservation is recommended with sensitivity to how the facade fits with the new infill development project. Here's a look at the current existing facade for the First Federal Savings and Loan Building. It's been extensively altered over the years, and consequently, as the building is developed, more change is appropriate to accommodate new uses and the larger development as a whole. To the right on this slide, you can see the applicant's proposal for the slight redevelopment of the historic facade, which mostly utilizes the original 1946 massing and fenestration patterns. There was conversation at the Planning Commission hearing that noted a different second-story fenestration pattern from what the applicant is proposing, and a pattern that the Planning Commission, the HALRB, and the Historic Preservation staff would like to reincorporate into the project. So given that development, staff has added a clause to the Historic Preservation condition in 15 to require that the applicant continue to work with staff to ensure the proper fenestration patterns are applied to the second story level of this historic facade. This is a view of the investment building on 15th Street North. The facade of the investment building features significant architectural details that contribute to the building's style and significance. The applicant is proposing to relocate this facade from its current mid-block location on 15th Street to the southeast corner of the landmark block at the intersection of 15th Street North and North Courthouse Road. So in addition to preservation of these 2 historic facades, the applicant will also be providing that HABS documentation for the Simmons building, which I mentioned, and will be erecting those historic markers on 15th Street North to commemorate the significance of Lawyers Row. For open space, the applicant is constructing a pedestrian-oriented promenade along North Yule Street directly adjacent to the site. This aspect of the project helps fulfill the Courthouse Square Addendum's goals for open space, given that the promenade is one of the priority recommendations. It should be noted that while the Courthouse Square Addendum refers to this feature as open space, North Yule Street will technically remain a public right-of-way with emergency vehicle access. It is proposed that the developer maintain the promenade after construction. The applicant also proposes 2 landscape terraces on the second levels of the building, as well as rooftop gardens. There will also be a green planted area along 15th Street North that will provide a transition to the future Civic Square, softening the streetscape and providing a green street and also stormwater management elements. Finally, the developer will also be providing a cash contribution toward the future development of the Civic Square, which is also a priority recommendation and a central defining feature of the Courthouse Square Addendum concept plan. For sustainability, on the left, I've listed the applicant's commitments, each of which will help fulfill the Courthouse Square recommendations for sustainability by providing a high-performing green building, energy savings, transportation infrastructure that promotes walking and biking, and enhanced stormwater management strategies. It should be noted that while the project is technically grandfathered under the former green building incentive policy, the electrical vehicle charging commitment meets the requirements of the newly updated green building incentive policy, and the 22% energy savings over the LEED or ASHRAE standards exceeds the requirement of the new policy. The electrical vehicle charging and both of the energy-focused commitments have been negotiated as part of the community benefits package. So looking at the public review process for the project, we kicked off the public review with the county's new virtual engagement process in light of the COVID pandemic, with two virtual community engagement sessions starting in September and running through November. We discussed topics normally discussed through the SPRC meetings, and then we held a virtual SPRC meeting in December. The project has also gone to the Transportation Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board as an information item back in November, as well as the Housing Commission, and went to the Planning Commission on March 10th, which was last week, and is here before you today. The community responses, so we saw active participation from the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association during the SPRC process, and then Rayfom and Lyon Village also attended the meetings. The CCCA noted no additional comments or concerns with the project after the SPRC process concluded. At the Planning Commission hearing on March 10th, the Commission voted unanimously to approve the consent to include the investment building in a site plan and rezoning application, the rezoning request, and the vacation. The Commission voted to approve the new site plan with the addition of 2 amendments. The first is to recommend that the County Board direct staff to work with the applicant to consider current best practices for the height of bird-friendly glass, taking into consideration existing and planned natural and environmental features that are likely to attract birds. In response to this request, staff has proposed an additional condition requiring bird-friendly materials on the 2nd and 3rd levels of the building, which more or less aligns with our bird-friendly glass guidelines in the new green building incentive policy. However, that condition was not agreed to. With that said, the developer has noted their commitment to providing bird-friendly materials on the 2nd level of the building. The second amendment was for the Commission to convey a sense of Commission statement to the County Board, noting the importance to ensure the shared street is an attractive, inclusive, and accessible contribution to the public realm, that it prioritizes pedestrian movement and safety, and that it be constructed with the high quality and durable materials as befitting its highly significant civic location and the vision of the 2015 Courthouse Square addendum. To this, staff believes the shared street design is within the intent of the sector plan while also addressing the transportation needs of 15th Street North. We'll continue to work with the developer on smaller aspects that can help enhance the nature of the shared street, such as paving, materials, striping, and signage. So given all that we have reviewed and the project's general conformance with the Courthouse Square addendum, the GLUP, and the zoning ordinance, except where modifications are being requested, all of which are supported by staff recommends that the County Board consent to include the county-owned property known as the investment building in a rezoning and a site plan application. 2, to adopt the attached ordinance to rezone the properties on the site from C3 to CO. 3, to adopt the attached ordinance to approve site plan 457, subject to the conditions of the ordinance. 4, to approve the attached purchase and sale agreement between the county and the purchaser for the sale of the investment building. 5, to authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief or his designee to execute on behalf of the County Board the attached purchase and sale agreement and all related documents, subject to approval to form of all such documents by the county attorney. 6, to enact the attached ordinance of vacation to vacate a portion of North Yule Street with conditions. And 7, to authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief or his designee to execute on behalf of the County Board deed of vacation and all other documents or deeds necessary to effectuate the attached ordinance of vacation, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walentish. So we will next hear from the applicant. I believe we have, is it Mr. Cummings?
It is.
Go ahead.
Nicholas Cummings here with Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicant. Good morning. Our team is excited to present to you this morning what we think will be a transformative development in the courthouse neighborhood. We just heard a very thorough presentation from staff, so I'm going to endeavor not to repeat that same information, and the others speaking following will do the same. But suffice to say, we feel strongly that this project will be an example for future development and set a standard for this corner of Arlington and delivers a number of crucial community benefits, which you just saw outlined. The improvements we will make will begin the transformation of this neighborhood to what was envisioned by the sector plan. With that brief statement, I'll now turn this over to John Clarkson at Graystar.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning, everyone. We want to start off by saying we very much appreciate and are excited to be here with you today. I'm going to let the rest of my team talk about Greystar, just high level. We are a very large multifamily development company across the world, and this happens to be our very first project in Arlington County. We have a follow-on project that we'll be presenting to you hopefully in the not too distant future across the street at 2025 Clarendon Boulevard. But I am very familiar with this site as I was an analyst at JBG back in 2005, once this project really started from inception. And so very excited to be here today to show you all the work that we've done in collaboration with staff. And we think we, as Nick said, have accomplished a lot of the goals, if not all the goals, set forth in the sector plan. We have a great team, both internally with John Beinert, who'll present shortly, as well as Joe Miller, as well as our consultant team with Walsh Colucci, Cooper Carey as our architect, Edit Labs, our interior designer, Land Design, Bowman, and SKNA. So with that, like I said, incredibly excited to discuss this project with you all today. I'm going to turn it over to John Beinert to talk a little bit more about us, as well as to get into the project itself. So thank you.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Beinert, Development Director at Greystar, here for the 2025 15th Street North project, referred to in the sector plan as the landmark site. As John mentioned, Greystar is an owner, operator, and developer of rental housing worldwide. We have a track record of more than $16 billion of rental housing projects globally and roughly $1.4 billion in the Mid-Atlantic region. From the beginning, Greystar has been committed to a high-quality development deserving of this landmark site and consistent with the goals of the courthouse sector plan. We've assembled a consultant team with extensive experience in Arlington County, and they're here today with me to answer any of your questions. In designing the project, our team established guiding principles that were used to drive each decision point in the design of the building. The first was to view the site holistically as a key component of the courthouse neighborhood. We aim to celebrate the site's visibility and have a strong outward face on all frontages. With this visibility and opportunity comes with a lot of design responsibility. We took the approach to sculpt the building, creating an elegant, vertically expressed tower element on each corner, introducing significant setbacks, allowing greater amounts of light and air at the sidewalk and pedestrian levels. The second design principle was to realize the goals recommended by the courthouse sector plan and the courthouse special district. You can see in the next two renderings the envisioned shared street on 15th Street North, as well as the preservation of the historically significant investment building. Other requirements of the sector plan call for the loading and parking entrances on Courthouse Road, 10-foot setbacks on the north, south, and west facades, and our main residential entrance is center block, relating to the future Civic Square across the street. We are changing the material of the road on 15th Street North while raising the roadway to be curbless. This is being used to create a seamless environment for the future Civic Square and Ewell Street Promenade. You can start to see the new pedestrian promenade on Ewell Street that flows into 15th Street's curbless environment. The third design principle was to enhance the pedestrian connectivity and fulfill the sector plan's guidance for the promenade to serve as a pedestrian gateway. Ewell Street Promenade is intended to become a vibrant and broad pedestrian walkway lined with trees, active retail uses, and distinctive lighting. The biophilic elements are diverse and include perennial pockets that are pollinator focused. Our fourth design principle is to appropriately preserve the investment building and the first federal savings and loan building, which you can start to see in this rendering. The original 1953 First Federal Savings and Loan Building was built as a 2-story tall structure. This third story was added in 1966. The building will be returned to its original massing, allowing it to align well with the proposed retail base. Openings will be enlarged along the promenade elevation to allow for a more successful adaptive reuse of the space. The investment building was woven into the interior design of the residential tower. allowing for the structure to maintain its sense of authenticity as an activated and purposeful use. The building will be used as our leasing office, replicating the building's original office use. The third floor of the historic facade is also a functional and activated part of the building amenity. The stone materials will be cleaned and reused along with its details. The east facade has an offset plane of brick, and we replicate the size of the windows as seen in the building today. Our final goal was to provide appropriate, well-designed land uses that ensure streetscape activation, which includes the right amount of retail and the right type of residential that helps address the continuum of housing opportunities in Courthouse. As part of our community benefit package, we are providing 8 on-site affordable units. On 15th Street, we have chosen to allow the lobby entrance portal to relate to the historically significant investment building through its use of similar stone and proportions. We believe the hyphen space between the investment building and the residential entry portal raises the prominence of the investment building's position. On Clarendon Boulevard, we aim to continue the materials and articulation of the retail facades to the scale of the successful retail on Wilson Boulevard, and continue the neighborhood feel of the base. I hope this provides you a deeper understanding of our approach to the design of the project. Thank you for your time today, and more specifically, thank you to county staff for their engagement on the project. We now have a 2-minute fly-through of the building narrated by our architect, Steve Smith, principal at Cooper Carey.
Thank you, Ms. Brunner.
Thanks, John. Cooper Carey understands the design responsibility of the 2025 site as a highly visible one that will be viewed in Arlington from all directions due to, one, its elevated existing grades and the allowable zoning height. Just to orient you, you're heading north on Courthouse Road towards the intersection of 15th now. The Future Park's on your left, the Courthouse building's on your right. You can see the historically significant building that's been faithfully recreated against the corner of the building's base, utilizing the original materials from the 1948 building. Continuing on Courthouse, you see the infill expression in the charcoal brick to provide a contrast to the vertical corner towers. The windows have been grouped together in a vertical expression to accentuate the building's upright reading. The entry point for the loading dock and the parking garage are also located here per the sector plan. Courthouse's sidewalk's been widened from 6 feet to 14 feet to enhance the street trees and lighting. As we reach the corner of Courthouse and Clarendon, the retail is introduced to the project, allowing for the continuity of Clarendon's well-known street retail reputation. As we pull back to the corner of Courthouse and Clarendon, we're able to see the multi-directional viewable towers with an expansive glazed facade that is viewed to all of Arlington and beyond. These towers help turn what would have been a large heavy mass into a vertical proportion that brings elegance to the site. 2025's plan has been strung out continuously along with retail the full length of Clarendon, and the tower step back occurs at numerous nodes along the northern facade, producing a lighter, more enjoyable pedestrian feel at the sidewalk. You can now see a major step back at the deep charcoal brick along that north face and the landscape amenity deck there, allowing for smaller massing of the retail. Approaching the corner of Clarendon Ewell, you'll see the first Federal Savings and Loan Bank, recreated with the original 1950 height of 2 stories, aligning well with the building's facade. You'll notice that in working with staff, we plan to help transform Ewell to a fully accessible, pedestrian-only promenade, which provides excellent tree-lined dining and public seating areas, activating the access path to the metro. We pull back, you can see the north amenity on the deck and the massing relief. The western facade is also set back from the building base as required by the sector plan. The setback provides opportunities to introduce balconies and greenery from stormwater management at this level. We now approach 15th Street for another view of what will be the new pedestrian accessible Ewell Street Promenade. Ultimately, this promenade is envisioned to extend a couple more blocks south of our site, running along the future block. As we continue down 15th Street's retail, we approach the mid-block framed entry to the 2025 residential building. The tower itself continues to set back allowing more light and air at the street level while creating a pool deck at the second level that overlooks the future park. Rising to the sky, a rooftop garden is exposed on the building's fifth facade that allows residents to enjoy the fresh air while taking in views of all of Arlington. The plantings continue to provide the benefit of the building's biophilic design and capture rainwater, bettering the building's sustainable footprint over today's existing structures. Pulling back, you may notice the sculpted four towers acting as what we call windows to Arlington, while presenting an axial accent to the future park. We believe that these towers on the top of the hill are a shining symbol acting as a beacon for the Arlington government seat. Thank you for letting us share the architecture of 2025 15th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
That concludes our presentations, and we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings, as well. Appreciate that. We will now hear from our commissions. We'll start with our Planning Commission, and I think Mr. Weir is here on behalf of the Planning Commission. Are you there, Mr. Weir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Yes, I am. I think that Ms. Walensich ably covers the recommendations of the Planning Commission, and I think that the staff report fairly extensively covers our recommendations, and our discussion is covered in the letter. A couple of things that I will highlight. One, I want to note that we at the Commission understand that the 2015 courthouse addendum was very personally and professionally important to Mr. Duffy, whose retirement we also recognized with a resolution honoring him at our March meeting. And several members of the Commission noted to me that they were pleased to be able to see a project, that he would be able to see a project move towards approval while he's still with the county, that furthered many of the aspects of that 2015 courthouse addendum. Moving on from that, I think that this project generated a lot of discussion, but ultimately resulted in consensus recommendations with 2 abstentions for unstated reasons on one of the motions. There were 5 commissions that presented. There was no public comment. The discussion among the commission covered architecture, historic preservation, transportation, the promenade and shared streets, sustainability, and the planned use of funds for public art. There was also much appreciation for the on-site affordable housing. I think that the one thing that I want to highlight as far as the discussion, or a few things that I want to highlight, areas where we came closest to losing consensus, involved the use of bird-friendly glass, especially higher up. The corners of the First Federal Bank, where there is some historical evidence that they were designed in a way that isn't what we see planned and we see in the current state. But there's a lot of there are a lot of nuanced points to consider there, and there are some arguments in favor of there are a lot of good arguments that we heard that support moving forward as planned as well. But I think that the biggest issue had to do with the relocation of the investment building. The commission, I think, would have liked to have seen HARLB involved earlier on in the process. But more important, I think the commission is concerned about the precedent set by relocating historical assets, and that if this is going to be a new trend in how we go about doing historical preservation, not just facadism, but actually relocating the facades, then it has to be done extremely thoughtfully, and it has to be done right. There was a lot of other discussion about the shared street. You've seen the sense of the commission resolution. Just worth pointing out that this is an area where the commission, I think, had some real principles that we wanted to stress and bring to y'all's attention, but it's not the case that we think that the plan doesn't do that. Otherwise, we would have voted and recommended differently. But we just want to make sure that the board that the 5 of you we're asking you to think along some of these lines. I believe that's the highlights that I want to share. Like I said, the staff, the letter is fairly thorough, both as to the points that were considered as well as the various motions. But of course, I will stay on the line if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weir, for the brief and thoughtful but thorough presentation. We will next go to our Housing Commission, and I believe Haley Norris is here on behalf of our Housing Commission. Ms. Norris.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm Haley Norris. I'm representing the Housing Commission. The Housing Commission heard and considered this redevelopment at its March 11th meeting and unanimously voted to recommend that the County Board approve this site plan. As you heard, the new development is contributing to the Affordable Housing Investment Fund and will also offer 8 brand new committed affordable units on site. Of these new affordable units, 4 of them are going to be 2-bedroom units. And in our discussions, the Commission was particularly interested and supportive of these site plan developments, providing these multi-bedroom, 2 bedrooms or larger units on site so that families can be affordably renting in communities like this. So the Housing Commission recommends that the County Board approve this site plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Norris, for your presentation and your service on the Housing Commission. We will now go to our next commission, which I think we're Mr. Ross, bringing back our chair of our Parks and Recreation Commission. Are you there, Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross. Well, we certainly I know we received the Parks and Recreation's letter, and so we'll go on to our next commission, which is HALRB, and Ms. Joan Lawrence. Are you there, Ms. Lawrence? Okay, we'll see if Ms. Lawrence joins us. Are you there?
Having a little bit of difficulty with my computer. I will be with you momentarily.
No problem.
Can you hear me?
We can, and I think that each one of us, each board meeting once remains on mute for a few seconds just to keep everyone on their toes, so don't worry.
Well, good morning. I'm Joan Lawrence, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the HLRB and present the HLRB's comments. There's much to like about this project, and the HLRB acknowledges the historic preservation efforts and appreciates what the developer has done. I really wish I could say that the HLRB fully supports it. Mr. Weir alluded to some of the issues. We've got the 2 mid-century HRI important commercial buildings. And our concern, of course, is that the approach to facade preservation for the investment building is contrary to both the way preservation of historic facades has been treated in Arlington, and also questionably is not the sensitive infill that is recommended in the 2015 courthouse sector plan addendum. The HLRB, as you are probably aware, has worked with a number of developments on other projects and site plans in which there have been historic facades that were to be preserved and infill development around those facades. And some of these in Clarendon, and we've had one relatively recently on Columbia Pike. The infill development in these cases, we feel, was sensitively planned as much as possible as it could be when the HLRB got involved, was in accordance with sector plans and also historic preservation principles around the original locations of the facades. The materials were treated and preserved, as they will be in this case, and then they were replaced in their original locations, excuse me, so these buildings actually maintain their original sense of historic place and period. And I draw your attention to, among others, the Penzance development on the corner of North Highland and Washington Boulevard, and then across the street to the former Dan Kane Trophy and store in the post office. We have looked at recently, I guess probably pre-pandemic at this point, the Rappahannock Coffee location on Columbia Pike. And the second developer actually treated this project in a much more sensitive way than the original one did, and we were very happy to have input into that project. We feel that these and others have been successful. And we also appreciate that the developer's treatment here of the First Federal building has been consistent with the way preservation of historic facades has been done in Arlington, and it's being sensitively done. We hope the window issue can be successfully resolved. I know the materials are going to be documented, and who knows what's underneath some of those layers. This building, this first federal building, is going to continue to provide both its historic sense of place and period in the courthouse neighborhood. The investment building, however, is proposed. One of the architects on the HLRB talked about a facadeectomy, which I suppose is one way to look at it, more like a facade transplant, really. It's a mid-block building. It was on 15th Street. It's being moved to the east corner. And it appears that instead of considering how the infill development might fill in the space around the investment building in the original location so it could retain its sense of historic place and period, it reads as if it's added on to the new building. And the HLRB members felt that a sense of historic place and period would have been much more successful and achieved if the building had to be moved by maintaining it at the western end, closer to the original location, if it had to be on a corner. If the project is approved as proposed, the HLRB requests the board to consider seriously what the HLRB considers to be an unfortunate precedent set by the relocation of this facade. To continue to maintain an historic sense of place and period in Arlington when development is planned, especially in locations, well, certainly locations of historic buildings, the HLRB recommends that discussions between developers and the HLRB, as Mr. Weir indicated, should begin earlier in the process instead of too late for meaningful discussions to be held. So often we reviewed projects that were probably a little less successful, and it was basically a fait accompli, and we could make suggestions, we could raise objections, but there was not a meaningful discussion of how sensitive infill around original locations of historic facades might be achieved. The HLRB to date has been able to do this, and we ask for that opportunity in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence, for your thoughtful remarks and your long commitment to HLRB and the community. Please stay. We may have questions, so we will. But for now, we will go on to our Climate Change and Energy and Environment Commission, and Ms. McIntyre.
Yes. Good morning. The Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission has participated in the SPRC process for the Courthouse Landmark Project and has shared our assessment of the project on multiple occasions with the applicant and county staff. The proposed project will contribute to Arlington's goal of concentrating development along transportation corridors and creating mixed-use communities that are pedestrian and bike-friendly to support a lower carbon lifestyle. The applicant's commitment to enhancing bike and pedestrian access to the building and to allow 3.9 parking spaces per unit are commendable. We also welcome the commitment to LEED Gold and the applicant's willingness to conduct a zero carbon study. We applaud the project's target for energy efficiency set at 22% of the current ASHRAE baseline. Clearly getting to energy efficiency is the first step towards zero carbon buildings. The zero carbon study did note that achieving an improvement of 25% or higher is actually feasible, and that's kind of the standard for a zero carbon building. So we would encourage the applicant to continue to look for opportunities to improve the energy efficiency gains, and this would actually also help reduce the cost to the tenants as well. On the other hand, the current design plans to use natural gas for the HVAC and hot water systems, which risk baking in on-site use of fossil fuel for decades. All electric buildings are really essential to the county's goal of carbon neutrality. The applicant should continue to explore options to shift the energy efficiency electric systems. The Steve Winter Associates study indicates that the technology is mature for HVAC systems. with some design modifications from more conventional systems and rapidly evolving for centralized heat pump hot water systems. At a minimum, the building should be designed with the appropriate infrastructure in place to support transition to all electric systems in the future. That would actually include ground level restaurant space for induction cooking, even if tenants are prefer natural gas. We would note also that the applicant had reduced its original plan for 22% of parking spaces to be EV charging and is committing now to 4% of parking spaces with EV charging and 15% EV ready. We think that a commitment of 15% of spaces as EV ready would ensure that the building will be positioned to support the transition to electric vehicles that is necessary to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and in the transportation system. Installation of smart charging technology would reduce the strain on the electric capacity. Finally, we would encourage the applicant to continue to explore installation of solar panels, purchases of off-site renewable energy for electricity, battery storage for backup power, and the use of lower carbon construction materials to further lower the carbon footprint of the building. I would also echo concerns about bird-friendly glass. We are facing a climate crisis, and Arlington should expect developers to play their part to meet the county's ambitious goals for carbon neutrality and to mitigate the impact of climate change. Buildings constructed now will be in existence for decades, past the 2050, and these will be critical to achieving these goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre, for your leadership of C2E2 and for your comments. We do, I believe, now have Mr. Ross here, our Chair of Parks and Recreation. Mr. Ross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. The magic of teams. Anyway, Park and Rec Commission received presentations from the county staff and the developers of the proposed landmark building. And the basis of our viewpoint on this project was the 2015 addendum to the courthouse sector plan, which required a grand vision for the great civic square that would be in the county in the future. And we also are paying attention to the recent commitment of the county to apply biophilic principles to any reviews of private development. Having participated in the courthouse square addendum process, I do recall that there was a strong expectation that private development would contribute to the development of future open space and other public facilities in the area. We do appreciate the applicant's monetary contributions. We would have maybe definitely supported a higher contribution, taking into account the substantial future benefits of this location with respect to the civic square that the building owners and the future residents will receive from the county. But we do understand that part of the open space contribution, one might argue, even though it's a public easement and all that, involves the design and development of the pedestrian promenade, which is a crucial component of the courthouse addendum vision. Now, I don't know if it's a question you might be able to ask, but for the benefit of the county board and the public, it would be great to have staff clarify its expectation of the $800,000 open space contribution might be applied. I know it's early in the process, but Ms. Wallentage made a reference to the parking area, current parking area over near 14th Street. We do support the Planning Commission's recommendation concerning promoting best practices for the height of development and paying attention to bird-friendly glass on the building. And finally, I just want to say that the applicant's design and vision for the pedestrian promenade on Ewell Street and the construction of the shared street environment, streetscape environment along 15th Street are consistent with the courthouse addendum. And we would just encourage any final designs for the building and the landscape to produce fluid, organic, and natural-looking features. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, for your presentation and also for coming back to join us. Appreciate that. So now we'll hear from our public speakers. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers on this item?
We do, and I just need one moment to...
No problem.
Pull everything up. Okay, our first speaker is Benjamin Nichols, followed by Peter Hartnick.
Mr. Nichols, are you there?
Thanks. My name is Ben. Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great. I'm Benjamin Nichols. I live a couple of blocks away from this site at 2400 Clarendon Boulevard. This site plan process went pretty well. Many things got better, especially the bike facilities on Clarendon Boulevard. Many good things got more detail, like the LEED certification, and only a few things got worse or at least weirder in the preservation of the investment buildings. But this successful process shows the shortcomings of the site plan process. Our neighborhood and the county in general have a tight housing market, and one that is looking to get even tighter with projected regional job growth. But this site plan process did not lead to any additional housing or the additional height requisite for additional housing. Why? Because it was not even under consideration. According to staff, quote, any additional building height would risk the building not fitting in well with the surrounding neighborhood, end quote. This, despite the fact that the sector plan addendum calls for the site to be a landmark building, intentionally taller and distinct from its surroundings. We need to change the site plan process to allow for additional height and density, or we risk having economic and socially diverse families, quote, not fitting in well with the neighborhood as prices rise and force out vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Harnick. Mr. Harnick, are you there?
Mr. Harnick, you may need to unmute your line, *6 or the microphone button.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Harnick.
Okay, thank you. I'm coming to this whole process extremely late, and a lot of these decisions look really excellent. There's a lot of wonderful aspects to this project. I just wanted to bring up the streetscape on the Clarendon side. I'm concerned about how much of the old Arlington that we know and love is being lost through these steel and glass tower constructions everywhere. And I think some of the buildings on the Clarendon side are very iconic. They remind us all of what Arlington is and used to be, and hopefully will continue to be. And I was hoping that some of those facades could be woven into the infill construction as well. I think Clarendon and Wilson Boulevards are beautiful streets. They're gradually being lost to sort of high-end new development, high-scale new development. They have some wonderful old facades that I would love to see the county board fold in. So the infill is really more infill than just tearing it down and having little old-fashioned remembrances of spaces here and there. So there was a building. There's a new building built on the 3100 block of 13th Street, over by the James Hunter dog park near there. And for a while, when they were tearing down that whole block, it looked like they were leaving. One building was left, and I thought, oh, this is so nice. They're leaving this old 4-story brick building that really looked like old Arlington. And then the next day, that was gone too. It was just torn down on a different schedule. And so that whole gigantic block is now all something new. And I just hope that the board can move beyond just like the famous old buildings to the streetscapes that we know and love in Arlington. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harnick.
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Richard Pollock.
Mr. Byrne.
Hello. Yeah, hello again. I've been participating in the site plan review and just about every part of except the planning commission meeting to make the same comment, which has not been incorporated. It involves our biophilia. Now, the applicant's claim is biophilic, and he puts there are some trees and some pollinated plants around. However, the overall concept is really pavement. If you look at the roof, there's some areas that are have pollinated plants, but most of it's a paved area. Same thing about with those second floor balconies. But the biggest problem is the ground floor, the ground level promenade, promenade. The sector plan says it should be predominantly hardscape, but that's predominantly. This promenade is about 95% hardscape. There's very little pollinated areas in there. If you look at the now remember that sector plan was made up before the county put a mnemonic pledge or a biophilia. It's outdated. Now, when you look at that carefully at that promenade, because this is going to be the basis for the future extension of the promenade into the center of the block, to the south. One side has a very thin strip of that will contain pollinated plants. The other side does not. The other trees are just in pits with a little bit of an area around that may or may not have pollinator plants in them. They could be not pollinator. So therefore, this is not biophilic. I mean, there's a nod to biophilia, but this cannot be much better. But particularly the promenade, you have to really look at this and see: is this what you want people to see? A piece of concrete that's too wide. The midsection is 20 feet wide. That's more than enough for emergency vehicles. I really suggest at this point, just no commission is recommended, even though it's talked about it, that you demand that if you want the density and everything, that they increase that ground floor promenade and add a lot more pollinated areas. In addition to the pollinated areas, the area should be really for pollinators, no grasses. They should consult with Alonzo Abagadas, the county naturalist for DPR, to determine exactly what plants will produce pollinators. You need milkweed, which there's no specification for it yet. The final land use plan should conduct milkweed. But the main thing is make that promenade more biophilic. Make it pedestrians think they're walking through vegetation rather than just plain cement and with maybe some seeding. And it's a very thin strips. So please address this, because the commissions didn't, even though I mentioned Park and Recreation, I talked about it numerous times at site plan review committee. That comes at the end of the meetings. They didn't record it, evidently, because it never came before the planning commission. So please look at this carefully. You don't want repetitions as repeated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Our next speaker is Richard Pollock. Next and final speaker.
Mr. Pollock.
We may not have Mr. Pollock with us. I do not see him in the room.
Okay. Great. Then we will go ahead, and the discussion is now with the board. Let's see. There was plenty of commission debate discussion. I think that a few issue areas just to lay out for you. There's the HALRB and the questions regarding the investment building. There's the bird-friendly glass questions. There's also questions regarding energy and perhaps energy efficiency and perhaps electric vehicle charging. Those are a few of are there other issues big issues that folks want to outline for us? Are those really the biggest ones? Okay. Mr. Karantonis, did you have others?
Mr. Chair, did you mention the promenade on 15th Street, the design and function of the shared street?
No, I did not. That's I'm glad you did. Thank you for adding. So that seems like those are five issues. This is a significant project. There's a lot of agreement that it seemed the process seemed to have worked, but there are remaining issues that we'll discuss. So first, I guess any questions on the issue of the HALRB's concerns and the investment building. And if there are no questions in that area, I will just go ahead and start by asking if our staff can speak to Ms. Lawrence's concerns regarding moving of the investment building, and whether this creates a precedent that would make this more typical, and if there's, or if this is moving the building and the placement of the investment building is something that staff considered at a stage or has thoughts on. So both precedent and consideration of the placement of that building. I think it's the backside on 15th Street. We may need a slide up to take a look at it. I don't know if that's
sure.
Ms. Walentish or.
Yep, so I can take that. So I will first address some of the planning guidance we have around that facade and historic preservation. Then I'm going to turn it over to Lauren Ferris with historic preservation. She can speak more to the county's policies on facade preservation. So first, we had worked with the applicant very early on in the process, probably over a year ago at this point, about relocating that facade. And it was one of the first things they asked us when this project was either in the concept phase or the preliminary phase in review of the site plan. And we had told them we were in support of that for various reasons. So the main one being that the sector plan it requires preservation of the facades, but it doesn't identify any specific locations of where the facades should be preserved. So we're really basing it off of the addendum's guidance there. It does refer to an axial relationship, a north-south axial relationship, but it doesn't provide very specific guidance on what that axial relationship should refer to. So we think with the main entrance of the building on 15th Street still being within that mid-block and along that north-south axis, we think that still fulfills the requirements there from the sector plan. There were concerns from the applicant, and if we want to turn it over to them, they can elaborate on this for having that the building provide or serve as their main building entrance. There's a floor to ceiling height issue that I think is still present at, with it being at the corner location, given that it does have a lower floor to ceiling height than the county would require for a newer building. That's just one issue. So again, it was something we looked at early. We told them we were in support of, given the planning guidance that we have at our, that we were using for this site. And now I'll turn it over to Lauren to elaborate on the facade policies we have for the county.
Thank you. Ms. Ferris, we'll want to hear from you. If it's possible, Ms. Walentish, could you try to pull up a slide that might show, or maybe the applicant that might show this part of what we're looking at. But thank you very much for that background. And Ms. Ferris.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Lauren Ferris with the Historic Preservation Program. I agree with everything that Ms. Walentish has explained to you about some of the reasoning with having to move the historic facade of the investment building. And although it is never ideal to move a historic building, it can be done, and it can be done well. And although this building is a mid-block building, we have been working with the applicant as far back as fall 2019, and have been coming with ways to figure out how the investment building can be incorporated into the new construction and done well. And with what you are seeing in some of the renderings, some of the key things that I find are very important when doing facade preservation are a couple key things which the applicant has done. Certain things such as making sure that if there's ever any new changes that need to be done to that historic facade, that they do not look like they're trying to be too matchy-matchy to the actual historic material. That is what the applicant has done, especially with the sidewall elevation at the along North Courthouse Road. We can see a very clear change in the design so that people aren't tricked into thinking that that is a historic material. We also have given them guidance from our that we follow with the National Park Service concerning how to manage new exterior additions to historic buildings, which they have followed. And they've also been very good with understanding the techniques that we need them to follow concerning how to dismantle the building to make sure that they do in-kind replacement, meaning like stone for stone. And they have definitely shown that they are committed to that. We have very good documentation to support that, as well as I know that they have hired certain preservation preservation consultants to assist with them on this.
Great. Thank you. That's helpful. And then the slide is also helpful. The picture on the left, essentially, it's coming around the corner, I believe. So I see several hands. I think it was Ms. Crystal first on this subject, and then Mr. Carantonis, and then Ms. Garvey. You want to start, Ms. Crystal?
Thank you. Since we have been cautioned against establishing a precedent, I am going to ask a pretty ignorant question to see if I can educate myself about why this precedent may be problematic. And so I think this is a question for Ms. Ferris and then for Ms. Lawrence on behalf of the HLRB, which does an excellent job educating us as board members. And I think this whole community about why historic preservation matters. Mr. Harnick's comments really echoed the citizen perspective on that. I think, the need to create a sense of place, as Ms. Lawrence framed it. In this case, the sense of place is an historic lawyer's row. I think, this is an opportunity for us to think about the way justice has or hasn't been carried out in our community throughout its history. And so I really do see the value of that. And I think, as Ms. Ferris was talking about, the preservation of the original materials is important. Can you help me understand why it is problematic for those materials to be placed somewhere else on the building within the block that is not where they originally were, knowing that, in this case, the full building, which was home to these uses over the years, has ceased to exist, and it really is just creating that kind of sense of place and sense of history through the aesthetic use of the facade. Can you talk to me and help me understand why this would be a problematic precedent to set, or one we should be cautious of here in terms of relocating the facade, which will be removed and preserved anyway, why it's important for it to go back to its original place? Thank you. And if we could start with Ms. Ferris and then weigh in from Ms. Lawrence's perspective.
Absolutely. Again, this is Lauren Ferris. Thank you for that question. So I can understand the concerns that the HLRB has voiced about this possibly setting a precedent. And again, I think it comes down to when you're looking at a historic building, the more that you start to mess around with it, it can start to lose its historic context. It can start to lose its sense of place in a setting. And that should always be seen, if we can, at a last resort. With the project that we're looking at right now, we felt that with all of the meetings that we've been having with the applicant, as well as a lot of internal meetings that we've been having, that I've been having with my colleagues, to figure out how to find that right compromise with how to continue to retain this historic building, this historic facade, while finding ways to have it adapt to the needs that we need today, as well as it still being used as a building, as well as it also having a very good setback so that you can see this is a building. It's not just something being plastered onto another building, which we have seen in Arlington County before. We felt that this was a very good approach to how to make this work if the building did need to be moved to the southeast corner. And we feel that with the guidance that we provided, as well as how the applicant has responded with the renderings that you've seen, that they've been able to do this successfully. But again, to move a building, it always should be seen as it shouldn't be seen as an option that is always included. At least that is kind of the approach that we in historic preservation look at it. However, historic preservation cannot sometimes be done in a bubble, and there are other things that need to be considered as well. And for me professionally, as well as with my colleagues, having a use for a building, having it adapt to what the population needs, and also trying to retain that setting as much as possible, which we have been able to do successfully in the renderings, moving it to the southeast corner, that this can be done.
Thank you. I really appreciate that statement of philosophy as well. I don't know if Ms. Lawrence wanted to weigh in about, sort of educating me, maybe my colleagues already get this intuitively. What exactly about the precedent we should be cautioned against when it comes to something that is already being moved and then restored?
This is Joan Lawrence. Just a couple comments. I wanted to point out that the HLRB and staff don't always agree, and that while we appreciate the efforts to preserve the building and a function, I think one of the issues here is that the HLR, certainly I and the other members of the HLRB don't think that retaining the building in its original location was as seriously considered as it might have been during the process. The HLRB saw it pretty late when it was already proposed for being moved. And so that's never a good thing. And I think that that's one thing that could be avoided by changing perhaps the approach to historic preservation elements in site plan and other development. We have been able, as I indicated, to successfully integrate historic facades into building designs and provide historic preservation architectural advice to developers and their architects, and work things out in a way that we feel preserves the historic sense of place and the historic integrity of the building itself. That being said, is there never a situation in which a building could be moved? Possibly not. I'm not sure this is one of them, but I did want, and I'm not going to say I am representing the HLRB, we wanted the board to recognize that this is a departure from the way facade preservation has been handled in Arlington, to recognize it as such, and to take that into consideration when looking at historic preservation of facades in the future, and perhaps involving historic preservation architects on the HLRB in the staff discussions at a very early stage of the process, and the entire HLRB as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that helps. I know we have other, Mr. Karantonis and Ms. Garvey. I did wonder if it's possible to see, this is a helpful slide that we're seeing right now, but I think that the applicant may have a slide that also shows what the final look would be. And so if you're able to work on that while Mr. Karantonis is asking this question, that would be great.
The facade composition, right? I struggle with this a little bit, and I hear Ms. Lawrence loud and clear about the precedents. I mean, to me, I have to honestly say, while I understand what Ms. Faris has been explaining to us, and that she prefaced that by saying that the sector plan mandates preservation, but not also the location. And that means that we can move the facade around and we can fit it in the new composition of the facade composition of the new building in a different way. I accept that it is a very difficult thing to do this and to preserve, as Ms. Lawrence said, character and period. I struggle to disengage, to separate location from the facade, because the whole point of historic preservation is to try to do both. So, though I understand that there are many levels of difficulties there, construction, function of the new building, relationship with the street, you name it, a lot of them. The question is whether we need a more detailed approach to that and a more principled approach to that classifies a little bit the kind of preservation that we do, and gives us degrees of freedom where it is appropriate, and takes them away when it begins not to be appropriate anymore.
So that is a question for...
That's a question, whether this is a gap that we have to fill, this is a policy issue that we need to approach, starting here, because I hear loud and clear the concern that we may be setting a precedence where, whenever it's convenient, we can shift the facade from here to there, and then historic preservation just becomes a decorative item that is further away from the actual point of historic preservation, of preserving character and period. And, sure. It's just a statement, a friendly memorabilia on the facade.
So the question, I think, is both probably for Ms. Wallendish and perhaps for Ms. Ferris. Maybe we start with Ms. Wallendish. Is that the right way to do it, or do I have the order wrong?
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you repeat this the statement you'd like me to weigh in on?
So the sector plan says that preserve the facade, but it's not explicit, or it's mute on location. Should we in the future, in order to avoid setting precedents here, should we in the future be specific and targeted on the location? Should we? Is that an item on our to-do list that it should be part of any future historic preservation of that type?
So Lauren might actually be able better equipped to handle this question as far as what guidance, what historic preservation staff guidance would go into sector plans in the future. I will state that historic preservation staff were heavily involved in the Envision Courthouse Square process, which was conducted in 2015, leading up to the adoption of the sector plan addendum in 2015. I think there were a lot of considerations. I wasn't specifically on that, so I can't speak directly to, why there wasn't much guidance given to location or prohibiting relocation of historic facades. So that's why we didn't see it as too much of an issue when it came up with, with this within the scope of this project. But, as to your question about future sector plan guidance, perhaps Lauren can speak to a bit about, if historic preservation staff would be incorporating more guidance, more specific facade preservation guidance in those plans.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Christy. Again, this is Lauren Ferris. So I do think it would be helpful to have some discussions in the future about this, because I think that there's going to be more projects in the future that might be considered for historic facadism, and how can that be interpreted? There's definitely different jurisdictions that have been doing this. There's plenty of times where that has been done in DC, where buildings have been moved, facades have been moved, and some are done well and some are not. And I think that I don't think that in 2015, again, I was not part of this discussion as well because I wasn't working for the county at the time, but I don't think anybody thought that they had to get down to that much detail to state and also not to move a building now. But there are some cases where it can be done well and done appropriately. So, but I do think that it might be something to consider, especially if this is a precedent that Arlington County does not want to continue to see with future projects.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it does sound like there's some looking at policy that we would need to do, and the sector plan language may be relevant to the question of precedent. I think Ms. Garvey is next.
I'm going to be a little contrary here, I think, and also request one more moving of the slide deck. Can we show slide number 4 of the staff presentation, background and existing conditions, if we could? And I think we probably don't want to belabor this too much because it's sounding like we're almost getting into a work session on historic preservation. But I think if when staff can pull that up, it's pretty clear that the location on the context is gone. Those buildings are kind of isolated, and you remember what was surrounding them. There we go. And frankly, I find pictures like this are interesting, and then I find myself curious. I'd love to see a picture, and you don't have it. I'm not asking you to pull it up. A picture of what was there when it was all originally built. This is where I think historic plaques and pictures. I mean, I love walking through all kinds of places and seeing pictures of what used to be there, or what a building, what its context was at one time. That's fascinating to me. But I also think there's a little judgment here, and it's also personal. I will say there have been many architectural styles through the years, and this particular style is, to me, one of the most unfortunate. I just think this style is just not very attractive. And I don't know how worth preserving it is, which I realize is maybe apostasy when it comes to historic preservation, but that's something we need to consider and talk about too. I actually think the way it's been preserved and inserted into this building is really kind of cool. It kind of gives it a little bit of a revitalization. It gives some flavor of it. But when you look at these pictures, these just don't strike me as attractive buildings that I want to see and want to be with and feel too nostalgic about even, which is, again, they're about the same age I am. So maybe that's got something to do with it. But anyway, I think we do need to maybe have a work session, probably move on, particularly on this, but it really gets into judgment and a lot of different kind of things that are maybe not hard to quantify. And it could be a sort of difficult discussion, but some things are more worth preserving than others. Historic and history and context is really crucial, and I think there's a real role for photographs and explanations and historic plaques and things in that as well. But I actually think this building does a really pretty good job, and to me, it's an improvement of the area right there. So I think a good job's been done with it, but I know others may disagree. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Garvey. So the purpose of Ms. Lawrence to raise this issue, I think, has been somewhat fulfilled, and so I think, Mr. Dorsey, you had one more point on this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to weigh in on it and associate myself with Ms. Garvey's remarks on the contextual importance of these considerations, and to express that I would be against a blanket systemic policy change that requires historic preservation to also mean preference against relocating from existing locations. I think we have built-in processes with Ms. Lawrence's overall point that HALRB and staff are involved at the appropriate points in the development of those contextual processes to determine where preservation of facades and locations are significant to what we want out of preservation. And that's the place where we determine that, not with a blanket policy that prejudices against relocations, because as staff has mentioned, those can be quite successful and those can be quite necessary to facilitate the broader delivery of community benefits. You know, whether or not, you know, the location could have been preserved with earlier intervention in this case, I'll trust that Ms. Lawrence would have benefited from a crack at it. But when I look at the end result, I do not find it unsuccessful where this facade has been relocated in relation to the entire project.
It's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So I'm hearing consensus, perhaps not unanimity on every point, but we have fully considered it. And so I would suggest we go, grateful to Ms. Ferris for the help as well, but I would suggest we go on to the issue of the glass, the bird-friendly glass, which I think there's likely to be some questions or considerations on. And I'll leave it to colleagues to be ready when you're ready with questions, but I'll start with one myself. Just, Ms. Walentish, if you could frame up a little bit of the discussion with respect to height that's referred to in the staff report, what we're really looking at as far as the glass that the Planning Commission identified. If that's
yes, thank
sure.
you. Yep, thanks for asking for that clarification. So the new green building incentive policy that you all adopted in December of 2020 had standards for bird-friendly glass between 8 feet in building height and 36 feet of building height. So first of all, it's a priority credit. So within the incentive policy. So it wasn't identified for something within this plan. We chose to prioritize energy in this case and those electric vehicle charging stations. But we did, after the concerns brought up at the Planning Commission hearing, we were looking at this prior to the Planning Commission hearing. The applicant had already suggested that they would incorporate bird-friendly glass on the second level of the building. Hearing more concerns from, at the Planning Commission hearing, staff did recommend that they go up to the third level, which goes it's about the height between the second and the third levels are about 18 feet and 40 feet. So we thought that was a good way to, at a pretty late stage in the project, try to best align the project with the current green bird-friendly glass material building height standards. So it was the best way we could, imagine to align getting them to that, understanding the project was already very far through. They've already, determined their floor-to-ceiling heights and so on. So that's where we came up with the condition language for the second and third levels. If that helps answer your question, let me know if not.
It does, and seeing no hands, unless there are further questions on this area, we don't need to get further into it. So thank you, Ms. Walentish, for describing it, and we'll go on to there's discussion of the green building and energy standards that Ms. McIntyre brought up, and I guess colleagues may have questions. We did adopt the green building new stepped up incentives. We are focused on our community energy plan implementation, which is some of the current concerns that Ms. McIntyre mentioned. I guess the question would be, for me, would be focused in this area on electric vehicle ready versus electric vehicle charging. Maybe Ms. Walentish, is there a way to describe the difference between those standards and the cost in switching from fully charging stations versus electric vehicle ready, if you're able to describe that at all?
Sure, I can touch on that a little bit. The developer might have a little more information on the cost associated with the differentiation between the ready and the infrastructure in place. I can say that what they're providing now at the 4% and the 15%, I believe Ms. McIntyre did reference a previous commitment to 22%. I just want to remind the board, as with most site plan projects that have a community benefits package, it's all a little bit of give and take. So where we previously had a certain requirement, we may be made up for in another area. So the package that we are looking at today in its completed form was carefully negotiated between staff and the applicant. And, to achieve the numbers we did, we had to, give and take in certain areas to land on that 4% and 15%. Also a reminder that is in line with the current green building policy, incentive policy, although the project is grandfathered under the older policy. So we do consider this a strong commitment in this, in respect to, the electrical vehicle charging stations. And then as far as I understand there are costs associated with, providing more infrastructure and maybe power sources to ensuring that there is enough transformer energy in the garage to provide for those EV ready spaces. But I don't have specifics on costs. If you want to turn it over to the applicant to answer that.
Sure. So if there's a sense from the applicant or a ballpark sense of not down to precise cost amounts, but is there, if the applicant is able to speak to that a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Mr. John Beinert, I think, is unmuting himself to weigh in.
Yeah, I just want to be really specific on the question. You're asking about the cost to go from 15 to 22% of being EV ready?
Well, yes. Or I think there's 4% EV charging stations up to 19%. I get that there's a back and forth on the final community benefit levels, but didn't know how much is involved in the shift to get up, would be involved perhaps at a later date in the shift to get up to 19% EV charging stations. If you have any.
Understand. Mm-hmm. Yeah, understand. I think, this is our baseline, is what we're showing here today. I think that we're committed to meet the demands of our residents, right? So as demand for electrical vehicle charging comes, we will do everything in our power to increase that. I think the benefit package is 15. I think we're going to seriously consider looking up to get to 22%, which is the max capacity of our transformers. But it's all kind of a give and take and what's going on in the garage. As far as the stations themselves, like I said, as demand increases, we'll be, aim to meet the needs. So we're very much aligned with the county on this. I think the technology for the EV charging and also the code probably needs to change somewhat because, we literally can't go above 22% based on the size of the transformers. And so on our next project, 2025 Clarendon, we're exploring different opportunities to get that EV ready percentage higher on the same transformer capacity. I hope that answers your question.
Sure, that will work. And in this area, I have Mr. Karantonis with questions, perhaps not on EV, it may be on the green building policies as a whole, but colleagues we'll move to the promenade and a motion here relatively shortly.
I will try to be very brief, Mr. Chair. I think that the size and the capacity of transformers is something that we have to grasp and to understand, and this is challenging with every new building. I think that the C2 that the Commission reminds us every time that every new building that we approve has to be compliant with our climate goals that are indeed ambitious, and they're coming up. I mean, we have to be able to benchmark ourselves against these. So, and I know that the number of EV stations, or the percentage of EV charging is really not the toughest issue. Not all EVs are charging at the same time. There are new technologies that can manage the load, so we can get higher percentages without having to oversize our transformers. What I wanted to ask is, how much natural gas, or city gas, as I call it, will be used in the building, and for what purposes exactly? So is it hot water, HVAC, and what is the useful life of these systems, and whether they can, at a later point, be replaced by electric systems?
Sure, I'll take that. Yep. So we have two uses for natural gas. One is the heating of the outside air in our ventilation system. Electric heating of that air is really just not efficient. It's very not. It's kind of has a long way to go as far as the technology is for using that in that DOAS system. The other one, we have a central high efficiency gas-fired boiler for our domestic water system. And so again, we feel that, that technology is way behind. I wouldn't say way behind, but it's not there yet to provide kind of the adequate means that we would need for, and still provide an energy savings. So, where it's a trade-off that you're doing combustion on site, but I think the benefit is just the energy efficiency we're able to gain from that domestic water heating, the central water heating elements.
You're on mute. Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay. So we'll promenade with the next subject. And I think that you identified it, Mr. Karantonis. If you have your question, go ahead. We can also, if you're still working on that, we can also go to a motion. But go ahead.
Yes, just briefly. So this is a curbless. This will be a curbless street. I do think that the promenade and the passage over the 15th Street, the actual function of 15th Street, is the foyer, the entrance to a very big, important centerpiece of urbanism in Arlington. I mean, right now we have a parking crater, and where we want to. We have decided as a community to have a significant plaza, a real civic asset. So I wonder whether the two-way traffic and the still availability of the street to cars is compliant, and I would like for staff to elaborate a little bit what the project contributes to this 15th Street idea of a shared street.
Okay, sure. And this is Chrissy. I am going to see if Dennis Sellen would like to answer the question on the traffic and the capacity on 15th Street.
Sure. Good afternoon. This is Dennis Sellen with DES Transportation Division. And so I'm going to talk about 15th Street and its presence as a shared street. Is that what we're talking about today?
Yes, I want to understand how disruptive this will be when people will be going through that promenade. And I was imagining, and I believe that the sector plan imagines a as much as possible, seamless transition into the plaza area of the future courthouse plaza.
Okay, so just to be clear, the promenade is the Ewell Street Promenade?
Yes, and that goes through over.
So you're talking as a pedestrian walking across 15th Street. Okay. Just so I am clear, do we have any graphic that we can pull up just so that we can, as I sort of walk through an illustration of this for the board
There's
that we were able
There's
to?
one of the staff report that has a peculiar mix of cars and pedestrians.
Okay. So as you're aware, the board adopted 2 new street typologies in 2016 as a result of the Courthouse Square sector plan addendum. One is a pedestrian priority street, and that is what Ewell Street is identified as, the pedestrian promenade. The other is a shared street. And the shared street is one that is, as its name identifies, shared among all modes of transportation. The pedestrian street is probably easier to understand because it does give complete priority to pedestrians. The shared street is a little bit more difficult because we need to accommodate all of our modes of transportation. However, because traditionally we have always given much more priority to vehicular traffic, in this case, we are emphasizing the modes that have traditionally been sidelined a little bit. So on 15th Street, we are giving special emphasis to pedestrians and cyclists. And because this route is a transit route, we are giving attention to transit. So particularly the area that is outlined in red dashed on 15th Street, and that is from the intersection of Ewell Street eastward to Courthouse Road. That area is a elevated environment. So from that intersection and from that crosswalk, the area will be brought up to the level of the sidewalk, so that it will be a curbless environment, so that as you walk across from Ewell Street as a pedestrian, you will not cross a curb, and you will walk at a continuous level. If you are a vehicle approaching from the west, meaning if you are coming from Clarendon Boulevard or Veach Street, as you approach that pedestrian crosswalk, you will be basically going over a speed bump, because that is what you will be doing. So that is essentially a traffic calming element. So you will be notified both visually and physically of a pedestrian traffic calming element to notify you that you're entering basically a pedestrian area. Additionally, in this hatched area, the street section will be narrowed. It will be a 42-foot street section from quote unquote curb to curb up there, because there is no curb. And that means that basically the sort of travel area is 42 feet, and that's allocated basically between vehicular travel, what we're saying will be quote unquote bike lanes, and quote unquote parking area. We may or may not stripe this area, and I think that was part of the discussion that took place at the Planning Commission as to how this area is going to function. Traditionally, shared streets do not get delineated with stripes and marking. We will determine how that's going to function later, and may or may not decide to stripe that. That's the eastern portion of the shared street. The western portion is a little bit more complicated because it functions as a transit hub. It will be a bit wider because we will have the 3 transit bays. So it will be 10 feet wider to accommodate those 3 bus loading bays. It will not be curbless because the buses require a curb to do the loading. There's a step that's required, and so we can't have the curbless environment. But it will also have, as the eastern portion has, this entire block of 15th Street will have a different material from the rest of 15th Street. We will put concrete along the street as opposed to asphalt, and it will likely be texturized to some degree. So a vehicle will notice some sort of change, and that will be both sort of an audio and a visual element that's different. Portions of the street will be also colorized, and that is, at this point, what we know for sure is that the bus lane will be colorized to indicate it will be a bus-only lane. At either end of the shared street entrance, there will be a gateway element. So at the intersection with Clarendon Boulevard, there will be an island that will be both a physical and a visual cue to vehicles. And at the intersection with Courthouse Road, each of the 4 quadrants of the intersection will have a pedestrian nub or curb extension that narrows the crossing for the pedestrians. Those are all some of the things that provide both the physical and visual cues, in addition to the increased amount of plantings and landscaping that will occur here. And all of these are both shared street elements, traffic calming elements that are going to give indications to drivers that this is a very different environment from both the way it is today and from the surrounding streets, and that behavior will change.
Thank you, Mr. Sellon.
Thank you, Mr. Sellon, for that sense of the promenade and the street texture, et cetera. So I think that's provided sufficient detail. I think we're ready for a motion unless there are hands to the contrary. But Mr. Dorsey, did you want to move us towards a motion?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you'll all bear with me, this is going to take a minute. I'd like to move the manager's recommendation for site plan 457, which includes the following discrete actions. A, it's a rezoning of 7 parcels along Wilson Boulevard, North Courthouse Road, and North 15th Street from C3 to the CO zoning district. B, it's to approve the site plan to construct a 423-unit residential building with ground floor retail and an underground garage with conditions, which I will propose an amendment to after we receive a second. Also, both of those items, A and B, are found in the staff report 33AB dated March 16th. Then C, it is the purchase and sale agreement of the property known as the investment building for $1,743,000. That's detailed in the staff report 33C dated March 12th. And then D, there is an ordinance of vacation to vacate a portion of North Ewell Street with 9 conditions, including compensation to the county in the amount of $754,800. And that's in report 33D dated March 12th.
I'll second that. And then I think for purposes of discussion and then moving forward, but you mentioned, Mr. Dorsey, some amended conditions.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a proposal to amend, part of this motion is a proposal to amend conditions 19 and 21. It's a minor substantive revision and then a more extensive but all technical revision. So the substantive revision concerns condition number 19 and specifically the streetscapes element concerning the placement of tree pits in relation to the proposed protected bike lane improvements along Clarendon Boulevard, specifically striking the language that references for the Clarendon Boulevard portion only the minimum distance of 8 inches from the back of curb. Then there are a number of associated non-substantive amendments because there is a thorough renumbering to condition number 19, which is the overall civil engineering plan. What I just referenced will now be part of section 8 in condition number 19, and that reflects some renumbering all throughout condition 19. And then in condition number 21, there are references to the prior numbering regime for condition 19, which need to be updated to accommodate the changes that we just made. So there's a lot of pages and a lot of words, but not a lot actually happening other than correcting the dimensions along Clarendon Boulevard. And staff, please let me know if I didn't get that right.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. We will certainly give staff just raise a hand if so. I do see a hand already from Ms. Crystal.
Could you just clarify for us that with regard to the streetscape and the tree pit planting dimension, removing from the distance required from the back of the curb, what is this, what if any is the substantive impact of this? And this may be for staff as well as for Mr. Dorsey, but I know we often talk about the impact that tree pits and their size can have and their placement can have on the navigability, and especially with respect to those who may be using a mobility device to get around. So are there any impacts on, I mean, I know we're maintaining the sidewalk clear width, but what is the relationship between removing that restriction on the distance between from the back of the sidewalk of the tree pits and the sort of amount of space users would have to use on the sidewalk?
I'll defer to staff on that, Ms. Crystal.
Great, thanks.
Ms. Wallendish.
Hey, hello, yes, this is Chrissy, so I can certainly address that. Okay, so the distance, so a standard curb is 6 inches, and it will be along the Clarendon Boulevard frontage. This 8 inches from the back of curb would be an additional 8 inches in between the 6 inches you have for the curb and the location of the tree pits on Clarendon Boulevard. So it'd be like a very narrow area. And this is really required in most cases. And this is the reason why we're okay with striking it in this instance, is because when you're opening a car door when there's street parking, you really need that 8 inches, or else your car door is going to swing into the tree pit, into the tree, or potentially into any fencing around the tree pit. And that's where we really have concerns with this condition language, and that's why it's in the standard condition. But in the instance of Clarendon Boulevard here on this frontage, there's actually a protected bike lane that is in between the on-street parking and these tree pits. So we don't see any interference here with removing this condition. The applicant has stated that they no longer have these dimensions because of the dimensions of the protected bike lanes. So it's kind of weighing the cost here. If we are running out of room on the streetscape, is this really needed? And we've determined that it's not. We followed up with our staff who will be reviewing the landscape plan, and we're likely going to ensure when this does come in for landscape plan approval that we require a fencing on all 4 sides of the tree pit, just to ensure that it is properly protected and everyone is in a safe environment when the bikes are moving by.
Okay. That's really helpful, and I think is probably the most important thing, that we're ensuring that bikers have plenty of safety in the protected bike lane from the opening car door, since the consequence of a door open into a biker is much worse than a door open into a tree. Okay, that satisfies me. I'm good to support this. I don't think we need a whole lot of further discussion unless my colleagues require it.
We actually might, Ms. Crystal, because it appears that Mr. Cummings is going to disrupt our very elegant motion.
Yeah.
My apologies, everybody, but this was for North Courthouse Road and not Clarendon, so I think that got lost in the translation at some point. So I apologize.
So help me understand, would that mean a further change in the changes to Mr. Dorsey's motion? It would mean we would need to shift and change what is done on what the clerk is doing.
So the change should shift to North Courthouse Road. Clarendon was fine as it was drafted. North Courthouse Road was the area where we could not achieve the 8-inch setback from the tree pit to the street. And I believe, and my design team can correct me if I'm wrong, that was due to fitting the bike lane in, which was a change made later in the process.
Okay, so our county attorney has appeared. Did you? We can There was two parts to Mr. Dorsey's condition changes, and the renumbering, I think, it would be fine, but we're focusing on the other one, which is this dialogue sufficient to remove what was shown on the clerk's screen and shift that to the North Courthouse Road? Would that be sufficient, or do we need to take additional steps, Mr. Attorney?
Mr. Chair, I was looking for some clarity too. I know the clerk put up some sort of exhibit with some highlights in it. It might be good to get that back up on the screen, because it would just be a matter, if what Mr. Cummings says is accurate and staff can confirm it, it would just be a matter, I think, of moving that highlighted section of the Clarendon Boulevard down to North Courthouse. But I don't know if staff agrees or what the story is on that.
Yeah, sorry for that. Sorry for that error on my behalf. We do support that. I do apologize. It was just simply relocated. I struck the wrong portion of that condition. We are supportive of it in North Courthouse Road.
Thank you, Ms. Wallentysh and Mr. McIsaac. I think we've now corrected it, and it's under North Courthouse Road. That doesn't change the numbering. Mr. Dorsey, are you good with that?
Absolutely. As long as the explanation remains the same, it's still my intent to make that motion. Thanks.
Great. The motion has been made and seconded with the amended conditions that we have clarified in the preceding discussion. So I think all of us could say plenty, but also there's been plenty already said about the project. Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
So the 8 inches remain on Clarendon, but they're gone on South Courthouse. Yes, because the way the Word document was corrected doesn't reflect that. Just
North Courthouse, correct?
North Courthouse is where the 8 inches are gone and are strike. Okay.
That's correct. Thank you for clarifying and asking that and making that point. So we will we'll make sure that it's so reflected. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. I'll just take the opportunity for some concluding comments. This is a complex project, but there's a lot to like from my perspective. I really appreciate the applicants stepping up on the sustainability front to align with current standards when they were under no real obligation to do so. While we could always do more in that regard, I think this substantially moves the bar forward and will help us meet our overall community energy plan and sustainability goals. I, of course, love the provision of on-site affordable units, and with half of them 4 being family-size units, that's a unique feature that we don't often get in new site plans, particularly around metro areas. The Civic Square contributions, really significant, and I hope to facilitate the improvements to the Civic Square that many people who are part of the planning process and who are living and working in the area so very much desire. I think the multimodal mobility plans, while I think there are various quibbles that people can make around the margins, overall, it's strong. I remain open to being pleasantly surprised at how we're going to accommodate shared use vehicles and the like within this plan. But, I'll trust that will evolve as time moves forward. And I certainly appreciate the $250,000 public art contribution, which would very much enhance the civic presence in the area. I thought the earlier conversation we had about historic preservation was really important. And I want to echo that I support Chair Lawrence's desire to make sure that their input, be actionable, so that we with intention make sure that they can at least pose questions, pose suggestions as early as possible, so that we don't ever get to the point where we're just simply dismissing any good recommendations because of timing. So with that, happy to see this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So I'll call for a vote. We'll start with on the motion made by Mr. Dorsey. We'll start with Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. D. Ferranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0, and the project is approved to move forward. We have two final items on our agenda, and I see Mr. Schwartz may be appearing. Those two items might not take long, but we have been going at this for a long time, and so I would propose that we take a break because I think we have 30 minutes at least left. So we take a break, and I propose that we come back 1 o'clock or 1:10. Why don't we split the difference? I don't see too much concerns. We'll be back by 1:05, please, and see you shortly. Thank you. Arlington County Board back after a short recess or break here, and now we will turn it to the next item on the agenda. I believe that's item 34. Madam, will you call the next item?
Yes, item 34 is site plan 345 is a site plan amendment to remove condition number 49 that requires the developer to retain 8 parking spaces at 2050 Wilson Boulevard and to add a new condition to acknowledge the location and width of the proposed public promenade along North Yule Street as part of the landmark block redevelopment, which was
just approved. Yeah. So next, so I believe Mr. Manager is there. I think we have a presentation from Ms. Wallentish, I think.
That is correct. Not a lot of visual presentation since you're familiar with the site, but over to you, Chrissy.
Ms. Wallentish. Well, we may be having a little bit of technical difficulties. I don't know. We'll try once more. Is Ms. Wallentish there? Okay. So let's see. Madam Clerk, did we have any public speakers on this item?
We do not have any public speakers for this item.
It's a
We
fairly
can maybe do this one pretty quickly.
It's a fairly brief item.
Normally, if I couldn't have Ms. Wallentish speak, I would ask Aaron Schreiber to speak, but apparently they're having lunch together somewhere at an outdoor cafe and decided to leave the meeting for the moment. So if you just give me a minute, I will see what we can do. Hold on.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't think there's even a presentation, a staff slide deck.
Yeah, so
there's a board report. There is no presentation.
Yeah.
Very brief, fairly short board report.
Maybe we can skip the item and hear it at the end.
That's what I was going to propose. I will just check.
Yeah, what I was going to do is I was going to suggest perhaps, I know we have the next item with a number of speakers that are probably going to be interested, that we have Mr. Rogers here, Nick Rogers, that we go ahead and move to that item. And then as we locate Ms. Wallentish, given the shortness of this item, perhaps we could insert it at the appropriate time.
Sure. So we will take up item 34 after, we'll go ahead to item 35. And so if Madam Clerk, you would call item 35, and then we'll get Mr. Rogers and get on that one, because there are public speakers, I believe, in this item.
Certainly. Now, I will read the full item just to buy us some time. Item 35 is a request to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider proposed amendments to Article 12 and 15 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance to allow modifications of the maximum building height for multifamily residential development by the county board through its site plan approval authority for development projects providing 100% of the dwelling units as low or moderate income housing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think it's over to Mr. Rogers, unless Mr. Manager, you have any.
And I actually think I see Ms. Wallentish is trying to call in by phone, if I'm not correct. So you may want to give that one more shot. If not, we'll go over to Nick.
Sure. Ms. Wallentish, are you here now?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for that. I have been here the whole time. I don't know why my headphones decided to stop working, but I have I've left the meeting and re-entered, so my apologies on that.
No problem. Just so that those watching are clear, we're going to go back to item 34, and Ms. Wallentish, perhaps you can describe it briefly. I don't believe that there's a staff presentation, but I could be wrong. Go ahead, Ms. Wallentish.
Sure, yes. So site plan 354, we do have a minor site plan amendment. I do have just one image I can bring up. I'll describe the project to you briefly. So again, for the record, I'm Chrissy Wallentish with the Department of Planning, Community Planning, Housing, and Development. And this is a minor site plan amendment for the Strayer Building at 2121 15th Street North. This project likely would have remained on the consent agenda. However, we thought it more appropriate for you all to take action on the amendment after the actions on the landmark project. So that's why it's on the regular agenda, even though it is a relatively minor request.
Great.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
There we are.
Yep, I'm sharing an image now. So the bulk of the, as Jacob's outlined, it's really just two site plan or two condition amendments here. So as a part of the redevelopment of the landmark block, the developer has requested that the owner of the Strayer building amend site plan 345 to reflect some changes that are necessary to carry out the redevelopment of the landmark block. And those changes include removing an existing condition that requires the Strayer building to retain 8 parking spaces located at 2050 Wilson Boulevard, and to add a condition that acknowledges the location of the promenade, and that is being it's part of the redevelopment of the landmark block, and that you just approved moments ago. So that acknowledgement helps ensure that the promenade dimensions will not be altered or narrowed in the future by any redevelopment of the Strayer building. So we don't anticipate that happening in the near future. However, this condition is still helpful for whenever that redevelopment does come in, and to ensure that the promenade will be preserved and not altered or negatively impacted by that development of the Strayer block. So just very quickly, we have we do recommend, given that the parking spaces located at 2050 Wilson Boulevard are not needed by the Strayer building's office tenant, and that they're rarely used, and that the Strayer building owner has agreed to acknowledge the dimensions of the promenade, staff recommends that the county board adopt the attached site plan ordinance and approve the site plan amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Walentish. Shall we go directly to a motion?
I think we should, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, this is all pretty basic. So I'll go ahead and make a motion and move that we adopt the site plan amendment ordinance, site plan 345, attached to the board report of March 16, 2021, to remove condition number 49 that requires the developer to retain 8 parking spaces located at 2050 Wilson Boulevard. And we add a new condition to acknowledge location and width of the proposed public promenade along North Ewell Street as part of the landmark block redevelopment. That's site plan 457, subject to all previously approved conditions with the exception of deleted condition, the number 49, which we're doing here, and new condition number 61.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. There's a second.
All right. Thank you. And as we have no speakers, and this would have been a consent item if we'd been able to have accomplished what we just did before we got there. We need to do things in correct order. I just think this is continuing what I think is going to be such a really huge improvement here, and it's just making it so we can do the promenade. And I'm pleased to put forth, I think, what is the easiest motion of the day.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So with that, we will call for a vote. The question is on Ms. Garvey's motion. We'll start with Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. The motion passes 5-0. And we have been careful not to, this would have been on consent for sure, but the order has been correct. So now we are ready to move to the next item, which Madam Clerk, I believe, is already called, but just so that we are clear for those watching, this is item 35 in the posted agenda, and we will go to Mr. Rogers for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Just wanted to triple check that you're able to see the slides in front of you.
We can see the slides and we can also hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm joined today by my colleagues in CPHD, both Mr. Richard Tucker and Miss Jennifer Smith, and we are, quite frankly, we're really excited to be here with you before you today, presenting our recommendations for a zoning ordinance amendment, which would enable the board to permit increases in building height for affordable housing projects located in 3 of our county's multifamily residential zoning districts. And this is joint work that our planning division has been working on in coordination with CPHD's housing division underneath the broader Housing Arlington initiative. And of course, the item before you that's today is a resolution that, if adopted, it would authorize the manager to advertise public hearings for yourselves in the Planning Commission next month to consider amending the ordinance in this manner. And so I have a number of slides that I'll advance through with you and members of the public who are watching this morning. I do want to share an overview of some of our the basics of our multifamily zoning, the intersection of changes to housing affordability zoning standards over the years. some of the regional development trends that we've been studying and sponging up that have been at the center of staff's analysis. Of course, we'll be presenting the staff recommendations so that you and your colleagues are fully understanding what's in the staff report, and as well as an overview of some of the public engagement and outreach on the feedback that we've received. So diving right in, Mr. Chair, for those of you who of course have read our research compendiums for the missing middle housing study, or if you're just a student of Arlington's planning and zoning, you know that the county has had dedicated zoning standards for different levels of multifamily development dating back to 1942, actually. And these zoning standards govern a host of dimensional characteristics for our multifamily development, things like minimum lot size, lot width, maximum height, maximum dwelling units per acre, among others. And we've done some extensive research on some of the basic changes to these over the years. And we've found that those dimensional standards have been consistent and unchanged since 1978. Taking a look at the county's stock of garden-style apartments, those 2 to 4, oftentimes brick buildings. We know that generally those were constructed during the era of approximately the mid-1930s to the mid-1960s. The vast majority of those are zoned one of those 3 multifamily dwelling districts that are within the scope of this study. Those are RA 1426, RA 818, and RA 615. You're going to hear me saying those numbers several times throughout the presentation today. And while those base standards have remained consistent, the previous boards have amended other sections of the zoning ordinance over the years to facilitate the creation of more affordable housing here in Arlington. And this goes all the way back to 1972 with the original bonus height and density standards that were added to the zoning ordinance then. Among other provisions, the board adopted standards that would enable an additional 6 stories in height and an additional 10% residential density bonus for what we were referring to at the time as moderate income housing units. And these bonus provisions were enabled for development applicants who submitted what was at the time a fairly new tool in Arlington. That's our site plan application process that we've relied on so diligently over the years. Moving ahead to 1992, the board at the time made further amendments to the zoning ordinance, but the focus this time was solely on those 3 RA districts at the heart of today's study. Taking a look at the staff reports at the time, we've learned that, the sentiment being most of the county's apartments in those districts we know that they were developed under by right provisions during that 1930s to 1960s era. And at the time, the county felt a need to create incentives to enable revitalization and reinvestment in our garden apartments using the site plan process. And the thinking at the time was that there was a need to preserve existing apartments from, quite frankly, meeting the wrecking ball, becoming higher cost rentals, condos, or even townhouses. Property owners could voluntarily request designation and as a voluntary coordinated housing preservation and development district, and as a coordinated multiple family conservation and development district. Thank you for bearing with me, Mr. Chair. And these designations, once approved, would unlock special site plan provisions for increased height, increased density, more flexible site layouts in return for the property owner, the applicant, setting aside some percentage of those as a lower moderate income housing. Was determined on a case-by-case basis. At the time, the conventional wisdom was that the county would be seeking 20% of the units to be set aside as affordable for a term of approximately 20 years. And these increases in height enabled by the 1992 amendment, they would range anywhere from an additional 10 feet on up to an additional 25. So approximately 1 to 2 stories, depending on the zoning district. These 1992 provisions were updated and streamlined in 2001. That procedural requirement for the district designation that was removed. It was just a request that an applicant could make as part of the site plan process. The board added several submission requirements to ensure that the applicant was comprehensively demonstrating to staff, the board, the community that their approach to providing or perhaps preserving affordable housing. And then as almost a corollary, almost a sidebar to this streamlining, the board updated the site plan provisions, which had been already increased from that 1972, the 10% bonus that went to 15% in the early 1980s. And in 2001, that site plan density bonus went to 25%. Of course, in 2017, the board established the Housing Conservation District as a designation in our GLUP, as well as in the zoning ordinance. The explicit goal of that work was to make sure that we were doing what we could to retain our existing market rate affordable housing, or what we call MARCs colloquially. There was a need that we've documented at the time, which is still in place, of course, to preserve as much as possible our affordable rent rates, preventing the loss of MARCs due to by right townhouse redevelopment. And staff spoke at the time that whereas that phase 1 work was adopted by the board, there was going to be follow-on work in a phase 2 of the project. And you're going to be hearing me mention that as we've broadened the scope of that work. But the goals of the phase 2 work was to ensure that we were bringing back to the board financial modeling, economic analysis that would inform some new setback and height, optional setback and height standards within housing conservation district areas that would allow for some incremental increases in development intensity, predictable, economically feasible, in exchange for commitments of preservation or the creation of housing affordability. And then the final text amendment that I'll mention to you all was the 2019 bonus density amendment to the ordinances. The board adopted at the time several changes that restructured and reorganized those bonus density standards, had their origins back in that 1972 action. Among other changes, the affordable housing bonus provisions were actually reconfigured to replace that six-story in height bonus and the 25% density bonus, which we generally term as uncapped density, height and density. And what I mean by that is rather than looking to these metrics in the zoning ordinance, a development applicant is now looking at the adopted area and sector plan to see what those maximum thresholds of development can be achieved, and the applicant needs to demonstrate to staff, members of the community, the Planning Commission, and you that the development is meeting those objectives of those area and sector plans. If it's within a phased development site plan, a PDSP, similar board approved policy. Now, with that change, the board's action did include several editorial changes, including a clarification that the site plan development in RA districts, subject to the affordability regulations that I previously mentioned in 1992 and 2001, that those maximum heights listed there, either 60 or 70 feet, those were the absolute maximum, that the board's modification authority was not applicable no matter what the area or sector plan said for those 3 RA districts in question. And it's one of the hearts of the matter of the amendment before you today. And this was something that was on our radar at the time, and this distinction was drawn because whereas we have the rich planning history and the understanding and the vision within our sector and area plans, conversely, there is an extent of the county, and you'll see in the map in this presentation in your staff report, there's broad extents in the county that are quote unquote unplanned, that are zoned one of these 3 RA districts that don't have that same definition of what the development vision and potential are. And so we wanted to make sure that further study was made of the RA zoned property in the county, We've committed to doing that as part of the Housing Conservation District Phase 2 work. And to further evaluate the prospect of similar measures that were talked about with that bonus density amendment for implementation. So a lot of history there right now. Want to bring us more to today, Mr. Chair, and despite all of what I've just described, the region and the county continues to experience severe shortages of available housing affordable to residents who are not in high income earning affluent households. And the culprits are familiar trends that you've been briefed on by staff, as well as county residents, housing advocates as well. We've documented that loss of the market rate affordable apartments as part of the HCD work in 2017. For you and members of the public, as a reminder, in 2000, the county had just a little over 17,000 marks affordable to households that made no more than 60% of the area median income. Fast forward to 2016, that number was reduced to just under 3,000, and approximately 84% decrease. And the reasons are in some instances are redevelopment. In most cases, it was just simply rising rents, making those apartments unaffordable for folks making 60 or 80% of the AMI. And then occasionally it would be through partnerships where those marks were being converted to our committed affordable unit program, the CAFs. The county has been very fortunate over the past several decades to have several nonprofit affordable housing developers who stepped in, often with financial support from the county, to purchase, renovate, and maintain those affordable rents for these marks properties. We've been successful with this program since the late 1970s. The county and its housing partners have preserved the affordability of approximately 4,500 marks, usually through loans to acquire the marks properties and stabilize them. But the degree and the order of magnitude is one that just that tool alone is not a financially feasible solution to combat these chronic affordability issues that we're seeing. And those issues are underpinned by the success, the region's economic success, the increased job opportunities that have come to the region, the population growth over the past 2 decades. It's made housing production a priority, not just for our jurisdiction, but for every single local government in the DC metro area. We have not been resting on our laurels and our heels in this regard. We've been actively working to combat these things through Housing Arlington. And we've had some success, and we're continuing to work toward that. Of course, you know about our work with the missing middle housing study, looking for new housing types to add to our housing stock. You'll recall the elder care work that the board adopted in late 2019 so that we modernize our standards for our seniors pertaining to assisted living, independent living. And then we have what we're billing as the multifamily reinvestment study, and I'll speak on that later. That's the expanded scope of our HCD work. And so all of these trends and this history, it results in a series of findings that has really brought us before you today to recommend some near-term action that would be applicable immediately in the coming months. And so within our RA areas, we do have individual areas and sites that are oftentimes located in transitional areas between our transit station metro rail areas where we're concentrating the vast majority of our development, transitioning between those areas and our low density residential neighborhoods that would be appropriate for some level of increased building height to add to our housing stock. That being said, because of that transitional nature, we do feel the need for some appropriate land use safeguards to ensure that there can be some effective transitions made from a design and site layout perspective between the development site and the surrounding neighborhoods. In addition, we do have some historical precedent that I've gone over with you today. We have had bonus provisions in the past that have allowed for increases in building height in exchange for housing affordability. Up until recently, that exchange could result in an up to 6-story increase. And while those bonus provisions for uncapped height are currently not available in the RA districts, the uncapped density provision can be approved by the board in the RA districts through the site plan process. And on top of that, we're aware that enabling increased height for particularly our affordable housing developers would allow the county to would ensure rather that the county does not avoid missed opportunities for advancing new affordable housing projects, particularly during the next year's funding and tax credit cycles as we continue to advance the work on the multifamily reinvestment study. We know, of course, we've been speaking to members of the development community. They have shared with us some disruptions in certain segments of the housing market because of the pandemic. That being said, we are looking far into the future, and we're continuing to keep our eyes on the future. We are not foreseeing that the DC area will lose its economic clout as a center for a robust local economy. We are projecting that the need for housing production supply, growth, and demand, that those trends will continue on. I did mention earlier some of that adjustment in the scope. Previously, the HCD work was really focused on targeted areas in the county where there was this alignment between the general land use plan designations and concentrations of marks that in combination with one another were creating essentially low-hanging fruit opportunities for an overall net reduction in housing through townhouse redevelopment. And since those economic influences that I mentioned about on Arlington's housing market and the demand, those are manifesting not just in those targeted areas, but in every single neighborhood in Arlington. We wanted to take a broader look at this and expand the scope so that we were being expansive to look at all of our multifamily zoned areas to try to modernize those standards. Again, that I mentioned have been consistent and unchanged since 1978. So we are still carrying forward with our multifamily reinvestment study, the housing conservation district goals and objectives, addressing challenges from zoning nonconformities, for example, modernizing the development standards, making sure that we're providing affordable housing still for residents at either the 60% or 88% AMI tiers. Of course, we want to be increasing the supply of multifamily housing with the multifamily reinvestment study, but we want to make sure that we're also effectively integrating new development within and among the surrounding built environment in existing neighborhoods. And you heard, some in the last item about the need to be mindful of the county's cultural resources and our historic resources inventory. A key piece of the HCD work that we are still have incorporated and including in full force with the multifamily reinvestment study. And so bringing all that to today's resolution before you, we are recommending a near term and what we really frankly see as an interim action to amend the zoning ordinance that would enable the county board to modify the maximum building height standards for the 3 RA districts within the study scope. You see those districts here on the screen, the 1426, 818, and 615. Now, this modification of height would come as part of your site plan process. You're accustomed to reviewing and hearing staff's recommendations on a host of different modifications that the zoning ordinance enables. This would be yet another one that an applicant would request and would need to justify to you all. There are a couple key prerequisites and findings that the board would need to agree with, essentially, in order to grant that modification. The first is that only development sites or development projects where 100% of the proposed units would be set aside as low and moderate income housing. Those are going to be the projects that would be eligible for this increase in building height. We do want to be mindful of sort of the diversity of different products and projects and development opportunities that are out there. And so in the instance where a creative application came your way where less than 100% of the units would be affordable, and the developer was demonstrating that other goals and objectives of the Affordable Housing Master Plan were being met, we do want to give the board some flexibility to consider increasing building height in those instances as well. But the key goal and the key objective is for this to be is for the applicant to only be making this request when a significant commitment to affordable housing is being made. And of course, I mentioned that need for effective transitions. We've added some finding language that further challenges the development applicant to be mindful of those transitions to the surrounding built environment. And we don't want to presuppose what those tools are to be used, but we know that the tools are plentiful. And so we anticipate that oftentimes things like landscaping buffers, setbacks, step backs, architectural facade treatments, other similar measures, we're really going to be looking to development applicants to be utilizing those tools and working with the community as part of the conventional SPRC process, working with staff, working with the civic associations on that process. I do want to make this is a very important distinction, Mr. Chair. We do see this as an interim measure that it would enable the board to be responsive immediately, and by immediately within the next calendar year, to affordable housing development projects that are outside of our planning areas, that don't have that sector plan or area guidance. We have within our scope for the multifamily reinvestment study, we have space that we're going to be reevaluating these provisions with the great likelihood that there will be further edits, possible removal and replacement with alternative language as part of the ultimate recommendations for the multifamily reinvestment study. So we did, and this was part of your staff report. Visuals are important. We got very helpful feedback from the Housing Commission and the Planning Commission's Zoning Committee back in January, really needing to understand, well, where are we talking about? Where are these RA districts? And so the map you're seeing on your viewer here, this is also on our website. This is publicly available. And in the board report, it shows the 3 R districts in those earth tone colors. And if we need to, Mr. Chair, we can go back to the slide during the questions if the discussion warrants it. As far as engagement, this was a short-term review study on our work plan. And so we have had a summary of the study's scope and my contact information on the zoning studies website for a couple months now. The study's schedule has been posted there, a comment inbox for members of the public to use. And we scaled our short-term strategy to our engagement strategy that was scaled to conduct some targeted outreach to key audiences, particularly within the affordable housing development community, within a time frame that was given the limited scope of the study. So we've sort of we've created the engagement strategy to go with the scope of the study. And you've seen some of that feedback, and I believe you've seen some of that feedback in writing and perhaps in public testimony today. We did outline this. We were very pleased to get a lot of feedback on this work from a bunch of different corners of the community. We've documented that ad nauseum in the staff report. Overall, I do want to highlight a couple areas where some additional discussion is warranted. By and large, we received feedback where staff and the community and the board, we were challenged to make sure we were not further degrading the county's remaining supply of marks with this work. We don't think it is. We received some feedback on providing increased clarity in those findings, and that's good feedback. we do think the SPRC process and just the need to be flexible on a site-by-site, case-by-case basis, we're comfortable, even though it's vague and we'd love to give some more clarity. We think the level of clarity that's in the language now is suitable for the needs at hand. And we also received some feedback. Well, have you considered other zoning districts? Have you considered such provisions for market rate development projects as well? And we're keeping it to the multifamily. It's the multifamily reinvestment studies. We're keeping it to the multifamily districts, but those broader recommendations that would be eligible and would not have the 100% requirement, we are examining that. We do plan to bring that to you in the first quarter of next year. We have been working closely with the board office over the past couple of days. We are aware of several emails that you and your colleagues received about the prospect of this tool being utilized in a Boston area site. My understanding is that the site in question has an approved site plan already on it that was amended by the board last year. And I just wanted to point out to the board and members of the public, there may have been some communication, something lost in translation there. Those sites that you were receiving all that email traffic on, those are zoned RC. So the interim zoning ordinance that's in front of you today, it would not be applicable. A development applicant, even if they wanted to, would not be eligible for requesting increased height through these provisions at that site. So we've also received, and I'll be closing shortly, Mr. Chair, but I did want to give some time to some of the good feedback that we've received. We're continuing to get engagement from the Lee Highway Corridor, the Plan Lee Highway co-chairs who, of course, wrote you last week. And I just wanted to reassure you and members of the public that we are in close coordination with Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, who's our Plan Lee Highway project manager. And I'll share a schedule slide here in a moment, but she is continuing to work with the community for the remainder of the year on a land use scenario analysis that will be followed by a preliminary concept plan, refining that concept further in coordination with the Lee Highway community stakeholders. And the goal is bringing those recommendations to you in the first quarter of next year. And I just wanted to categorically emphasize, and we did this on Thursday morning when myself and Mr. Tucker were pleased, and it was good for us to attend the Lee Highway Alliance's board meeting. Just wanted to reemphasize that we on staff are aligned with the community members in ensuring that the vision and the goals and objectives that are adopted with the Plan Lee Highway process, that is the prevailing vision that all development conforms to. And so we are sensitive and sympathetic to some of the concerns that have been raised. Well, what if this conflicts, or what if this is out of line, or what if there is a project that we don't know about in the interim that takes advantage of these and upsets that vision? We don't see that as likely. I do share those concerns, but we don't see that likely based on the conversations and the pre-application concepts that we've been speaking with some of our nonprofit, the typical nonprofit partners who have developed here in Arlington. And much like I mentioned previously that we would be reconciling the MRS work back with this amendment, we will be doing the exact same reconciliation process with Plan Lee Highway. So the two studies, the schedules of Plan Lee Highway and the MRS align very closely. So we don't have one going back in front of the other. We'll be tracking those alongside each other, coordinating and reconciling again, so that the vision for Plan Lee Highway is the prevailing vision. That's what the development community will need to meet as part of that community-led planning process. And so we are here before you today with this request to advertise resolution. If it's adopted, we'll be in front of the Planning Commission early next month. We will be returning the second time to the Housing Commission for an action item. And then, of course, your public hearing would be at your regularly scheduled month and at your meeting next month. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll close our recommendation is very simple, that the board authorize the manager to advertise for public hearings next month for you and the Planning Commission on this affordable housing building height modification provision. And myself and my colleagues are be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for the presentation and focus on some pieces of the history of our zoning ordinance. First, I'll say again, this is a request to advertise. We would be, if we approve, we would be hearing this again next month after our commissions have had a chance to weigh in. I believe we have, as a result, the commissions are not here today because it's a request to advertise. But I believe we do have some public speakers. As we move towards public speakers, certainly I know we've received some concerns, but let's go ahead and hear from our public speakers, and then we'll have a discussion with the board. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Charles Sims, followed by Ann Bodine.
Mr. Sims.
Hello. Yes, my name is Charles Sims, and I'm a senior project manager with the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, and I'm also an Arlington resident. I'm the project manager for the Marbella redevelopment, which this proposal would greatly benefit and aid to the creation of affordable housing. Without it, it would severely hinder the ability to do that project. This proposal would also further the county's, would increase the amount of affordable housing and also further the county's goals toward its master plan. I want to thank the staff for their work in support of this effort, and I want to thank the board for I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Appreciate your note and also your letter, I believe, on this subject as well. Next, we'll hear from our next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next and final speaker is Ann Bodine.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Manager and staff, thank you for your time today and for all the work you've done in your presentation. I'm Ann Bodine and I represent Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future. ASF would like to request the board reject the county manager's recommendation to amend Articles 12 and 15 of the zoning ordinance pending further study. ASF strongly favors affordable housing, and we will continue to submit ideas short of upzoning the county could take in pursuit of those goals. We have some questions the board should address before approving new density. In terms of fiscal impact, how will the county pay for and provide sites for schools, parks, roads, public safety, and health facilities for the many new residents you would approve today? We've asked these same questions about Missing Middle Project. The board tells us we are anti-growth. We are not. We are realists. We believe in having all one's ducks in a row before adopting new policies, especially ones likely to displace existing residents, add budget pressures, and wreak environmental damage. The board is free to refute our fiscal projections by releasing its own long-term fiscal outlooks, and we ask that you do so urgently. In terms of environmental impact, we see almost monthly new site plan redevelopments that produce piles of rubble in Roslyn or Crystal City and replaced by expansive, taller high-rises. This takes an environmental toll. Bill Gates has just called on progressive thinkers to look beyond concrete and steel for future construction needs. Your density proposal will likely lead to more concrete high-rises and may run counter to meeting these climate challenges. As we know, a majority of high-rise projects produce blocky structures where green space is an afterthought and trees are removed to make room for concrete and steel. As we note with the fiscal impacts of growth Arlington style, the constant density drive is doing more harm than good in other areas as well, namely displacement. We applaud the social benefit of 100% affordable units. The cutout for less than 100% is very unclear, however, and dilutes the significance. The policy is also not clear to what extent builders can provide moderate units versus low or low moderate income, nor does it encourage deep affordability. If we are just masking subsidies for units mostly at 80% of median area income, ASF opposes that game plan. We ask more study be given to the extent to which owners of naturally occurring affordable housing will be incentivized to remove those homes, promoting future gentrification. We understand some of the affected neighborhoods do not feel they were sufficiently involved in the process, which would bring new 12-story buildings to their area. You have tried to assure us that any potential overreach by builders will be addressed in site plan reviews, but we have seen no restraint in this area in the past. In sum, The reasons for delay are many, and we ask that you expand your impact analyses to focus on these questions we raised before approving new density. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine. So we have those are all the speakers on this request to advertise today. We'll open the floor for questions. I will start with one. Mr. Rogers, you mentioned that there was some correspondence regarding whether this would apply in specific areas. You mentioned Ballston, is that right? Can you say anything more about that concern?
Yes, I can. I'll do my best. And Ms. Smith and Mr. Tucker may have some more context on the particular site and the particular development proposal at hand. But again, the scope of this study is focused on 3 zoning districts. And if you turn to, and I'm happy to share this on this screen, but on page 15 of the staff report in attachment 1 with the draft language, it's clear that the provisions would be limited to just the 3 multi-family districts that we focused on in our presentation. So again, I understand and appreciate the concerns that were raised by the several residents who have emailed us. The particular areas and the particular development sites in question are zoned. They are zoned our RC district. That was the district that was adopted in the late 1970s to in advance of the Ballston area sector plan to help implement that plan. So the item before you today would not be applicable in that setting.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Helpful, and certainly I could imagine there would be follow-up. So on that question. So I think next to Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rogers, do you have any thoughts about how you would implement the ability for findings to allow for alternatives other than a 100% committed project? I'm really kind of interested in understanding the sequencing here. Clearly, staff is looking for a basis to accept proposals, and 100% affordability is clear. But absent some other pre-guidance on findings, what would be the basis by which staff would accept a proposal that didn't do 100% affordability under this plan?
This is a good question, Mr. Dorsey, and I do appreciate you asking it. And it was a common theme that came up with both the Housing Commission and the Zoning Committee's initial feedback on our work. And I can appreciate the need for some more definition and some guardrails to the baselines in that regard. And we, quite frankly, we were hesitant and apprehensive to be limiting or very structured in that, other than in the event that an applicant is looking to you for some sort of relief from that 100% requirement. They need to be looking at some of the different goals and objectives within the affordable housing master plan. And I want to be very careful on not presupposing or really elevating one goal or another, but there may be an example of a mixed income project, for example, that when we look at the totality of it, we see that this is advancing different types of objectives in the affordable housing master plan. I believe one of our speakers mentioned the prospect of deeper affordability. Could a mixed income development provide deeper commitments of affordability below that 60% AMI for our neediest of residents? Those are potential amongst with needing to look at a lot of other different factors. Those would be the potential type of unique situations where I think the board would be warranted with some increased flexibility on a case-by-case basis. I can sympathize with the sort of the openness of that language, but those are some of our initial thoughts where we felt that maximum flexibility was most warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'll just say I agree. Maybe over the next month, I'd be interested in working with you colleagues to figure out if maybe there is a document of some sort that could memorialize some of that thinking. I would hate to get to a point where you have developers thinking about a proposal that will meet with the board's favor. You go through a process, spend a lot of money and time, only to have us or the board as the ultimate arbiters of whether or not those findings work to determine whether it should move forward. Maybe we should provide some guidance at the outset. So we should think about that over the coming month.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I was thinking in similar terms with Mr. Dorsey. I was thinking about something else, about the committed affordable units duration, for example, which was not included in the list of feedback that was in the. So it makes a very big difference if the height is affordable. The height, the density is forever, right? If it's 30 years or 60 years or otherwise. That was for me important. There was also another, and Mr. Rogers, feel free to comment on that, but I am satisfied by the commitment of Mr. Dorsey, and I believe all our colleagues to discuss that a little bit more during this month that we will have between advertisement and adoption.
Thank you.
The other thing that I wanted to ask is we receive, I understand about the Lee Highway planning process that that is superior, so to say, in that than the measure that we're contemplating today. But there were other discussions as well. The fact is that if we look at the map, these RA districts are mostly distributed in South Arlington, most of them. And we had one neighborhood, Green Valley, who was also concerned about the potential of, what they consider character infringing against neighborhood character height in a potential project. How do you evaluate that risk?
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Karantonis. I think my initial feedback and counsel, and this is something that we didn't get into in great detail in the presentation. I wanted to comment a bit on scale, and I'm going to make an initial attempt. Mr. Tucker may be able to further clarify this for you, but we are anticipating we typically see anywhere from 1 to 2 of these types of affordable housing projects that I'm describing to you in a calendar year, in any one low-income housing tax credit cycle. Sometimes it's here in Arlington, sometimes it's in another one of our Northern Virginia jurisdictions. There's of course, rigorous competition to win those. And so in the event that we in Arlington, who would greatly benefit for more affordable housing, in the event that our nonprofit partners are successful in pulling together the complex financial resources and can dot those I's and cross those T's, we are anticipating no more than 1, possibly 2 development applicants coming through the process for a 100% affordable project in any given calendar year, and that's countywide. That might be in an RA area, that might be in the Roslyn-Ballston corridor, that might be in and around Crystal City somewhere. So as far as frequency, scale, and likelihood, we see such provisions only needing to be utilized potentially 1 to 2 times a year. And that's important to frame the feedback that you and your colleagues received and we received from Green Valley and other neighborhoods which have similar circumstances and which, quite frankly, have commented to county staff where they do not want to bear a disproportionate amount of the county's burden for providing affordable housing to the entirety of our jurisdiction. We're sympathetic to that. We have what's the word I'm trying to think of? We have structured our NOFA process for awarding AHIF money to be scoring and to be thinking about broader geographic distribution, not just in South Arlington, for our affordable housing partners, and that need to more greatly distribute more equitably affordable housing throughout all of our neighbors. That's a throughout our neighborhoods rather. That's a central theme and objective in our existing affordable housing master plan. So. I also want to characterize that some of the, and we had after receiving some initial feedback from Green Valley, Mr. Tucker and I were very pleased to get some time to have a more frank one-on-one conversation with some of the community leaders, which was very helpful to understand how some of the operational challenges, shall I say, with some of the local projects there have created some real anxiety. Well, will the next affordable housing project have the same impacts on our neighborhood? And while those are valid concerns, they are somewhat mutually exclusive from the prospect of enabling increased height for an individual project on an individual site. So I hope that covers some of the key points and provides some more context for the board.
Yes, and together with your narrative about how interim this measure is in expectation of the completion of the the multi-family reinvestment study.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're muted.
This is my second today, so I'll try and move us forward. So thank you, Mr. Carantonis and Mr. Rogers for the answer. We'll go to Ms. Garvey and then Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll be brief. I'm really delighted to see us, you know, we passed that. The HCD was pretty quick. There was a lot that had to happen. And I'm delighted to see us continuing to move forward and having this, you know, kind of get to a point where we can, it's an interim step, but it's a solid one that we can continue to move forward on it. I think I really liked Mr. Dorsey's suggestion, and Mr. Rogers, which is, I don't know quite how to describe it. Obviously, I should go back to Mr. Dorsey, but it feels like we're sort of heading towards maybe sort of a companion piece or a working paper or something that kind of puts together, you know, the thinking behind this, not something the board's going to adopt, but that when we get to the advertisement, there's something that's maybe a little more accessible for our residents, because obviously there were some folks very concerned about this and upset that it was going to apply to them, but it actually,
yes,
as I understand from you, doesn't. And then you've got developers wondering, well, does this mean this and this? And obviously, as Mr. Dorsey said, you don't want them moving forward with some assumptions, and then it gets to us, and suddenly, well, no, that's not what we want to do. So I don't know how to describe that or what it might be. Do you think is that pushing it too much? I assume it's probably pulling together existing thought, and it wouldn't be too long. Is that something you might be able to sort of pull together, I guess, as a presentation, perhaps even for next month when we adopt, if we go ahead to advertise today?
At a minimum, Ms. Garvey, what we'll be doing is discussing it internally. I'm hearing loud and clear from the board members that and I appreciate sort of your further clarification, description on, you know, could a companion piece or some sort of written context, just some sort of additional clarity. I'm hearing that the board would really like us to study that and see what we can do. And so let us take that feedback, and if for some reason we're unable to do that, we're going to come back to you next month with a good reason why.
Oh, that's absolutely fun. Really appreciate that. I always like this thing we're adopting. It gives flexibility to the board. The board gets to decide. I always like that. And I think this is just part of our whole movement on trying to crack the nut of housing affordability and making it so different types of people can afford to comfortably live here, and we keep the community we want. There's so much misunderstanding out there. There's a lot of concern and fear, which we're all picking up in different contexts. So I feel like this is just part of that whole conversation. Missing middle is another part of it, but it's really what we're all about these days, and communication is the key, and really tough. And I doubt we'll ever get it right. Exactly, but at least we keep kind of refining it and working on it. So appreciate your work on it, and I will be pleased to support the motion. Thank you. Do we have a motion? I think we do.
I wanted to make a motion, but after we.
When we do, I'll be pleased to support it.
Got it. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Yeah. So Ms. Crystal's next. We do need to eventually have a motion on the table. So we'll start with Ms. Crystal, and then we'll go to a motion.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm glad to come in on the tail end of some good questions. Mr. Rogers, forgive me if you covered this already, but I wanted to probe a little more on the future relationship of this amendment, if adopted, and the MRS amendments to the zoning ordinance, policy guidance, et cetera. So you helpfully shared with us that the zoning ordinance amendments, formerly known as housing conservation districts, which is what I'm going to call them with the Prince symbol in my mind.
That's right.
Are now on track for potential adoption in the first quarter of 2022, which is about this time next year, right? So if you could fast forward in time, right, to a potential adoption of those amendments, what do you anticipate the final relationship of the amendment that we're advertising today and the amendments facilitated by the MRS study would be? Do you imagine that ultimately anything we adopt with the MRS study would end up sort of superseding and cleaning up and kind of being the dominant frame for heights and density in other areas in these unplanned districts? Or do you envision a future in which sort of MRS gives some guidance and the amendment that is under consideration now still holds? Does that question make sense?
It does, and I fear, so like the short answer is yes, but I want to be more fulsome in my response and sort of predicting what the future is going to look like. I think the best way for me to respond, Ms. Crystal, is that we know that we have some key findings in our existing conditions in the community. We have some areas which are of our RA zoning, which are small, 2-story on very small site, maybe 8 to 10 units from that kind of 1940s and 50s development era that sort of no one builds it that way anymore. And so that's at one end of the multifamily spectrum, all the way up to 10-story towers, 14-story towers in a large site in a sea of parking. And so I can see a scenario that as we are looking to re-examine the prospect of a development applicant who wants to do an affordable project, if they want to request an additional 60 feet of height, well, how does that match up with the narrative and the recommendations for that kind of low, medium, and high range of our, we have a variety of different multifamily settings. And, right now we feel the board needs flexibility in the near term, in the interim, to be proactive. Oftentimes we're coming to you from a reactive stance. We're being proactive with you today, but sort of aligning and attenuating those recommendations to the different scale and to the different surrounding contexts. That's the type of finer grain work we want to be doing and we want to bring to you, and it is still in the early stages right now.
Okay, I think I'm tracking that. So it's not necessarily that the height amendments in these R districts would be on the books as an alternate path to whatever ultimately gets adopted under the framework of MRS. It's that their overlay has a technical valence to it, so I don't want to use that word, but they would sort of interact, is your point.
Yes, I mean, to be more transparent with you, we are envisioning the multifamily reinvestment study to enable some optional increased development standards that beyond the 35, 45, or 60 feet of by right height, for example, that would be enabled in these multifamily districts to allow some sort of increased increment of development, but to acknowledge some of those other communities' needs that I described, and some of the things that you're hearing about on the call today pertaining to trees and open space and surrounding neighborhood contexts as well.
Indeed. Okay, thank you. I mean, this is just tremendously complex, and I think
yes,
that breeds an opportunity for concern, right? We fill in the blanks for the things we don't yet know with the worst case scenarios when we anticipate it. Part of what undergirds my asking about this is, you were just answering in response to one of Mr. Karantonis' questions that we would maybe see, and I think I heard you right, like 1 or 2 sites come in a year, with this sort of type of under this type of analysis or amendment. And I do wonder, knowing how ongoing the multifamily reinvestment study has been and how much finer grain, right, and kind of more specific work has been underway. And given that we're not anticipating a flood of, 100% CAF projects, that if they don't go on the next year, we'll lose the opportunity forever.
That's right.
I can't help but wonder if the best way to address some of the concerns that are unique across the county would be to see if we couldn't narrow the scope of this amendment a little more to maybe the couple of projects in the pipeline that we think are most likely to come in and take advantage between now and first quarter 2022. Candidly, I don't know what that would look like. Here, obviously, we want to steer well clear of anything like spot zoning. But it is sort of interesting to me. It sort of makes me think like, all happy edge zoning areas are alike. All unhappy edge zoning areas are unhappy in their own way, right? We've got blandly highly concerned for one reason and stakeholders of the form-based code regime on the Pike upset for another, and neighbors in Green Valley upset for a third. And if the multifamily reinvestment study might give an opportunity to sort of consider those concerns in a more fine-grained basis than this amendment would, is there just a way to kind of shrink the scope? I don't know the answer to that. I'm sort of putting it on the table as you all think about preparing the final amendments for us to come forward for our consideration. But I do wonder if that couldn't quell some of the concern, or at least move forward some of that concern to an environment, i.e. the MRS, when there's going to be more of an opportunity to address it with specifics.
Yeah, no, this is helpful feedback. Again, thanks so much, Ms. Crystal, and believe us in that the need to be precise and narrow with the scope of this study is something that we spent a lot of time internally thinking on, and quite frankly, we feel that we have a fairly elegant solution with the two findings, but we know that we are not the only ones in the room. We've heard feedback from yourselves and others in the community. Let us work amongst ourselves over the course of the next month. We'll share some additional thinking and thoughts on the prospects of narrowing further. I would contend that a lot of the analysis and sort of the critical thinking that you've provided in your feedback to us already illustrates the challenges in that, where can you narrow by certain a distance from a metro rail station, or a certain functional class of a road, or these different kind of geographic mechanisms or scale mechanisms, and then as soon as we winnow, we have that one project that comes in, and the board, we're all telling ourselves, well, we've winnowed too far. So
right,
yeah.
And indeed, that was the genesis of even doing this sort of short-term
That's
correction,
correct.
right? Because when we lifted the density caps, this was it's all unintended consequences. And I think the last thing that I'll just say is to clarify, because I do think that you have scoped the findings narrowly enough to really winnow down, as you said, the number of sites to which this would apply. What I was thinking in terms of narrowing the scope was more in terms of narrowing the geography, because I think one of the things that has become abundantly clear to me from community feedback on this and other issues is that folks are really concerned about what changes in zoning policy will do to landowner incentives. And I know you talk about this in the board report, right? Like we really don't see just sort of a singular building height modification provision as like the inducing factor for a nonprofit affordable housing developer to go acquire a property that they otherwise might not. We don't see it as the major inducing factor or tipping point for a current landholder or current landlord of a group of marks to behave differently. But I know that is very much what's worrying folks in the community. I think it's a little bit less of a concern that their feedback wouldn't be heard, I hope, or maybe they also don't trust the board, but I think it's less of a concern that their feedback wouldn't be heard by the time it got to board and staff in terms of that finding too about sensitivity towards the neighborhood. I think there's this worry that this is going to spur private actors in the market to act in such a way that marks or lower density housing that's valued by the neighborhood somehow gets disappeared or threatened before there's even a community process to participate in. So I'm not sure of the answer to that. I know you all have thought about this question before. It may be a communication challenge or an opportunity to bring some, market analysts into our discussion and educate ourselves collectively as much as anything else. But I say all of that, and I swear this is my last point. I say all of that just to say, when I say narrow, I am thinking a little more about the geographies, not how do we get to that back end process and narrow what the findings might be, because I do think those are sufficiently elegant, as you said, and slim in their scope.
Ms. Crystal, thanks so much. I think the best response is for us to take your feedback and do some study, of course, working in consultation with the Housing Division as well as the Manager's Office, and to share some of that thinking with you next month.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for that, and Ms. Crystal for just getting a thorough sense of the issues that will be before us if we choose to do this advertisement. I think we should move now to, if there is a motion on this issue. I'll want to just say some concluding comments. Others may, but go ahead if there's a motion.
I can make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis. So
I move to adopt the attached resolution to the staff report that's in my copy, page 13. To authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on April 5th, 2021, and by the County Board on April 17, 2021, to consider proposed amendments to Articles 12 and 15 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance to allow modifications of the maximum building height of up to 60 feet for multifamily residential development in the zoning districts RA 14 to 26, RA 8 to 18, and RA 6 to 15 by the County Board through its site plan approval authority for development projects providing 100% of the dwelling units as low or moderate income housing, and to make other editorial changes to improve clarity.
Second. Do you want to speak to your motion, Mr. Karantonis?
Just briefly, we had already quite a robust conversation, and I'm looking, like everybody else, forward to even more, and either deeper and more structured. I think that the density is a tool with which we achieve our goals. In this case, our housing goals. Mr. Rogers already referred to the compendia that measure the loss of market rate of affordable units. Under Mr. Dorsey's leadership, in 2019, our Metropolitan Council of Government committed, all together, we committed to 320,000, the production of 320,000 units in this decade we are right now. So there is absolutely no time to discard. So we cannot. We have to take the affordable housing development opportunities when they arise, while we are studying with diligence to organize our zoning policies even better. I think it checks the proposed measure. It checks all the goals that we wanted to check. Affordability, it's committed to affordability 100%, and we can discuss further how deep that may go. It is appropriate, and it takes appropriateness of the development very seriously. We heard a lot about neighborhood manners like tapering and urban design and development standards. And I believe that, it is very clear that we have the sense that it's an interim, but it has to be compatible, not alternative to, but compatible, and flow into our AMRES study work that will be completed next year. But in the interim, we see that hopefully a couple of projects will come along, and there will be very good projects on which we still have a lot of discretionary power to steer in the right direction so that they are compatible with the neighborhoods and with the community goals.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support Mr. Karantonis' motion, and I do associate my remarks largely with his. I get people's concerns. Density always arouses, as Ms. Crystal noted, people conceiving of the worst case scenario and responding to that. But by no means is the worst case scenario, I think, what we are likely to realize here. And I think this is well enough structured for us to begin the public process of conversations, reminding ourselves that no decisions are being made here. As Mr. Carantonis noted, building heights are a tool not only for that density, but to also achieve other benefits, which have not really been too much a part of our conversation. The transitions to existing neighborhoods that he mentioned, also the ability to provide for a greater degree of open space that may exist already, and of course, increasing that very needed supply of affordable homes in our community. And so I recognize that as people look at this, they wonder about unforeseen and unintended consequences. And when it comes to incentives that would maybe have us lose existing supplies of marks or other valued assets, not only do I think that that's likely not going to occur based on the frequency of development activity, but really just looking at existing land use opportunities and how they reflect market activity. You know, it took decades for the RB corridor to be built up, despite a tremendous incentive over the status quo from the time, Metro was completed. You look at areas along Columbia Pike where there's a tremendous incentive to redevelop, particularly commercial spaces to include residential spaces. Those incentives are profound and deep. However, if you already have an existing asset that is, bringing in income, there is not going to be that automatic turn of the switch to do something more intense. So I think, we can socialize that over the next month. We can discuss that to maybe, take down the temperature of what Ms. Crystal noted is our natural desire often to think of the worst case and assume that that's going to be reality.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Rogers too for the presentation. Actually, the history going back and kind of how we got here. That I think that's very helpful. And I'm pleased to move forward. I appreciate Ms. Crystal's comments. I often fall back on though when you try to, people want us to nail down every little thing, and you really just can't. And the fallback to some extent is the board having the final discretion and final decision. We are, we represent the people in the county, and we get elected for doing that. And I think that's democracy at work and a good fail-safe, and sometimes the best, most flexible way to sort of handle it, I think. So I'm pretty comfortable with where we are. I look forward to more discussion next month on this. And as I say, I think this is just part of our overall development and housing discussion. I think at some point too, it would be helpful. I noticed like the item we just had, and even this one, you're showing some pictures of the buildings, and in many ways they've gotten older. They're not really very attractive, and what they get replaced with often is better, I think. If we do it right, it is better, and that's how we move forward and get better. So that's what we're trying to do and accomplish a lot of goals. So onward and upward, local government at its best. And thanks much.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. For my part, I think you colleagues, you covered well the policy discussions sort of broadly. I will say that listened very much to Mr. Sims' comments and Ms. Bodine, and Mr. Sims referred to the 2019 debate, which was related but not quite the same, wherein I actually felt that it was important to keep this discretion and worked hard to try to fashion an amendment that would seek to balance some of these concerns. We're at a different moment now, but I still do think that some of that logic applies to my initial thinking and interest in pursuing this. I would say for those who don't believe that we would consider this thoroughly, the last hour probably is some evidence that we do. And that doesn't mean that we have considered everything. But to Ms. Bodine's concerns, I understand that you've articulated quite a few. For me, the fiscal impact, I do think that our overall, the county is in many ways continuing to be perhaps in at least as good fiscal shape as 20 years ago. And there's more to do to think narrowly about this issue. But the 2019 letter is a key piece to it. And we will seek to, I reserve all, as we all do, the ability to reconsider and think things through next month, and then at individual site plans as we seek to balance and remain true to the thought that how we evolve really matters. It's not that we're going to stay exactly the same, but how we evolve matters. So with that, I'll ask for a vote. I'll start with Mr. Karantonis. The question is on your motion.
I vote aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, is there anything else to come before the board today?
No, there is not.
With that, we are recessed until Tuesday at 3 p.m. when we will start shortly thereafter. At 3 p.m. we'll start, but we will be starting and working towards COVID vaccine distribution, which will be discussed right around that time. Thanks very much. Have a good weekend, folks.